Hello, friends. Hello, fellow traders and everyone else. Welcome to the 9th of February. And yes, it is Friday. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you will find all-star casts throughout the week, and especially today. Got some cool people coming up here, and real traders, real educators that give you 100% transparency in their trading. You're not going to find another show like ours out there that offers education, support, good looks, and tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's Fripp and I'm Eno. We have an exciting, informative, educational programming for you today. And throughout the week, we'll be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and yes, even that voice in your head that says, develop success from failures. Discouragement and failures are two of the surest stepping stones to success. So let's get ourselves ready for a top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. John, is your game plan ready?
Check.
Is your checklist checked with checks or X's?
It's double checked.
Okay. And journal, brand new, fresh page for today.
Right there. Got it all ready.
All right. Mr. Hogue, you are ready to go today. You may pass. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to our good friend, John Hoagland. Hello, Johnny. How are you?
I'm doing well this morning. Happy Friday, Eddie. Happy Friday to everybody. Looking forward to hopefully ending the week strong for everybody. And take a look and see what we've got going on here. It is the Lunar New Year, which is New Year in many Asian countries. So happy New Year to all of you. And we're going to get into these markets and see what we've got. A couple of surprises already this morning. What do you got for us, Eddie?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to surprise my neighbor with a nice lunar moon today. Happy Lunar Year. Ring their doorbell.
Surprise for them.
Surprise. Speaking of surprises, U.S. CPI updated seasonal revisions, which turned on the afterburners for many of these markets. John's going to get into that. But yesterday, three main averages closed in the green. The benchmark S&P up 0.1%, breaching momentarily breaching the 5,000-point milestone. While the tech-heavy NASDAQ advanced by 2.2%, and the Dow 0.1. OpenAI revenues soaring over $2 billion. This coming from Financial Times. OpenAI, a major focal point of soaring interest in artificial intelligence, has seen its revenue crest over $2 billion. This is according, once again, to the Financial Times. The Microsoft-backed startup.
Did we lose Eddie?
Oh, there we go.
Eddie?
Okay, we're back.
There, you're back.
You aliens. All right. So I was talking about, Microsoft. Where was here? It touched the 2 billion month mark last month. Not so happy is Nissan. Nissan sinking following the China's sales decline. Japan listed shares for Nissan tumbled today after the car manufacturer slashed its year-full sales and due to the slumping demand in China. So go out and buy yourself a Nissan. Help them out. Johnny, what do you got?
All right. As far as economic numbers this morning, a little bit of an early revision from last month's CPI numbers. Both the overall CPI number that includes energy and food, they reduced last month's numbers by 0.1%. I don't know if that was planned. I didn't see it on any schedules or anything like that. So just after 7:30 or about 7:31, those numbers came out, and they did shock the markets to the upside a little bit, at least in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ. So So that revision due out early. The real CPI numbers are not due out until Tuesday. So a little bit of a surprise for us there. At 7:30, also the Canadian unemployment rate came out. Not expected to be very impactful here in the U.S., but they did reduce the employment rate to 5.7%. That's a 0.1% reduction from the previous month, and a 1.1%, 0.2% lower than they were expecting. So a little bit of a shocker there for those up in Canada. We've got the Baker Hughes rig count at noon today, 3:30. The CFTC commitment of traders numbers come out for those of you that check those out. As far as earnings are concerned, Hermes had their earnings out today. Earnings per share was pretty much flat, but they did beat on revenues. I think the surprise is PepsiCo. PepsiCo beat on earnings per share, but they missed on revenues. They did not beat the street on revenues. So that's what we're looking at as far as economic numbers this morning. As always, our focus is good context risk management and patience in our trading. What else you got for us there, Eddie?
Well, dude, where's the crude? Well, I'm going to tell you here. Right now, our last trade in crude here is 76.55. Brent crude oil expiring in April was broadly flat at 81.65, and WTI climbed 0.2% to 76.36. We're a little bit above that right now, and oil prices on pace this week. Higher is ongoing violence in the Middle East showed little signs of abating after Israel rejected a ceasefire offer from Hamas. Yes, John, there's a question you asked me earlier before we launched opening call here. Who do you got, 49ers or Chiefs? I'm sort of on the fence. I just want, I'm in it for the food. So the wife went shopping. She got a bunch of goodies. But how about this? A wedding. At their wedding, way back in September, Matt and Jessica choose to convey their love for the San Francisco 49ers with their party favor. The couple purchased $2 sport bets for the 49ers to win the Super Bowl for each of their 180 guests. So they said that you bet on us, so we placed a bet on you. We hope you get lucky as us, forever faithful. I thought that was pretty nice. The only thing is, it's each ticket's worth about $19. So
If they win,
about it. If they win, yeah, $19. Oh well,
that's a nice thing, though. That's kind of a cool thing to do at your wedding. You know, if you're big Niners fans and you buy everybody a $2 ticket to win the Super Bowl, you never know what it could be.
And now they're worried. Where'd you put that ticket? Damn it! I don't know. But anyway, all right. Let's get to our last tip of the week. Top Step tip of the week. Tip of the week. Egads, man. James, what do you got? Networking and learning from others. Have you been networking and learning from us here at Top Step? Have you been networking and learning from others in the chat? I sure hope so. Remember, build a strong network of diverse individuals. Us, them. Connect with people from different backgrounds, professions, experiences. Networking can provide you with valuable insight and, of course, many, many opportunities. John, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah. And just because this is the tip of the week this week, this is something that we should, and I think we should probably all be doing these tips of the week ongoing, but there's always more to learn, always more to learn from, always more people to learn from. You know, you can take with you what you can use, you can leave behind what you can't use, but it's so important, I think, to just continue to learn and grow, and learning from other people is a great way to do so. And here on Topstep TV, it's free. You don't have to pay for it. Great people in the community here, great people on screen. RIPS is going to be coming to join us here very shortly, and we've got great guests all the time. Some of the best in the business coming here on Topstep TV. So if you want to learn from others, this is a great place to do it.
Right. And, of course, we're going to have Shoulder Tap. We've got Power Players with Coach Dakota, Jack and Bonnie for TopQuiz, Robert for coaching, and Henry's going to join Robert and Hogue at 1 o'clock Central, and Andre Doby are going to close it out with Power Hour. But, Johnny, time for some charts. What do you got for our contestants today?
All right. Well, I mean, as we look at this daily chart, it's quite obvious that upside structure remains intact. This market has just been continuing to drive higher. It's seemingly forever now. Yesterday's narrow little range, you can see it, barely see it here on this daily chart. What was it? It was about 15 handles. 15 handles sounds
Mm.
like a song. Uh, but it was just a very narrow day session range. But there was some kind of very interesting information inside of that range. Number one, we continue to add open interest. That is an increase in the number of open contracts. We also had a delta divergence yesterday. In other words, the more aggressive traders were using market orders to sell into bids, but they were unable to move the market lower. As a matter of fact, late yesterday, the market extended the range even higher, squeezing some of those short time frame shorts, which is what the market does almost every day when it is in a rally like this. So that increase in open interest, the volume in New York yesterday was pretty good, 4.3 billion shares traded, and that increase in open interest indicates that there is no reason to think that this market cannot continue to push to the upside. It's been pushing to the upside at most every break has been bought. It's already heading to the upside today. The that delta divergence yesterday and the increase in open interest says there's still money coming into the long side in this market. Is it the smart money? Well, with that delta divergence yesterday, it very well might be. Usually when there's a divergence like that, it's an indication of longer time frame, either hedgers or speculators adjusting their position, either getting out of shorts or getting out of longs, but that does a lot to keep the short time frame pea shooters short, stuck, and squeezed out by the end of the day. I've seen this market do this for 40 years. Okay, what does it mean for us today? Here's the 30-minute chart. All right, so now we've got a little context. So we had 3 days of balance. We pushed higher the day before yesterday. That would have been Wednesday, right? Yesterday, range bound. We never even left the value area from yesterday, which was something that I had kind of hypothesized yesterday during the opening call because we were opening in range and in value, and I was going to really kind of be focusing on the extremes of the area of balance here, the value area low, the value area high. This afternoon pullback low yesterday, which I think was exactly 5,002.50, was the area that I was looking for the market to pull back to look for an opportunity for a long. The market never gave me that opportunity. It never got there. So remember, sometimes what doesn't happen is equally as important as what does. Well, last night we had the market continue the move to the upside. The CPI numbers came out. The revisions came out and gave everybody a little bit of a start. We've got overnight inventory to the long side, and we're opening with a gap. What's that mean? Gap rules are if we can't close that gap relatively early in the session, we're going to be looking for opportunities for a continuation move to the upside. Yesterday's high and Wednesday's high are exactly the same. That is not a strong high if you ask certain folks like me. 50-20, 50-20 exact highs. Well, we're going to be opening above those. If that is the case, then we've got some more new buying coming in, looking at some shorter time frame overnight inventory to the long side. But again, if we can't close that gap, we're going to be looking for opportunities to see this market continue to the upside. One of the floor colloquialisms that a lot of people say is you never sell a strong rally on a Friday. Never sell a strong rally on a Friday. We'll pay attention and see how that plays out for the rest of the day. But again, if we open, can't close the gap, look for opportunities to the long side. If we do get back inside the range from yesterday and start to kind of seem like we're accepting, that may change things a little bit, give us a better opportunity for longs later on in the session. But the fact that the market is opening with a gap, some of our earlier opportunities might be right off the open or shortly thereafter. Take a look at the NASDAQ, which is, I don't think it's been performing as well to the upside. Some, of course, would argue with that. A lot of folks are thinking, hey, this thing's going to get up to that 18,000, and it is entirely possible today. We are in the neighborhood. Obviously, the structure is still to the upside. Very narrow range yesterday. We had a small range delta divergent, right? So we added 3,400 in open interest. The more aggressive traders yesterday were the sellers using market orders to hit bids, but they were unable to move price lower. That's the divergence. That says that maybe longer time frame traders were in the market yesterday making a new accumulation, probably to the long side, because we do see the increase in open interest, and there is no reason for this market not to continue the move to the upside. I don't want to forget about things. I got a lot of notes that I write down for this in a short time to go through them. Let's take a quick look at the 30-minute chart here. Hey, come on, wake up. Wake up. Okay.
There you go.
All right. So 3 days of value of balance, breaking out above the previous week's high, range, delta divergence, increase in open interest, the market opening with overnight longs, okay? Overnight longs and opening with a gap. Again, if we can't close the gap relatively early, and I know that's a subjective term, a lot of folks like to say, well, what's relatively early? That's up to each of us to make that decision. But if we can't close that gap relatively early, it indicates possible acceptance of higher pricing, and we're going to be looking for opportunities to trade to the long side. Now we've got 17,950 was the weekly kickoff high. That revision of the CPI numbers from last month gave us a nice little shock up through that level and then some rejection. This is a measured move. What are traders in the NASDAQ really focusing on? Where do they want this market to go? Everybody wants to see it trade 18,000. If we can find an opportunity with a lack of a gap close for a long, and we go right through this level, then 18,000 is entirely possible today. It is well within the range of or realm of possibilities for today. The profile that we put in yesterday had an excess low, low excess high, normal variation, neutral day. Normal variation, neutral days in a directional market usually indicate that the market has used up its ability to facilitate trade, and the price is going to look for new levels to facilitate trade. With the increase in open interest, with the delta divergence we saw yesterday in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps, I'm thinking and not predicting, not suggesting that we all barrel into any position here, but I'm suggesting that the nuances are for continuation to the upside. Now, that said, the markets love to make a liar out of me. There's no guarantees of anything in trading, and as we always say, ACH, anything can happen. Take a look now at crude oil. So crude has been since October, since December, creating a triangle formation. It has gone from the low, created the high, now back to the low 4 times. Now is it headed back towards the high? Quite possibly. It is largely a news-driven market with everything that's going on in the Middle East. Nobody knows, what's going to happen there. So the market is really kind of in a long time frame idling. It's looking for new information. So this rotation between the weekly kickoff low, weekly kickoff high lines up pretty nicely with these trend lines. Anything in the middle is, I believe, a little bit of short time frame control, even though since the beginning of the year, we've added like 10 or 11% of the total open interest since the beginning of the year. Now that, again, if you'll pardon the pun, is energy. That is energy in the market. That is a lot of positions to be created in basically a month and a half. So there's a lot going on inside this market. And when there is a change, I'm looking for a big change to happen. I don't know when, I don't know where, but if the market continues to maintain this triangle formation, then there's only one thing for us to do. It's try and fade the extreme on the upside. If we break out, you go with it. Trying to fade the extreme on the downside. If you get a substantial breakout, you go with it. Because again, there is a lot of energy in this crude oil market. I just got to stop using that because I don't mean to make a pun out of it, but that's what this thing is telling me. The profile yesterday was a trend day to the upside. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Just quickly. So we had a trend day to the upside. We never did fill the gap. We have the market finally in regular trading hours reaching a naked point of control from back here on the 24th. The market seems intent to be leaving value from yesterday and continuing the upside trend that it has really kind of created since the low here. Value higher, value higher, value higher. We added 2,600 in open interest yesterday, so there's still money coming into this. We don't want to fight a market that is somewhat directional, even though to some degree it seems like it's a little bit short time frame control because we're kind of stuck in a longer time frame range. So look to see if we have this market continue this move away from value from yesterday. If it continues to do that, there's no reason it can't trade up to this trend line. That would put us up around 78.20 or even all the way up to weekly kickoff high, which is 78.85. 79.29 is last week's high. All of those things are entirely possible today. As long as we continue to reject the range and value from yesterday, we may see this market continue to move higher. And remember, this is a news or event driven market at this time. So take a look quickly here into gold and we'll get down to business. So gold really kind of in a similar situation to crude oil. I mean, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact down the bottom, 2 points of contact along the top, triangle formation, looking for new information. Yesterday's move down to the weekly kickoff low and the convergence of this trend line was an absolutely beautiful opportunity. The day session yesterday was really a rally, even though it's a red candle, because we opened with a gap, we closed the gap. So the move to the upside was the move to the upside yesterday was buyers coming in, but we lost open interest, indicating those buyers were not new business buying at that level. These were traders covering shorts. That takes buying power away from the marketplace. I'm really looking forward to a nice opportunity for another test of weekly kickoff low or this trend line or last week's low. Or I think there's actually a point of control, a naked point of control down here in the area as well. Take a look at the 30-minute chart.
Okay. Wow.
So there was our beautiful little check down to weekly kickoff low. When these things converge, weekly kickoff levels, trend lines, naked points of control, and previous weeks highs or lows, these can be pretty powerful opportunities, and it certainly provided a really nice powerful opportunity yesterday. Overnight inventory was short. We were up against an important inflection level. All those shorts last night, the night before last, said, hey, you know what, we're probably not going to get paid here, let's get out. They're the ones that started this rally, and it just kind of continued to grind higher, but until it closed the gap. So what are we doing today? Well, we've opened and, we had the spike. We kind of took out this naked point of control here on the 730. I'll take that off here shortly. We did open in an area of potential balance. This is almost like a double distribution trend day on the profiles. In other words, we spent a little time here and exceeded a little volume. We left that area quickly, and then we moved to a new area of value or of balance. So opening in between them has a tendency for the market to trade to the upper kind of a point of control from the upper distribution and a point of control from the lower distribution. It looks like, of course, we did trade through and to this distribution. Are we headed back to check the point of control from this lower distribution? Once that happens, repair is done, and then the market can choose direction after that. I think it's going to be a really cool opportunity if we see price come back down to weekly kickoff low / this trend line / the point of control that is the weekly kickoff low. On all of that, take your deep breath. I know I need one. Make sure you stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Looking forward to having a great trading day. I understand we've got a guest coming in here.
Beautiful. Somebody's coming up the drive right now. Good thing we've got cameras here at Topstep headquarters. Who is that? Oh, hey, look who boy, that was quick. One ringy dingy, and he is sitting and ready to go. Good morning, Rips. How are you?
Good morning.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you both. Good morning, Hogue. I loved your analysis there. Just really, really well thought out. Very, very well thought through there. And I'm over here. I'm looking at the NQ myself. And by golly, what a print we had on that CPI revision there. That was just an insane print to the top side there. You know what's crazy is that myself and a couple of the folks that I trade with over in the clubhouse, we all had a long on from the 30s down there at 930, really? And we got that nice move all the way to the top side, closed in the low to high 60s, low 70s there, and had a really, really, really nice trade there all the way at the top. And very, very happy about that. Ended up closing that trade over here, up $6,000 in the profit today, copied across 3 XFA accounts. So super happy about that. It was one of those trades where you just kind of, you put it on, and if it doesn't work, you lose about $1,500. If it does work, we get a banger to the top side like that. And you have to kind of know your risk going into this. Trading on XFAs, you don't have to worry so much about slippage as you would on a live account. But it ended up working out. It took a little bit of heat on the position as we were kind of trending a little bit lower below those 930s. But then we had that big up jump to the top side on that CPI read. What was really interesting, and I don't know if you noticed this, Hogue, because you're very much an event-driven trader. You're paying attention to the events, of course. Did you notice how lagged that data was when it came out? We had the Canadian employment data, and it felt like it was about 90 seconds lag to get that CPI printout. Did you see the same thing on your end?
Yeah, it didn't even come on the wires till like 7:31.
Right. Yes. Yeah. So that to me, having the trade on, it kind of took me for a little bit of an emotional roller coaster ride, because that Canadian employment data came out. The market initially ticked to the top side and then kind of waffled around a little bit lower. And I said, that's weird. They're not even talking about the CPI revision here. And then all of a sudden, boom, you see just chunking straight up. And that was, that turned the emotions back on their head there. So I was really, really happy to see that. But yeah, really, really nice trade. It did work out there. Like I said, we managed to bring out $2,000 per XFA. That's the one thing that I love about trading on Topstep. Even though I do have a live account with Topstep, I still have the opportunity to trade on 3 copied XFA accounts, or 1 at a time, whatever the case. So you get a total of 4 live funded accounts that you can trade on Topstep simultaneously. So huge benefit of trading with Topstep. And like I said, able to make $2,000 per account, which brings me up to a net total of $6,000 there across those 3 XFA accounts. So super happy about that. But yeah, back to the analysis on the day of what we're looking for here. So we did have, this is kind of the high here up at 72 evens, 972 evens. We did come back down. This was the prior breakout range that we're kind of tracking here. We did get a little breakout, but it was a failed breakout. We had another test above it. And this big wick here on that CPI print ends up being one big failed breakout here. And now we are coming back down to what we had was an inefficiency gap in the market here. So there's a couple things I'm looking for. If we do break down below this inefficiency, there is a chance that we can auction down into this lower inefficiency. And what we have down here for you smart money concept traders, ICT traders, we do have a bullish order block that is sitting down here on the 15-minute. So it will be interesting to see whether or not the market has enough sell side pressure to get down there before the open. Open's going to be coming here in about 90 seconds. So I don't want to steal away any more time. I know that we have some other folks here that are going to be joining us. So yeah, I'm looking for a potential of a breakdown of this fair value gap, maybe tooling down into this inefficiency and potentially bouncing at this bullish order block. We do have a lot of room in this market right now. It is Friday, and like Hogue said, we don't have a lot of news that's coming out today. We do have Lori Logan, who's speaking today at 1:30, but outside of that, it should be a pretty interesting day of trade.
Thanks, Rip. Yes, we do have others. James, we've got, who's in the green room right now? You there? Okay. We'll
Sorry, I'm here. I'll show you who we got. Our green room is Andre in an empty chair.
Uh-oh. Oh, they're coming. Oh, and that chair. I see. Okay. He must be outside.
He's in the office.
Package. All right, we're going to let him in, but let's get our horses in the gate here. We've got inside a minute. And we will get this opening bell here within seconds.
You're on air, Patak.
There he is.
Wow.
Good morning.
It's like leaving the mic on when you go to the bathroom.
All right. We got a couple seconds here, and we will fire it up with the opening bell. And let's have a good Friday here. Traders, end the week on a good note. There we go.
Oh, wow. Here we go. What's up, Rips? What's up, Michael?
What's up, Rips? What's up, Andre?
Good morning, MP. Good morning, Andre. How you folks doing this morning?
Good.
What do we like it today?
Let's tear this up.
Oh, markets are rolling over here. We did break below the VWAP and the S&Ps and the NQ here. By the way, I don't know if are my eyes deceiving me here, or is that literally, am I actually sharing the stage with the 50 lot king of Chicago over here? Is that him? Oh my goodness gracious. That's him. Holy smokes. Talk to me about that trade, MP, because I want to wait for this initial balance to kind of take hold here. So I'm probably not going to be taking a trade off this opening range. So if you don't mind indulging us here, talking about that 50 lot trade, because I didn't get the pleasure of seeing that live.
Legendary.
I think I'm the only guy on the planet who's ever bought the all-time highs and still made money. I was shooting for the S&P all-time highs. So just to print the 5,000. And as you know, it hit 5,000, and we have not even looked back. We have not even touched it since then. It's crazy.
Yeah, rumor has it that the only reason that the S&P got over 5,000 was because of your trade. That is kind of what they're saying on. I saw that they're talking about that on Bloomberg TV the other day. They said, yeah, Michael Batak, the 50 lot king of Chicago, is the one who brought the S&Ps above 5,000.
I ran a lot of stops that day, lifting that offer, and I feel really good about it. A lot of people got steamrolled. A lot of people got steamrolled trying to pick the tops. I bought the highs and kept that rally going. I would say I contributed to this the never coming back to the 5,000 journey that we've been on since then.
I think bears are mostly scared that you're going to unleash another 50 lot bang on their faces again.
He's a bear hunter, man. It was bear hunting season, dude.
Bear hunting season, stop running season. I mean, I got the 50 lot clip still as my max position. So,
oh boy,
if there is things that you're seeing, Rips, I tend to bet on my traders more than I bet on myself. Hence, Topstep. So you let me know, and it will be a house account risk of 10 grand. I have no problem doing this in a house account for a live funded trader. You're just some guy off the street. Sorry, I don't take advice from you. But if you're a guy who's proven it and built it and shown it, let's do it.
I definitely think there may be an opportunity for that, but we might have to, now that I know that that's on the table, we might have to be stocking a trade into next week here. I don't want to go willy-nilly on a 50 lot position.
You just call out your trades how you want, and I'll be the pony picker and decide when I'm betting on that pony level.
Don't pick the wrong pony, Michael. Some of my ponies, they kind of get shot in the leg before they leave the gate. So
oh no.
That one's still in the gate. Right, 78% long, lots of longs in the S&P, lots of longs in the S&P.
Yep. Somebody sort of shot in the gate.
Yeah, we are kind of bouncing here. We faded down to 50-20s in the S&P E-mini. I am wearing my ES shirt today. I had the NQ shirt on last time. We got the ES shirt on here for you, Michael. Right there.
Oh, there you go. I'm down with that. That is a badass shirt, actually. What are you having these shirts made or something?
We're doing a vintage drop of shirts right now. The first vintage drop is going to be one for NQ traders, one for S&P traders. So really excited about that. Those are going to be coming out in the next couple of weeks.
Very cool.
But yeah, these 900s in the NQ are kind of we're kind of in sync here. The 50-20s are the same things as the 900s in the NQ right now. I'm happy to not be in a trade here. I think the easiest setup, and I use easy kind of in air quotes here, but the easiest setup is going to be waiting to see whether or not we fail back down into this inefficiency down here, because there is a lot of liquidity. If we're looking at the session or the visible range volume profile here on TradingView, you can see there's so much liquidity that was contracted in this area right here. So what we're looking for is potentially the price to break down below into that inefficiency, tap that order block, and then blow and go. So that's what I'd be looking for an easy setup. Conversely, to the downside here, if we want to see more pain to the downside, there is, again, a lot of reason for the transactions to come back down into this area. But you can see as I zoom out a little bit more, we still have some transactions down here as well. So below that order block snapping, I do think that we could find a solidified bid down there towards 834. But I'm happy to be hands off right now. A look into the Mag 7, by the way, we are seeing Apple, a big bounce out of Apple. Meta is bouncing up as well. Microsoft holding up. Everything is just doing up and to the right lately. And I think you folks have seen that out there. Andre, you'd agree with me?
Absolutely. Bulls are in control.
Yeah, it was, ever since MP put on that 50 lot, the world kind of changed.
He's loving it, dude. Batak's loving it.
The world looks out for my 50 lot.
Any trades on so far for you, MP? I haven't taken a dang thing.
I've taken a couple shorts just to keep my light and tight, but it's not doing anything yet.
I mean, with that account, light and tight for you is what, 25 contracts now?
No, go on.
Look at him.
Like
Well done, Rips. Well
like the
done.
sun shines on a dog's ass one time, and all of a sudden,
I think I think you're going to start to streak on that thing. I'm telling you, it's. I see good things in your future. I say you
what
run it
level
up.
did
I
you-
mean, go ahead.
what levels did you like down here?
So I'm looking going back to. Are you talking about S&P or NQ? Because I have both.
NQ.
Okay, so NQ levels here. What we're looking at too, the downside would be 873 flat. So 873 evens, which kind of coincides with the middle of our, you can call it inefficiency, fair value gap, whatever you want. It's right around in that area, and it's also a prior breakout range. So there should be a lot of traffic down into that area. If we find strong bids in that area, that might be a good way to bounce the market from here. And I do want to see if it kind of coincides. The problem right now that I have is that we have divergence right now. The S&Ps are going back up to the upside. NQ is fading down a little bit. And it makes for a much more difficult trade, especially when you have shared equities in both the NAS and the S&P. The number one weight of S&P and NASDAQ is the same. It's Apple. Number two weight is the same. It's Microsoft. So when you have kind of a lack of confluence here, when S&Ps are going to the north side, NQ is going to the south side, it makes for a little bit of a harder trade. And that's why I'm happier to be hands off here. But to the downside, 873 is the level on NQ. Below that, we have a big gap in our levels all the way down to 834. So I do expect to see when we have a big gap in our levels like that 873 should try to find some bids, especially since ES is catching right here.
Got it.
Let's go.
I'm short from 90s. I was short 3 lots way up there. Then I just got light and tied it out, and then put one back on at 90. So I would like to see the bed fall out, but we'll see.
Yeah, I see that we have Isaac Rivera is in here. Isaac Rivera is top. I think he's top 1, 2, 3, 4, somewhere in that range. He's a killer. Yes. I'm trying to poach him for my Topstep Trading League team. Dakota should be back on the board today since they provisioned his live account. I think he's either 1 or 2 or 3. And then you have little old me who's somewhere in the caboose, like 25th or 24th, somewhere in that range. I'm trying to build a dream team over here. I don't know if you've heard about this, MP.
I'm catching wind of it. We're working on the TTL league, and I've already been talking to Dakota as well. You'll be the one of the coaches that we're going to be offering a team to you. We'll be working with you here shortly on that one. But I think I know who you're picking as your top, or as 3 of your. Are you guys grabbing Anonymous as well?
We're in a group chat right now. It's Anonymous, Coach Dakota, and myself. I mean, we're kind of working behind the scenes. We're trying to get this really locked and loaded over here. I mean, if you want to talk about somebody who's juiced about the Topstep Trader League, that's the guy. I'm the guy right here. I mean, I couldn't be more juiced about this thing. I want to take the trophy home. So I'm just trying to stack my team with the top players right now. I mean, somehow, some way, they want me to be on their team. I love that. But I'm just trying to get stacked and packed and racked over here with Isaac, Anonymous, and Coach Dakota. I
mean, you have a good coaching like aura to you, and you're a trader. So you're like one of those that have been like, all right, our quarterback's down, I'll go out there. But typically I'm the coach. You know? Yeah, it's like when Belichick went in when Brady he hurt his leg. Belichick went right out into the field and just threw a bomb.
Got under center, took a snap.
Exactly the same thing.
He'd probably yell at himself for changing his own play.
Oh, you guys are fine. Oh, who's that? Oh, Rips, it's your boy.
Dolby, what's up?
Oh my goodness, Dolby time. Dolby, are you right next to MP right now by chance?
No.
Dolby has no sound. I can't tell if I should dub him with my own voice or just let him cook. What's going on,
trust
Dolby?
you, Jack, for a second. I was on mute. I was being a gentleman, and I got into the green room and muted my microphone because I'm supposed to. Then I forgot to mute it, so now we're here talking about me muting. I muted my microphone. But I heard Rips was talking about his team again, and not including my name in it. Not a huge surprise there. So Rips is number 1 on my list to go after right now.
You need a utility player, Rips. You need a utility player. I could see Dolby playing that role.
Yeah, I mean, we do have, technically speaking, if I do get the team that I'm trying to shape up here, which would be 4 of us, that's be Coach Dakota, Anonymous, Isaac Rivera, myself. That's 4. It's a team of 5, so we definitely have an open spot. We might have a draft, or we might just pick up Dolby. I mean, I don't know if he'd grace us with his presence, but that could be a great
I can coach you guys, rub your shoulders, get you some water.
There you go.
Whatever you need. Help you out.
There you go. I think Adam Sandler played that part in Waterboy, didn't he?
Look at you guys. You guys are on fire today.
Look out, man.
All
that
right,
cruise
so we're
is ripping
trading
to the upside
17,880s. The 900s didn't hold. And that light and tight, I was way too tight because I didn't take that much heat at all.
Did you already come off, or are you still in this?
No, I'm up $60 though. So
Hey, there you go. It's $60 you didn't have a minute ago, right?
yeah, exactly. Right. And if you're down 2,000, 1,500, whatever, you wish you were up $60, and that's how we have to look at it. So when somebody's like, "Oh, I'm up 200," like, man, you can't trade. Well, what about the individual that would love to be in my shoes because they're down on the day? So you got to always can't hate people for being up or down or all around.
Absolutely, 100%. So again, the level that I'm watching here, since you're completely flat, the level that I'm watching here for a bounce is somewhere betwixt 870 all the way up to 880. So we're coming into that zone right now, and I want to see if we have any kind of stronger bids. The S&Ps are bouncing right here, which does give me the impetus to take this. But the only issue that I'm running into here is that lack of confluence that we're seeing right now. Microsoft's on the way up, but Apple's on the way down. Meta's on the way up, or Meta's on the way down. Google's on the way up. And NVIDIA really can't make up its mind. NVIDIA is trading above 700, but it's not with that big confidence. And remember, we do have weekly options expiring this week. It's not the monthlies. Monthlies are next Friday, but the weeklies are still expiring today. So anybody who bought NVIDIA calls might be looking to take a profit. If those folks are selling those options contracts, that can bring the price down because the dealers are going to get out of their equity positions that hedge those option sales. So you have to consider all of this stuff that's happening on a Friday like today. It can get a little bit sticky, can get a little bit wild. So we're going to have to wait and see here. I'm still of the camp where I want to be patient and before I take my next trade.
Yep. Real quick, we have some liquidity above here in the S&Ps at 50.24 quarter. We got a 450 lot sitting there, getting close, a few ticks away from that. We'll see if that gets gobbled up here to the upside. But yes, Rips, I agree. It's also Friday. You're sitting on a green week. Let's keep it a green week. Capital Preservation Friday. Let's not get too crazy unless these markets get crazy. Hey, Rips, real quick, the inflation report. Can you shed a little light on what we saw this morning?
Yeah, let me pull up the notes that I have on that. Let me see if they're still here. Just give me a moment here. I'll find these notes.
No worries. Yeah, sorry to put you on the spot there. But yes, we got 450 blocks sitting at 50.24 quarter. As the S&Ps like to always do, they like to fill paper. And I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. But yeah, Michael, keep it light and tight. Yeah, go ahead, Rips.
Yeah, so from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, I'm going to drop the link here in the YouTube chat if anybody wants to peruse this on their own time here. So that is the BLS CPI here.
Nice, there it is.
These two links. And so basically the adjustments that we're looking at here, the December month over month was revised lower. It was at 0.3%. It got revised lower to 0.2%. So not a big change there. The December CPI ex food and energy was unrevised for the month over month. And then the CPI readings for November and October were revised higher. So the reason why we snapped up on that was that if we have the revisions for November and October higher, and then we have this pretty much enormous drop now in December's revision, that is a signal to the market that, we're trending down here. And that's what the Fed wants to see. But I think people got too excited about that print in the gap and saying, well, is the revision really that big of a deal? And that's why we came right back down. I mean, we're at all-time highs, so it's difficult to hold the price up there. But that's the reason why we had that huge rip, is because if we take those prior months, we revise them higher, the drop becomes more significant in the consequent months, the subsequent months, in December. So having that gap now in the print is why the market reacted to the top side so heavily, because that means that inflation is trending down quicker than what we anticipated earlier.
They're gonna soft land this sucker, aren't they?
Yeah,
somehow, some way, right? During an election,
they're gonna thread this needle. Unbelievable.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
They flew through a hurricane and they came out looking pretty damn good. It's like that pilot. What's that movie? I think Denzel Washington plays the pilot that's like upside down on the Hudson River or something.
Oh, Sully, your boy.
That was Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks.
You're mixing the one where he's the alcoholic flying planes versus the hero who landed the plane. They should make one called Sully's Flight and have a mix of them. Denzel and Sully both in the cockpit. One of them just hammered. The other guy's like, hey, can I fly this thing?
Yeah, well done. Yeah, it's like Sully landing that plane, Michael. They're going to pull it off. Captain Powell in the cockpit, man. Unbelievable.
We're getting pretty tilty to the long side.
Saw that.
What's the tilt looking like, Michael?
70%. I'm up 500. I was trading a little while you guys. I was trading a little while you guys were talking. Those 80s down there were holding, and then it was popping up to the 98s or whatever. So I got short in the 90s just in case the 80s didn't hold, and the 80s did hold. So I covered the 80s, and then I got long in 86 and held that up to 90 something.
What's really interesting is that we bounced in the NQ off of Wednesday's high. And that was the exact area where we bounced. And that was a level that I was tracking. It was kind of in that inefficiency zone. But like I said, I didn't really take that trade myself. But that dotted red line here that you see on your screen right betwixt the inefficiency and order block there, that was Wednesday's high that we just bounced off of on the NQ. And we are just sending it right back up here. It's about a 28 handle bounce to the top side there.
Yeah.
There's your CNBC headline, Michael, you were waiting for.
Did it hit?
Cash did.
Cash hit.
Cash hit. There you go.
Just touch and go, huh?
Guess so. Yep. Michael's been waiting for it to say 5,000 S&Ps on CNBC for it to be official.
Nice.
Yeah, because
the cash market hit 5,000.
Cash market has to hit for Michael for it to officially be acknowledged by Michael.
Gotcha.
Well, that's the only way. Like, you got the normal folks out. The normal folks out there would be like, "What are you talking about? I still see it trading 4,000 something." Like, because they're not trading futures. Futures again, which by the way, I was studying my Series 3 last night. Nothing wrong. I like you, regulator. I like you, regulator. Oh, dude. For one, it's a paperback and it's in PDF. There's zero videos. So I'm sitting there going, reading, and then I'm taking screenshots and sending it to you guys and some traders and whatnot. I'd be like, they're still talking about floor traders in the book. Like, boom. They're still, like, they're talking about stuff that, like, doesn't even exist anymore. I'm like, update the book. Update the study manual. 305 pages. I'm on page 40.
And they probably haven't even included the E-mini in it yet. They're still talking about the bigs, right?
Yeah. They talk about the bigs. They introduce the minis, but they don't have anything about the micros.
Yeah, micros haven't been invented yet.
So good.
So I've been studying for that. So that's I diverted away from.
That's exciting.
They talk about cash. Here's a little lesson I'll learn. Cash basis. Here, I'll be teaching. I'll be like Kim Kardashian, teaching you guys all about law, and then get my law degree. Like the cash basis. So you take the cash minus the futures. So right now, cash is trading 5,000. No, what is cash trading right now, Andre? Because the futures is trading 24.
I don't know. I just touched 5. Top 5,000.
If it's 5,000 and we're trading 24, that's a minus 24 basis. So if you play the basis, if you play the cash to the futures, that basis is where your profit would be. So you call it the spread and everything there too. So you got people, big institutions with their basket of real cash stocks. That's the S&P cash, CNBC. The only thing that's good for, and every other financial station is just giving you the cash. The futures is what we talk about all the time here because it's really like helping you understand what that basis, it allows you to trade it. But there's that basis that can widen and shrink. So there's times where the futures is actually lower than the cash and the basis changes, but you can play the basis, and really the institutions use that. They use futures to hedge their cash positions, and they look at the basis. Does that make sense? Because really, the futures were invented to have a standardized contract that you could hedge instead of a forward contract, which would be like me and the local farmer saying, I'm going to buy some of your crop. And he's like, well, how about 3,500 bushels? I'm like, what about 5,000? Because that's a contract. He's like, I don't want to do that. So that's a forward contract, but a legitimate real contract is 5,000 bushels of corn regulated by the CME or CBOT. So then farmers can hedge their positions. Now go back to the financial institutions. Financial institutions can hedge their cash positions in the S&P futures index because it's a standardized contract number of the size or notional value or something like that. I'm not past that. I'm probably on page 50 that gets to. But that's kind of the fun part about all this is learning about all that again. And I kind of remember it, but it's like relearning it and reading it in a book. But there's your lesson of the day.
And what's your purpose for studying for the Series 3 exam?
We're all going to get our Series 3. I'm going to show you guys that we are advisors. Now you can take all of our advice.
Oh boy.
Nice. There you go.
Well, no, it's also we're looking at stepping Topstep up, Topstep TV up to basically we want to be a part of the registered world, and we want to show the regulators that hey, we're here to help people learn. We're not telling people where to trade, where to get in and out. And that's really why you need to get registered. If you're like, hey, Rips, you should buy right now. And then if you're telling them personalized advice, you really need to be a CTA or have an IB, introducing broker. Commodity Trade Advisor is a CTA. Those all need a Series 3. So that, and we're going to just get all the folks on here that come on here as regulars with Topstep, that just to kind of get it more, I don't know. I don't want to say legitimate because that's a bad word for this one, but like, so when you guys come on here, like, oh, these guys are all deep into the futures market. So we've already all been, but it's just like a registration you need to go through, a test. If you like Rips, you can learn along with us. We can all do it.
I was gonna say, Michael, you can tell us what you learned from the night before every day on here, and I'll help you learn and pass that Series 3. Just like
that is true. And then I could have people give me quizzes.
That'll be good. That'll be good for ratings. I'm sure people love to hear this.
Andre's getting it, so
I am gonna get it.
Andre's gonna get it.
When I took the practice test, I did okay on it, so I'm feeling all right. But yes, definitely gotta get into that book and get after it, Michael.
Andre a few nights ago sends me the practice test. It's like 10 questions. It's like a quick quiz.
Quick quiz.
He's like, tell me what you get. I'm like, God bless it. Okay, so I take it. And I'm like, what's a euro dollar? A tick value on a euro dollar?
Right up my alley.
Remember what that is.
Right up my alley.
And they had to do math. Like if you bought one of these and then you sold this condor, they didn't go that deep into options, whatnot. But I got a 50%. And Andre's like, I got a 9 out of 10. I'm like, all right, dude, how about you take this thing for me?
So maybe we'll do that. So there you go.
Back in college, I just cost a case of beer.
Yes, it did. Jesus. Your professors are watching. Yes, I will.
I'm working some
hey,
CL trades.
Hit us, Dolby.
Long 2, 77.14. We're going to add another one at 77 evens.
Love it.
So we're going to try to buy this on the way down in a pullback.
Oh, wow.
What are you in?
See how it goes.
It's running.
Long 2, CL, 77.14.
I'm short one NQ here. I'm looking for a 900 failure here. My stop's right above the edge of the range here at 15 quarters. So I'm looking for the NQ to break down off of this weak bounce that we weak bounced, not even up to 915. So I want to see if this breaks down and fails here.
Yeah, I like what we got in CL. I think the pullback's going to be super solid. MP, you kind of lost me when you said that the Series 3 book doesn't contain any pictures. That's primarily how I learn. I do prefer those pictures to pop up as well if they could be 3D. That does help me a lot in studying.
Yeah. And videos would help. Subtitles would help. Audiobook.
Just hop in your car and listen while you drive.
Yeah.
Yeah, are we going to do a top quiz where we quiz MP on air?
There you go. Now you're talking. Yeah, it's Dolby.
Oh, yes. Definitely
Dolby.
we will.
Oh, my God. That's really good.
That is okay. I will take you up on that top quiz, Jack. They have to all be Series 3 questions. And if I get 70% or above, 70% or above, I'll give out 500 resets.
Whoa!
Wow!
Whoa!
That's huge.
I need a motivation. Okay. I'll need a motivation. I am down to do this. I'm down to get everybody a part of this and rooting me on. I need the support, guys. What's what we're calling? We're a support system here. And we haven't done a fire drill in a while. So if you put that together, Jack, in the next week or so, I'm definitely down to see if marketing will be okay with that one.
Yeah, well,
I will. I also traded the treasury bond basis for 6 or 7 years, so I can help you with that. You were describing backwardation earlier. There's your word of the day.
Backwardation.
When the futures price is lower than the cash spot price.
Oh, yes. When the futures price is lower than the cash.
This is incredible. You got this, dude. 70%? Even You've been hitting 75, 80% your whole life, dude.
I've been hitting 70 to 80% my whole life, dude. Yeah, you're right.
You know the stuff. You
Jack
have
of
to
all
read the
trades,
questions.
Andre. Jack of
That's
all
right.
trades.
Right.
Master
You've taken
of
the test.
none.
Of none.
But oftentimes better than a master of one.
Ring a ding.
That's the
ding,
part of
baby.
the quote that's always left out.
It's always left out. That's when I got the tattoo on my arm, because I used to always, since I was like 15, I'm like, I can do anything. Mend a fence, show a cow in 4-H, plow a field all day long, and catch fish from dusk till dawn. Country boy can survive. That's an old country boy song, Hank Williams. But and then I came to the city, and then I was a trader, and then I was doing all, and then I always use that to like self-deprecate, like, hey, I'm a jack of all trades, I'm not a master of none. And then on the plane with my lawyer, who's a friend of mine, we're going to Baiynd Dunes. He's like, we're drinking, and I'm like, blah blah blah. He's like, you know what the whole line is? I'm like, what? He's like, jack of all trades, master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. I'm like, I looked at him, I'm like, are you serious? He's like, yeah. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm gonna put that on my body because I've always been thinking it's bad, but it's actually been good. So. Stupid, useless information right there.
I'm loving it.
NQ ripped to the upside there, right above 5-minute VWAP.
Yeah, I got stopped out on my short. We flipped long here. I'm looking for this to solidify and break up through 30s here. We had some stops getting popped up towards 30, so I'm just holding out for a bigger move above 30 here.
I was looking at those 900s failed as well, Rips. So I took a short with you, but I got stopped out.
Yeah, I got stopped out of that short. We're flip long now.
Okay,
nice. I'm still working.
I don't want to get caught. I don't want to get caught in the slop, the chop, slop, the barcoding.
Yeah, I think we're going to start to squeeze here, though. We're heading into this bearish overflow, order flow that's kind of above 30s here. That's where I want to flip out about half of this position. So coming into these 30s, watching here, it's slowing down a little bit, but we should spike up right through these 30s here. There's a spike up into 30s.
Wow.
I'm going to cover 2 on the offer. They didn't bust through that. They were covered those 2. Wow. And I'm going to cover 2 more there. I'm going to move my stop up. So nice little trade on that one. That's about $600 trade there to the north side.
Nice.
18,000 is not too far away in NASDAQ.
It's getting close. Yeah, just stopped out on the rest there.
It's like crude's pulling back a little bit, but I'm still a bullish long term.
Roy, I like to spit some beach nut in that dude's eye and shoot him with a 45. Yep, I know that line.
Wow.
Got a good friend in New York City. Never calls me by my name, just Hillbilly. I had a best friend in high school that stayed in the country. I went to the city. His name was Billy. Swear to God. William Robert Post. Billy Bob.
Billy Bob.
He was a bull rider. Junior rodeo in high school.
I wish Eddie was here to play the banjo music right now.
It's Friday.
Oh, it's going to be a good Friday, too.
What a week. Yes, it is.
Yeah, there's that push up through the 30s now in the NQ, by the way.
Damn,
this is getting very squeezy here. S&Ps are pushing up against the VWAP. We're looking for a crack above. Apple is tuning up a little bit here as well. Meta is the only one that's Meta and Amazon are kind of lagging here. But if they were to turn around here, we could get this pretty speedy to the north side here. So I'm watching for a pullback. I want to try to get a continuation trade on this one.
How do you stay
Since
short?
we are getting that ORB. Yeah, there we go. So in at 35s, 33s. There we go. Nice push up there. Gorgeous push up to the top side.
Is there a number at
40 takeout here?
Is there a number at top of the hour right here or no?
No, there's no data. It's a very slow day for news.
No number Friday.
So I want to see a clean breakout above 50s here. Watching for this above 40s now.
It's getting pretty tilty, 76%, but the longs have been getting paid on this rally up.
Right.
Wow.
Long since 05. Nice job, Charles. 30
Charles is killing it.
Charles, 05. Good hold.
Oh, I'm sorry. We do have the Philly Fed survey of professional forecasters out at 10. My fault. That's out in 5 seconds here. There we go. A little yeah, there's that Percocito to the top side. Ooh. Nice. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Watching for this to tool into these 50s now. And stopped out there. Nice. Another $250 there on that one.
Damn, nice rips.
Nice job, dude. I'm long 3 CL right now.
Cool.
We're still going to average down in longs until about 77.
See what you're working with here.
Probably going to risk.
Oh yeah, wow. What was your entry there on that, Dolby?
Dude,
on my longs.
Yeah, on your
77.10. I've just been buying one lots on the way down, like every 6 or 7 ticks down.
Nice.
So we'll see what happens, but the risk should stay under $1,000 for the entire trade, even if I do add in 2 more contracts on the downside. So it'd be a total of 5 if we can get filled on it.
Nice. So that brings my total up $6,400 on the day now.
Damn, dude, on a Friday? That's awesome.
On a Friday. Feels good. I think it's the shirt. I think it's got to be the shirt.
Oh, there it is.
Where the hell did you get that?
What do you mean? It's the banjo. Okay.
Yeah, so like my average in this trade, Rips, do you look at crude oil at all? Do you have any upside levels you're looking at?
Sure do. Let me get those for you. Grab those crude levels. Anything for you, Dolby.
No,
Dolby, of course, one of my good trading buddies here. 76.14 was the level that we based out on, and now we're looking for 77.65 to the top side here. Above that, we have room potentially next week to start caressing that 79.70.
Cool. I'm going to peel some off if we start making some new highs here.
Yeah, 77.65 should be a good target for you.
Perfect.
Dude, Rips oil numbers.
Yeah, I like looking at evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s in crude oil, if anyone looks at those, or CL. Just kind of like standard levels that seem to get hit every now and then. So CL likes kind of bouncing around or finding support or resistance at evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s. So let's see if we get one off at 50, another one off at 80.
Rips, what are you looking at right now in the NASDAQ? As far as are you seeing this fall into a range? It's very, very soon. It's 30 minutes.
Yeah, great question here. I have it up on my stream. So yeah, right there. So this bearish order flow is what we identified here. And this was my exit on that last trade, that last extension. We came back down into this inefficiency. The best trade was getting this bounce right here off of Wednesday's high. I missed that trade. I tried to short as we had a little bit of exhaustion, got my face ripped off, took about basically a $200 loss, flipped long into that thing for this extension back up to the top side, made 600 on the first trade, another 250 on the next trade. So about $800 on that extension, but I'm exiting here when we're entering into that bearish order flow because, I'm trained to play the momentum on this. I'm not looking for a long-term trade here. I'm looking for maybe a 1 or 2 minute trade. So when we get into certain zones, I don't have to think about, okay, are we going to go through that? I only had, I think, 2 lots or 1 lot on at the time. So just covering there is usually the best bet for me because there's a good chance that we might temporarily reject that zone and either come back down to our level of 918 or all the way back into that zone of inefficiency here that's basically nestled between 96 all the way up to 908.
You're talking about the 50s up there. That's you're talking about that earlier.
Yeah, 950s we're rejecting. This bearish order flow zone that we have kind of goes from 942 3/4 all the way below 928 1/2. So if we do kind of perk up there and we do break above those 950s, there is a chance that we can get up to those 960s and then possibly new all-time highs there. All-time high on the NAS futures are 972 here. So we're looking for that to break out. But the thing that is, the only thing that would have kept me in that trade is if I look over at the S&Ps and the S&Ps are trading above 50-30. Right now, they're getting rejected at 50-30s here. And we made a high above 50-40 in the pre-market on the S&Ps. It's not showing me that confluence that I'm looking for, where if the S&Ps were super strong here, it would give me the confidence to hold the NQs because it's probably going to be trading in tandem with one another. But we're having now NASDAQ is catching up to S&Ps, which was the NASDAQ was kind of the laggard to the top side. So now they're kind of trading in a pair with one another, but the S&Ps are not as strong as they once were.
No, they are not. Hey, Michael.
Yes.
Michael, I think there's an announcement in the chat here that big announcement we're making here at TopStep about Topstep X. You want to update everybody? Take a peek there in Slack.
Oh, yeah, guys.
Big news. Awesome. Big news. This is really cool.
Big news. It's launching next week. To the first folks that initially, that's a clap to everybody that's been working here and the team over at Sim Funded, which built Topstep X for us, everything for us, everything about what we want. They built in there. So That being said, this is our platform that they gave us as a white label that we're going to bring out to you. And the cool part about this is there's a ton of stuff in here. A trade copier. You can watch TopstepTV in there. You can set your risk in bracket orders and man, there's a bunch of other stuff. Help me out. This trading view charts are built within it. Everybody uses that. 50 million people or so use trading view.
Wow.
It's the ladder is super crisp, super fast, and the data putting next to other platforms. They have this. They have videos of this. They'll be sharing this in probably our help center to show you I guess a data feed. We have a direct data feed from the CME. Okay, so direct data feed from the CME. That leads me to the price point for this, or the limited time special offer that we'll be doing this. And this will be only for, we're going to be doing this for this first group starting next week.
Yeah.
And then on Wednesday of next week, you, TopstepTV, will be able to get it. Everything about this platform is just pay the data fees that we pay, CME. The level 1 bundle is $4.50. That's your monthly. $4.50. Wow. Not Woozy Woo, the wild and floppy used car salesman tag of 91.5% off, all that kind of stuff. We're just getting you feeling the FOMO. No, this is just come in here. Here's a platform. No cost for the platform. Show us you could trade. Pay for the data feed. That's it.
Wow.
Hey, you'll reset at the 50K. At the 50K, you'll reset at the typical reset, 49. But your monthly will be the data feed only. We are passing it through. So we pay a boatload more for other stuff out there that we offer platform-wise for data fees and monthly and all that kind of stuff.
Casey wanted me to jump in as well to
stop me?
Not to stop you.
That was incredible. That was incredible.
We're all about improvements. I am here to clarify the exact talking points. So it's Topstep X pre-release party. Next week, everyone who had early access to Topstep X will get the chance to lock in up to 5 Topstep X 50K trading combines for the price of $4.50 each. You heard that right. $4.50.
Wow. Dude,
another Topstep X trading combine.
And if you call within the next 3 seconds.
Michael, we also have, I'm getting all these here too. If you look in the Slack channel, we have these bullet points that are being fed to us in real time.
So I'm not looking at that. I will now.
No, you were not. You were not.
He is excited over here, and can you blame him?
So good. I love this show, guys. I love this. Is so much fun, dude.
While you find that, I'll read some more of this off here. $4.50.
I love it.
In a Topstep X trading company, each month you'll only pay what we pay, which is the wholesale cost of the CME market data direct from the exchange. We've invested heavily to get your cost as low as possible. This offer is being emailed to everyone who has tried Topstep X, whether you still have your Topstep X account or not. Once again, you can lock in up to 5 accounts, but we always suggest starting with 1. Only when you have a strategy that is absolutely crushing it should you think about adding more size. They have built out these talking points.
Yes.
Do you want to take this over, FP, or do you want me to continue?
Yeah, I will. We're coming up to the 50s, so hold on one second. So we're back up to the 17,950s. Getting really, really heavy rips. Lots of folks at Topstep with open positions, thousands of them with open positions that are 80% long right here. 80%.
Wow.
I'm going to sell one just to show the 50s that were up there. I sold 50s before. That's what I made back. I was down 600 and then I made it back. I was up 600, then got caught on that long, or got caught when it rallied up. So the 50s up here were the last time it came up, pulled back fairly hard.
17,950 is the weekly kickoff high.
Is it really?
God, is that you?
Wow.
I don't know what happened.
I did not know that. We're going to keep.
Yes, we have to talk, Rips.
I'm sorry.
So good.
So you're short here, Michael?
I'm short of one lot here. Now, John just said the weekly kickoff high is 17,950. If it comes back up to that, do you think we bet on John's level a little bit more heavy, Rips, or what? I want you to kind of take your voice here and bring it into this position around the 50s, the 17,950s. We had a wick up this morning right at the inflation, whatever. What is that, 7:30, an hour before the market opened?
Mm-hmm.
We've been long all up here. John's weekly kickoff levels are always pretty damn good. 17,950. And it's right here-ish area. What are your thoughts?
Remember, don't fall in love. It's contrary to the bigger picture.
Well, you know, the S&Ps are showing a lot of strength here. And so I want to try a little bit of a long here, keeping a tight stop. So I want to try this long. I'm going to fade your trade, and I want somebody to win on this. I want to be the counterpart of your trade. Since we have TopStep traders right now all going long here, I want to try to join the herd and see if those TopStep traders out there are sharp.
Okay. We'll do it right now, because then we'll lock in at least a spread between my short and your long.
There we go.
Yep, I'm in the right now, I'm taking heat on my long as we speak.
Okay, so we shall see here.
And I stopped out right away. So you're the winner chicken dinner here.
Lone Wolf, Michael.
Lone Wolf. Cowboy.
I told you we had to talk, Rips.
So that's that took me a little bit of heat on that one, and we are coming down here. The level that I would like to see break down for you, Michael, it would be the 26 3/4. That's the level that I want to see coming to the downside here.
I may just cover. Yeah, I may just cover around right about here. So I covered. All right, so that was 43s to 28s. Now back to Topstep.
That's a nice trade there.
Yeah,
well done.
Thanks, buddy.
Michael, just casually clocking it up, man. This is your week, buddy. You're back. It's good to see.
I'm glass half full feelings rather than the glass half empty feelings, though I always have glass half full attitude. Now, Topstep X is going to be 450. We're going to send a link to you guys, the CME. I think we'll find it in here that shows that that's the price that we pay. And so there's no markup. There's other companies that mark up and all that kind of stuff. There's no markup. That's the price we pay pass through. So you're going to get the bat, ball, and glove and say, go out in the playing field and show us what you can do. Now, if you keep resetting, that's going to cost you. And I would highly encourage you not to reset. Now, if you bust out your account at the end of the month, you get a free reset. But technically, it's $4.50 a month for CME, real-time L1, level 1 data feed, pass-through. That's what you're going to pay. If you'd like to upgrade to level 2, you'll pay exactly what we pay, I think, for that as well. That's like $38, $36 for all the level 2 depth of market, 100 points deep on the ladder. As you guys are looking at my ladder on the CTS, that only goes 10 handles deep. You'll get 100 handles. Go, guys, switch to Topstep X and see how deep the dome goes. So you're going to get that. And then
that's a real deal dome right there.
Yeah, it is.
That is a real deal. And it's very, very crisp. You can see how quickly it moves. Direct data feed, super, like 20 or some odd times it refreshes in a second. So if you want to sit in a G550, Gulfstream 550 or G6 cockpit, this is the platform you want right here, because it has all the gauges that are very dialed in and moving. Now, I do sound like a salesman on this one, but it's a badass platform, and I will be using it, I believe, starting next week, and I'll be able to trade in this account that you guys see that me trading in, because it connects to CTS. There's your data fees that we get charged, that we pass on to you. So as you look for the 71.5% sales and the 72.3 and whatever dumb FOMO things are out there and all the sale signs, quit going off sale signs. Like, just go off the best quality product. And now the best quality product doesn't cost you a monthly. If it's Topstep X, it costs you $450 for the data, because we all need data. That's my spiel. And those on Topstep TV will get it right after the group gets it. That Jack just mentioned, the initial group that reached out a long time ago, and that will be our initial special Topstep X offer for everybody.
So cool. So cool.
This is a fire drill stacking
Let's
bananas.
go with Michael.
It's kind of like a fire drill. We're gonna probably
Very much a
start.
fire drill.
Yeah,
Incredible.
we're probably gonna start making Topstep X the 1,000 at a clip invite be a part of fire drill, because the 450 is going to be only like a code invite only, and we're gonna start with a group, and then we're gonna go to Topstep TV group, so everybody in here is gonna get that. And yes, it'll start with a 50K, and we're looking to make the same exact monthly cost, 450, same exact monthly cost for the 100K and the 150K.
Wow.
Whoa, because that's the data feed that comes into that platform. You'll still pay the reset of 99 and 149 for those. Activation still there. So all in all, your monthly nut, so to speak, is probably cheaper than your Netflix, probably cheaper than your Hulu's. I don't know. Everybody's raising those prices anyway. I don't know. It's down there. I don't know where you pay $4.50 to. Cup of coffee. It's a cup of coffee a month. There you go.
Pretty cool. Well, Jack, you got something you want to read?
I don't even know anymore.
I don't know. I feel so bad for Danielle. Danielle busted her ass back here. Oh, I feel so bad.
I am
Jack,
long here again, by the way. I did cover one lot. We had a 2-lot position. Final lot is just running here above these 50s, and I am trailing my stop behind it, FYI.
So, update about the F word that Michael dropped, aka fire drill. For those that were not part of the Topstep Early Access group, don't fret. Next Wednesday, in honor of St. Valentine's Day, to spread the love, we will be having a fire drill.
Wow.
Those that get their names on the form during the fire drill will be entered in for one of 1,000 codes to lock in up to 5 Topstep X 50K trading combines for that same price of just $4.50. We're going to have more fire drills for Topstep X trading combines at $4.50 as we get closer to the general launch. So stay tuned and keep an eye on the Topstep TV guide emails every Monday morning. But basically, be here on Wednesday to feel the love and get your name in for the giveaway. And tell your trading buddies too, or your trading lovers, boyfriends, girlfriends, side pieces. Tell them all to come here Wednesday to get in on this and transmission.
Jesus. Well,
This long is paying here, by the way, MP.
Yeah, I got out. John, I took a 5-lot on your 50s, so then I got stopped out on that. Not your fault.
God.
I like those weekly kickoff levels.
400 lot of 50-30. 400 lot of 50-30 S&Ps.
So my stop is now at 57 halves here. We realized, about, I think, $200 on the trade, and this is for the final. We're up 600 on this one. So this could be another $800 trade here. We're looking for a breakout of all-time highs here. S&Ps are lagging just a touch, but if we get through 50-30s in the S&Ps, this thing can be screaming Willie Beeman to the top side here.
Nice trade, Rips. Nice Friday going.
Thanks,
so far.
Andre.
Nice Friday so far. Hell yeah.
Oh, we're looking juicy today.
I like it.
Yeah, I'm long 577.06 in CL, and it's going terribly. So we'll see what ends up happening. But my little 5-minute range is broken down to the downside. We're going to risk 1,500 on the whole thing.
I
So
just
we'll
got
see what
stopped
happens.
out on my. Oh, sorry about that.
Oh, fine. Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
I just got stopped out on my runner, so that brings us up to 6.7K on the day there.
6.7K on the day, and that's couple XFAs and a live. Do you have a live play going right now, or not?
No live, 3 XFAs and 1 combine.
Oh yeah.
Get it.
All right, cool.
Get it.
Get it. Oh, and those that asked about the 450, that is every month. It's not
nothing.
just the first month.
It's nothing.
So you
said your Starbucks coffee.
I mean, that's going to be. I feel bad for other prop firm companies because that's just not fair,
trouble.
Michael. You're putting them in the dirt here.
It's called the kill shot. It's called the kill shot.
He was going for it.
Uh-huh.
S&P's coming up to VWAP.
So, yeah.
Yeah, S&Ps again. So this is kind of what I'm using to drive my trades here. I'm back to flat, of course. But what I'm using to drive my trades is the temperature of the veracity that we're seeing in the S&Ps, and it's just not showing up yet. On that uptick that we had there, the S&Ps started to catch a very healthy bid. But we're using a mix between that, John Hogue's kickoff level here of the 950s, and we're just kind of trying to trade around that. And that's why I was trailing my stop so tight on this play here, is because the S&Ps are just still not showing that strength that I'd be looking for a longer hold.
Cali Ma, hold on. Cali Ma, the kill shot is not when we give you 20 accounts. That's killing you shot. Killing you shot. Guys, one account. If you can't prove it with one account, you are wasting your GD money. Gosh damn money. You're wasting it. You're wasting it. I'm telling you. There's so many people that do fail in this business. Do not extrapolate your account size. Do not extrapolate your daily P&L and say, I made $1,000 a day if I do that every single day for 365 days. No. And don't do that with accounts. Like we do 3 because I'm like, okay, fine. You can go up at the same time. You can also explore different. I'll trade the S&P in this one, the NASDAQ in this one. I'll hold it for 4 hours this one. I'll hold it for 5 minutes on this one. Boom. Okay, keep those separate. I did that back in the day when I was on the trading floor. I had different accounts. But to do 20, copy, extrapolate, and then say you're managing risk, that's not managing risk. You're getting all that downside, and then after you get this 1-day funding that they pitch, you pay them a shit ton, thousands of dollars in activation fee, only to feel hot shot with 20 accounts, and then you make $100 the next day, and you're like, I'm up $2,000. I just covered my thing. No, look at their payout. That's a tough thing to get over. That hurdle right there. Oh, I don't think your strategy matches your payout. So there are firms out there you got to watch on that one, but there are also the 20 account folks. It's not good business because it doesn't help that trader. It doesn't help. It's good for their business. It's not good for you as the business of you becoming a consistent, profitable, and disciplined trader. One, if you can't trade small, you can't trade big. If you can't trade one account, you can't trade 20.
Right.
Agree with that 100%. Looks like we had a question here in chat. Go ahead.
That's just us trying to help. I mean, Rips, we're just trying to help here. So to each its own.
I've never worked with a more supportive funding company and a more transparent company out there where we're not hiding anything. There's a question here in chat. It says, hey, Topstep, Rips needs to change his name to Caps. He said on his channel this morning he was live trading real money. The dude does nothing but lie. Why would you ever promote that? Well, to answer your question, I am trading live, as you can see here on my screen. I have 3 XFA accounts. Those are express funded accounts. That is live money that I can withdraw from my accounts here. So I'm sorry to burst your bubble, Pumpkin, but I am trading live. And I'm up $6,000 today.
There you go. So, guys, that's his transparency. Whoever said this, and this isn't us trying to go after trolls or anything, but if you're going to troll, I want you to put your username that you have on Topstep into the chat. We're going to look you up. We're going to put you on the screen. We're going to see how your trade reports look. You want to put it up there toe-to-toe with any trader that we bring on here. I'll put you up toe-to-toe with any trader on here. This is not me talking shit. This is me saying stop trolling because good traders don't troll. It's just a fair thing to do in the industry is don't troll people. Learn, get better on your own, period. It's like the upside's unlimited to this business. Your energy's wasted on what you just did to Rips. I will put your trade reports up here. I have to talk to our privacy policy attorneys on that one, but I will somehow figure out how to do this and say, so put your username in and say, I give you the rights to share my trade reports. If you're not trading at Topstep, get the out of here. So
I love that.
Dude.
That's where we go. That's the transparency we're going to play here. So troll it all day long. Put your username, and if you're not, you're going to get tossed out by every other chat person in here that says, beat it, bro.
Yeah, I think, just to touch on your point, if they spent as much time as they did trying to troll as they did trying to improve their trading, I think they'd actually be able to bring money out of the market. I feel bad for them in a sense because they spend so much time doing this as sort of a profession instead of trying to work on their own trading. And, it's
Rips. I watch American Greed with my wife because it's just interesting how people spend so much time scamming and doing certain things. My wife would be like, if that person who seemed like they were smart would have stayed in the smart lane and the transparent lane and the good lane, and they worked their ass off so hard to fake statements and to pick up phone calls and to sell new money, to chase money, to pay back money, to all that kind of stuff, and their Ponzi's. Like we always talk about this. I'm like, damn. And we'll look at each other like, that guy could have like really had a decent running business, but he spends so much time over here being fake when he could have spent more time figuring out how to consistently be real. So I don't know.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that's really nice about being a trader on the outside of TopStep, right? I'm a trader. I use TopStep as a service. You know, I would post results, and back when I wasn't using TopStep, and people are saying, "Oh, send a broker statement. Show us a broker statement." You show them a broker statement. They say, "Oh, well, that's Photoshop." Now it just kind of takes that edge off, where it's just like, well, if you don't believe me, go check out Shoulder Tap. They're going to talk about how much money I made today on Shoulder Tap, and sure enough, hey, look at that. RIPS is up $4,800 yesterday. Hey, RIPS is up this and that. So it's nice as a trader to be able to have that, where you folks are you're giving that transparency to the people out there, which is something that we've been really missing in this, because I've been so sick and tired of hearing people say, "Oh, well, this is Photoshop. This is Photoshop." Now you don't have to worry about that anymore. It's really, really nice.
All right, Rips, you and I are off our rants.
I love it. That was incredible. Get them, boys. Get them, boys. Hey, what's popping in these markets? I see we keep hovering around VWAP here in the S&Ps. I happen to get along just beneath VWAP from 50.24.5. Unrealized looking okay right now. NASDAQ trying to take a peek to the upside. Well, we see 18,000 today is the question. We got some room to go, but nothing is out of the question here in the NASDAQ. Dolby time. Boy, the crew just keeps selling off here, huh?
No, I think it's going to bounce, actually. I've just been trading way too much NQ, got over eager, getting long crude oil. I haven't even really looked at crude oil a ton recently, so maybe a little bit gung-ho on the bullish trade, but it did come back to a really nice, I think 30-minute level at 76.60. It was in a range there, so resistance looks like it's becoming support, so we might get some bidders to the upside as those who were short 76.60 decide to cover, and it looks like we have already bounced almost 20 cents off of 76.60. So patience pays, everybody. Should have waited for that level. Should have waited. But live and learn.
Rips, take a peek at NASDAQ here. I can see catching a bid to the upside here, and we're still going.
Yeah, we're looking to break out of these all-time highs here at 972 in the futures. So I'm flat again. Was looking at potentially picking up a bid on there in the low 50s, but I didn't end up taking it here. This is, again, it's I'm not seeing the juice that I want to see from the S&Ps here. And we're kind of in a lull with data. We're in a lull with data where we're not going to see any data coming out for the rest of the day. We only have Lori Logan, who's speaking at 1:30. And the only issue that I have with that is that she may just come out and say, you know what, I'm not going to comment on current economic policy. So that could be a whole nothing burger. And then, we just kind of have a lull in our Friday trade here. But markets are ripping up. If we're looking at the Magnificent Seven right now, NVIDIA is back to business here. We're hitting in the highs of 712, a slight pullback. Tesla's finally catching a bid here. Tesla's kind of been the battered child being left behind here in the dust. And so it's nice to see Tesla back in the mix here. Tesla is comfortably above 190s. I'd like to see it tooling above the 200s here. That's a tall order to get to today, but we could see a late day rally in Tesla. Google, Microsoft are both putting together some solid rallies here alongside Amazon. Apple is lagging as much as Meta is, but I do expect that we can catch a bid here later in the session. We do have Euro close coming in about 1 hour, and we should see potentially some volatility then.
All right. Let's get it. MP, how we looking? What's the P&L? What's the P&L at for the day?
Down 415.
Okay.
High watermark 600. Low watermark 1,000.
All right.
We're right here right now. And the big moves that have happened are where I got caught. The weekly kickoff held initially, and you could have got something, but then it ripped through. As you're seeing right now, it's been above the 17,950s. Like Rips is saying, up on our highs, all-time highs right up here, but the S&P, like he just said, is not there. So,
Dragon, man. Dragon.
Yes, I really do want to see this, potentially starting to rip up the 50-30s here in the S&Ps. But, if I'm looking at the order flow over in Bookmap for the S&Ps, we have a big player that's set up, or multiple players. I don't want to say this is just one single player here. 50-30s are just kind of sitting here. It's starting to catch a bit. It starts to get a little bit heavy, and then you see offers get pretty thick towards that level. But I do expect, if we can get clean through that 50-30, there's a good chance that we should auction pretty quickly up through 50-30 all the way to 50-35, and then kind of take a beat and see what's happening there. So
should I pull my Rips? Should I pull my
bid.
offer? Rips, I'm long from 24.5. Would you? I'm working just beneath those 30s. Should I pull my offer? Thinking that we're going to run through it or just work. I think
so
we hit those.
You're looking at a fill at like 29 halves.
Correct.
I think you're good in the money.
I'm in the money.
For me, being a momentum trader, generally speaking, that liquidity is probably wanting to get swiped. I think you could probably get a fill at like 30 3/4, probably just a touch above it. Yeah, because the offer that's sitting there is just about 500 contracts, which means probably with an iceberg added, we're probably looking at like 2,500 contracts there. So
target practice.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that's something to get ripped through there.
Very good, thank you. Wait, are these all-time highs in the NASDAQ as well that we're looking at here to the upside?
Yeah, definitely.
All-time highs this week. That's the theme of this week. All-time highs.
Oh yeah, we just actually swiped in the NQ.
If I would have put a 50 lot buying the all-time highs on that one and moved back 10 ticks, that already would have been 10 grand, right?
Damn.
Wow.
20.
Yeah.
And hold on. Yeah, 200 times 50, 510. Yeah. No. Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Would you take next week off if you're still long?
If I lost 10 grand. If I lost 10 grand.
No, lost. Oh, I thought you said how much you was locked in.
No, I said if I lifted that highs, all-time highs in the NASDAQ, it hit. Went a tick, a point, and then sold off 10 handles, 10 points.
That trade was an all-timer, man. So.
Well, we ain't done it. I have them creating a house account, not my account. I go, guys, I'm not trading my account. I'm going to put the house account, and we're going to get behind our live-footed traders when they start sharing their levels. We don't have to be like find us levels, but like if they start sharing us levels and they like these levels, then we'll take those trades because they have proven themselves through many steps of the way, from getting funded to staying funded to taking payouts to getting to the live account, that I think putting a play behind their ideas is pretty damn smart.
Like it. Crowdsourcing this stuff with our all-stars.
Yeah, you know what would be cool? Like let's go Rips, Isaac, Anonymous, and Dakota. Let's just say those two because they're on the live stuff. Or those four. If they each gave a level, maybe even we pull it. Which one do you guys like? Which one should the house account take? And then you guys be a part of this. All-time highs, NASDAQ.
Here we go.
Yep, I'm long through the 75s here. I want to see this tooling all the way up through the 90s. So I think this can get squeezy, especially since we see the 50-30s starting to get tapped.
Let's hit 18,000s today. Come on.
Hey, Jake Deckard, you're 100% right. That is how prop firms work. We are going to be a prop firm. The companies that don't take people live or evaluation company, whatever, I don't know, whatever name you want to give them, but they're not prop firms. So we're going to be more, this will be a community prop firm. If you're a kid off the street, you're like, man, I've always wanted to trade. You can come to TopStep and pay $450 at TopstepX. Prove yourself, get funded, get to the live account. We start talking about you like Isaac or Coach Dakota or Rips or Anonymous, whose name will go Anonymous, and we'll talk about you, and then you become like the Tom Brady of trading. And we have this opportunity. Think of Topstep TV like ESPN. Think of Topstep's community or Topstep Trading League like the NFL, where you have your players out there. Scott Van Pelt doesn't talk about himself all the time or trade on himself or tell him how far he passed. He talks about Tom Brady, how he passed. So that's what we're going to do here is talk about you. So you can start from literally wherever you are in your life and become a trader with a prop firm, with other traders in the prop firm. Some are in the valuation, some are at the funded level, some are live, with coaches, with a support system. I mean, that's the best fighting chances I can give you as far as like being successful in this business with your own skills at hand that you got to develop.
Here we go.
Yeah, there was a question about Topstep X. By the way, Amazon is really ripping here. We are seeing new all-time highs on NQ. Question about Topstep X in the chat. Michael, will there be more than just the 50K account? Will there be 100K accounts? Will there be 150K accounts?
Yes, we're starting with the 50, and then we're looking how that one goes. And then we're looking at doing the exact same thing with the other sized accounts. And to me, that's mind blowing. That's really a great special limited time, whatever offer. It's a good offer. It's a good position to be in if you're a trader.
Michael, someone's at the door.
So, I mean,
it's Hope. It's Hope. Everybody, I gotta run.
Up, Johnny?
I'll see you all at Power Hour
Dolby.
2.
Dolby, I cannot wait to hang later today, man.
It's going to be a good time, chat. It's going to be a good time. I'll see you all at 2 o'clock. Hope, have a great time. MP, pleasure as always. Rips, see you later. Trade well, everybody.
Take care, Dolby.
See you, Dolby. What's up, Johnny?
Oog.
You muted?
Sorry, I was muted. I just said I've spent the last hour trolling you guys, and you made me feel real bad about it. But Michael, that 17,950 level, you look on the 5-minute chart, it tested it 3 times before it finally broke through. Yeah, that 4th time through was the one to skip. And then, once it kind of shows some time above it, that's a time to go the other direction, which RIPS did, right? You've been long since we broke out above that, right?
Yeah, I'm still long. I just had a 6-lot position. I just covered 5 of those lots as we are perking up into these 990s here. And this has just been a great opportunity here. It's of course hard to be a gracious guest on this show, of course, and do all of this live trading, but we're managing as this market is making new higher highs and it keeps on rallying and ripping here.
We're just gonna zombie rally
up 7,300, and we still have a runner here with 170 on the ticks.
Hell yeah, Rips.
Beautiful. Yeah, very, very nice. Did you like my banjo playing, guys?
Was that you?
I loved it.
Was that you?
I had to pull out the banjo.
Michael.
I mean, I like where I'm from.
I love where you're from, dude.
You gotta love where you're from.
NQ has 18,000 in sight right now, folks. NQ looking to potentially tap that coveted 18,000 here. I have a stop at 981 halves, so if I get stopped out before we get there, I'll be a little bit bummed, but I'm looking for this thing to rip and roar through these 18,000s here.
That's where everybody's eyes are looking at right now.
Oh, baby. Fun.
What kind of eyes do they have, John?
Hungry eyes.
Well done.
Hungry eyes.
Get the banjo and the song. I love it.
Little tilty to the long side in ES.
You stepping in front of this?
NQ.
You gonna step in front of this, Michael?
No.
I can't,
I
dude.
mean,
This
the
rally.
old Michael, the January Michael would, the contrarian, the bear, the perma bear.
Don't jump in front of it.
This thing is just there's nothing to stop it. What's the news? What's the news
for shorts off that 17,950 level? And and I did say, don't fall in love. It's contrary to the bigger move. And that one time through it was that last effort to go the other side.
I did just get stopped out there. So up $7,300.
There you
nice
go.
job, Rips.
There you go.
Very nice day.
Oh, bro.
Very nice week.
Happy with it, yeah.
You're having a good month today.
More cowbell.
This is
G-Bo goes more cowbell. Comedy.
Yeah, 18,000. Come on.
Yeah, let's another push. Everybody, we want to get to 18,000. Everybody get out and push.
You need a running start, Michael. Gonna need a running start, my man.
We need that 50 lot account banging in that bid right now.
Yeah, man. You could clear out 5 prices, 8 prices there, Michael, with a 50 lot. Get in there.
Yeah, well, we gotta have a good level.
No. Yeah, no.
We gotta have a good level. It's the house account. We're in this together. It's a house account. We're in this together. So we would have to have an area where we feel pretty comfortable on.
I don't know if I've ever really felt all that comfortable with 50 contracts on.
Yeah,
look at that.
that's.
Just look at it as a $10,000 risk on the trade. So 10,000 to make 10,000, a 1-to-1. Give me a. Let's be right more than 50% of the time, John.
Yeah.
and I'm willing to take that bet. And when I say
Did
bet,
you
it's
know-
like it's not an investment. It's not a speculation. In my Series 3, it's called a speculator. They need us. They need us to tighten bids and offers. They need us to make our bids
They
and offers
do.
bigger, bring
Provide
liquidity. Into the
liquidity.
market.
When in doubt, just say provide liquidity.
Yeah, we are speculators, and that is our role in the marketplace, is to provide liquidity. And for that, we have the opportunity, but not the right, to profit.
John's
Exactly.
gonna ace this
I read that
test.
last
John's
week.
gonna ace this test, man.
Oh, John, I think if
You want to take it from my?
I'll give you my passport. You go on there and just say, yeah, that's when I was younger. and then you take the test for me.
I'm already into Unit 4.
Unit 4? I'm not even done with Unit 1.
Yeah, I've been spending a lot of time on the weekends going through this. I have not been performing all that well on the quizzes or the midterm. I missed passing the midterm by 0.1.
Oh my God.
0.1. And I went back, it lets you go back and look at the questions. There were questions that I answered wrong because I didn't read the question twice.
Okay.
So I would have passed had I actually read the questions.
Share the damn screenshot that I put up last night. It basically says, John, how to prepare. It says there may be questions that are deceptive. That's what they use. There may be you need to read them carefully. It's so lame. I'm like, you assholes, man. Like, all I'm trying to I have the information. You don't have to like switch it on me.
I get the gist of what you're asking. Why do you got to be tricky about it? I get it. I get the spirit.
Where you got some English major in there that rewrites a sentence in a way that makes it tougher. Like, come on.
You got to read the question twice, read the answers, reread the question, and then answer it. And that's what I didn't do. There were like 6 or 7 questions that I'm like, I knew this. What am I? Maybe I'm cocky because I've been doing this for so long and I think I know everything. But you gotta read the question. So important.
All right. So here's what they say to how to prep. Avoid jumping to conclusions by watching for clauses. The questions on FINRA exams are often embellished with deceptive distractors and choices. Right away, I read that. I'm like, I took a screenshot of that, sent it to our Series 3 Slack channel. I'm like, are you effing kidding me? Like, thank you for I'm going to read this 300 pages, and then you're going to tell me there's going to be like curveballs thrown at me for 120 questions. To avoid being to avoid being misled by seemingly obvious answers, read each question and each answer twice before selecting your choice.
Hey, 18,000s, guys. We're closing in on it.
They're coming.
Wow, what a week. 5,000 S&Ps, 18,000, but it's not 18,000 in cash, Michael. So it's not official until we hit it in cash.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that's what everybody watches.
I got you. That's what the headlines will read for sure.
Well, S&Ps in cash comfortably over 5,000 now.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Amazon is just hitting the roof right now alongside Google and Microsoft here. NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA is comfortably above 712. So nonstop bids in this market right now. Apple is really kind of sleepy here. So if Apple did wake up, we could see the S&P start to drive too.
They always said, never sell a Friday rally. One of those old floor colloquialisms. How about all the floor questions, Michael, in this? They're talking about, having to call in an order to the trading floor and having to run it to the broker who's going to execute the order for you.
We each paid $400 for these stupid books from Kaplan. And I could probably go to YouTube and would have done the same thing, but I didn't. Like, you buy these books and you get them. John's reading them. And he just told you he's on whatever. He had pages printed out or whatever it is. And they're talking about floor trading. Like John just said, they're calling. I'm not to that. They're calling in. That doesn't even exist. Why am I studying this? No. Don't get me wrong. I want to get in the regulated world and be a part of this. Like, we're trying to help keep the everything moving forward. But man.
Oh, what a morning. Okay. All right. Real quick, guys, while I got this pause right here. Jack, what do we got, my man?
We got hot streaks for Friday.
All right. We might have to interrupt here if we hit 18,000 the S&P or NASDAQ, but let's do it.
Oh, you cut me off at any time. I don't take it personally. Carlos L hit 20, which is its own sort of 18,000 in the realm of hot streaks. James H., who is not James, our producer, Michael K., Greg, Junhee, Carlos, really, once again, monk-like discipline, $52.30 average winning days for 20 straight days, and that is in a live funded account. Great job there, Carlos.
20 straight days live account, Michael. Oh boy, he's down to the t-shirt. Down to the t-shirt. Let's go.
Man, it's shedding layers.
I went summer today too.
We also have yesterday's best. Sung is now trading in the live account. He was our top trader from yesterday. 9,492 buckaroos. And
oh my God.
KO has been bouncing in and out of the top 10 list this year, currently ranked number 32 among all funded traders. Great job, everybody.
People putting up numbers.
I'd love to see that.
Absolutely.
Oh, yes.
We found some Michael Jordans.
Rips, you would have made that yesterday's board 2 yesterdays
Very close,
ago.
right?
I would have made it 3 yesterdays ago.
Wow. Yeah, I was very close. I did about 5,000 yesterday. So just shy of it.
Ago.
3 yesterdays.
Oh, he is on one today, man. He is on. Oh.
That's what the leaderboards are called.
Yeah, 3 yesterdays ago. I got you. Wow.
So I'm looking for new all-time highs here on the Nazi. That's what I'm looking for myself.
Incredible. What a bull run.
Look at the 30-minute, man. Every 30-minute is just a monster body.
Here we go.
Here it comes.
Here we go.
Here it goes.
Come on. What's sitting on the offer
We're trying
up
to
there?
get filled on the offer here. And Phil, beautiful.
Wow, nice
so
job.
That's going to bring me up to 8,600 on the day. And across my XFAs, we're looking at about just my XFAs alone, we're up $7,400. So nice.
Jab.
Yep.
Michael,
hopefully that'll put me on some board for Monday. I don't know. I just want to get in that top 10 so bad. MVP, help me.
Stay the course. It will just naturally happen. It will naturally happen. What up, Hug?
Michael, there's 160 on the offer at 18,000.
What do you want to be in front of it, or you want to lift it?
Just saying, you could probably get one fill.
You know what to do.
Oh, you want me to lift it?
I mean,
I do not.
No.
No, I don't know if it should fade you or go with you.
I don't. Well, let's just watch it. How about we just watch this one?
Let's see what happens.
Let's just watch and enjoy this one.
Question here from Flabbergasted Trader in chat. If you can do it on XFA, why can't you do it in live rips? Well, I'm getting 3 times the fun. I get triple the fun by copying 3 XFA accounts. In my live account, I can only do 1 account. So I get triple the amount of fun here in the 3 XFAs. So that's why I'm trading the XFAs.
Triple amount of fun.
It just goes to show you can't please people all the time. Everybody was like, why is he always trading his combines when he's on the stream? Well, I'm trading XFAs today, and that's not good enough.
10?
Yeah.
Did you do 10 in your live this week, or no? Was that in your
something like that? Yeah. But what was I going to say? We were talking about the 50 lot position. I don't know if folks even think about this stuff, but you can actually do almost a 50 lot position if you're a Topstep funded trader, because if you have 3 XFAs that are 150K accounts, you can do 15 contracts in each. Copied by 3. That's 45 contracts, Michael.
Trader math. Trader math.
We do not. No, you do not need to be trying this community that many. I'm backing these guys with all their team here, and we have a risk management department. It's like, what is he saying? Telling everybody to go 50 lots.
How many contracts?
Another one.
Oh, how many?
Another one.
Oh, dude.
Guys,
making shambles.
Where's that advisory?
It's like, dude, no. Stop it right now.
What's on 18,000?
Where's the advisory, the explicit advisory, Jack, that we need? Make sure.
There it is. Trader
It's on the screen,
The
bro.
bottom right-hand corner of your screen.
There it is. Yeah, well done. Trader by questionable side. This might be our best week, dude. This might be our best week we've ever. This is a.
I mean, when the market's at all-time highs, it's always good to get drunk on the euphoria. It's a good time.
Drunk on the euphoria. 100%.
401ks are just getting hammered, just drunk as hell right now. So good.
Yeah, right.
Well, owners are the owners of 401ks getting hammered. Their 401ks are to the moon, Alice.
Come on, let's see.
Slow grind up.
Get up there.
Let's see.
Get up
18.
there.
It wants it. It really wants it. S&Ps are tooling up too. So I mean, this is why I took actually that last trade in my XFAs, because we finally saw the juice coming in on the S&Ps there. So that's what gave me the confidence to ride that a little bit higher and captured about $600 on that last trade or so.
Dude,
No, about $500, $500 on that trade.
Andre, you're out of your
Copied
position
3
now?
times, so $1,500.
I'm out of my position.
Nice.
I'm out.
Okay.
Dude, the VWAP
Nice
play,
trade.
man. Thank you. That's the
Nice
play in
trade.
the S&Ps. Yeah.
All roads lead to VWAP.
George, I owe you one. Oh, Super Bowl's this weekend, Michael.
I know.
I better see your
Want to
ass.
go heads up? Want to go heads up?
I better see
What's
you.
the spread right now? I got the Chiefs.
I got the Chiefs. I'm not betting against Mahomes. Against that guy.
The Taylor
who's got-
Swifts?
The fix is in. The fix is in. Oh.
She brought up NFL's female viewership 9% this year. 9%. I thought it'd be more. 9%.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, for the how much? Yeah.
And she's quite the influencer.
That's not what Kanye thinks.
I don't.
Saw him
He
last night.
thinks a lot of things.
I saw
How
him
was
last
that,
night.
Andre?
Very
How was
good. The new album's going to be very, very good. He pretty much just plugged in his iPhone and hit play on the new album. He didn't really perform, but
really?
I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun.
Oh my goodness.
So it was sold out. Yeah.
You know what's
Whatever
interesting
happened to
about this right now is we are coming to the top of the hour. It's about 8 minutes away, and we're pushing up at certain levels here. 50.35, I believe, is the trigger on the S&Ps for this to rip up to the top side. And then, of course, 18,000s. I would be pretty hard-pressed if we don't jam right through 18,000s here. And we might wait for the top of the hour, but it's getting very close here. We're only 5 handles away here. It's getting spicy.
Ooh. Boy.
Well, what do you? Yeah,
What are we doing, Mike? What are we going to do?
I know.
What do you got up your sleeve, my man? You're sitting on something over there.
In a
You
world
get 50
with
lots here,
massive-
Michael, for that 18,000 play on NASDAQ? 50 lots on NASDAQ. You're a wild person.
He's itching, man.
The offer is there.
I mean, there has to be more. The offer is there. You could get them
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
You could throw in a market order. You probably only get 3 handles of slippage.
Yeah, right.
Dude.
You guys are bad influencers.
What do you mean, dude? You kind of made a name for yourself on this trade, man.
I mean,
I don't
thought
want to
this
go
was the
down and be
50
like,
lot
oh,
against Chicago here.
yeah, you guys teach risk management, and then you're just slinging 50s. That was for trader. That was for tradertainment. That was for tradertainment. But then we're going to be going off levels that we all agree to, and I'll put those in our house account. The house account could do these 100%. I mean, I can do this, but it's just a matter of like, well, let's do it together in a house account. I want to kind of see my own performance in the P90X account that you guys are seeing right here.
Mm-hmm.
It's my workout account. I had them name
Did
it
you get the house
P90X.
account set up yet?
Yeah. What was that?
Did you get the house account set up yet?
I just slacked him about it last night.
Got it.
72% long ES.
I'm surprised it's actually not more at these levels, to be honest.
I know.
How's NQ looking for tilt?
NQ 50-50. Little
Oh.
bit slight bias to the short side. Slight bias, 54% short.
Wow. Interesting.
Andre, are you noticing right now that the S&P is staying strong, long bias, and all it needs is the S&P to run out of seller strength, and those longs start to win? Because if you look at the 5, we're not even close. We're not even on our highs, even close to our highs in S&P. But yet you have a strong bias in S&P long. You only have 42% long NASDAQ. So
Sellers are exhausted. Sellers have to be exhausted at this point. I was one of them. They beat me into submission earlier this week, and no more getting short. unless something comes in that completely turns this market around. There'll be pullbacks, but I don't know how you stay short in this market.
Yeah, we are about 5 minutes now from the top of the hour. So this could all converge at one moment here. Again, we're looking for 50.35 for the give out in the S&Ps, 18,000 for the NQs. And we're literally 5 minutes from the top of the hour where we'll have definitely a liquidity injection here.
Okay. Well, right before that liquidity injection hits, I just want to say, if you like what we're doing here at TopStep TV, getting value out of TopStep TV, and truly believe what TopStep is helping you become a better trader, please take a moment and please leave us a review on Trustpilot. We're going to drop the link here. We'll probably pin it to the top of the chat. But yes, if you'd be so kind and leave us a Trustpilot review, give us your thoughts, tell us what we can do better, tell us if you like it, and all that. But yeah, we really appreciate it. We've been asking for it all week, and your guys' support has been amazing. So we'll pin that link to the top of the chat for Trustpilot review. But yes, just want to say thank you in advance for giving us your feedback.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Trust me, the CEO reads it.
A lot of I read them all. I see them. They pop up
all
in
the
our
time.
channel. All the time. I'm like, hold on. Why is somebody complaining about our support not getting the support quick enough? So I'll take that Trustpilot, go to our support team and say, hey guys, what's going on? Oh, this and this happened on that day. I'm like, okay, let's just try to improve a process. So we're always trying to improve here via feedback. So hopefully you give great feedback, great stars. And then if you're going to give constructive feedback, give us like 5 stars and then give the constructive feedback. It kind of feels a lot. It's like what do they call it? A shit sandwich where you say something nice and then you give them
yeah, or lipstick on a pig. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Shit sandwich.
Hey, MP, good question for you. Is there going to be a built-in trade copier in TopStep X?
Yes, it works. Yes.
TopStep
next week.
How cool is that?
Smooth. Yeah. So smooth.
It's built in. You don't have to have any attachments. You don't have to have any connections instructions. You can be like, if you sign up and you're a complete newbie, you can be literally signed up and in it within 30 seconds. So there's no connections instructions. It's web-based. So you can use it. So you can use it on any browser, any platform, iOS, anything.
You can use it on mobile, right?
You can use it on mobile, but we're getting we haven't got the native apps approved yet in there. We're going through that process.
They are coming though, right? That is on the roadmap.
They are fast follow. Okay, so some other fast follows that will come after this will be Eurex data. You'll be able to trade DAX. We are working with them. And they're very excited to offer their data to us because we're telling them that we can give them more exposure to the DAX. So they're liking that, and then we're going to give more exposure to the DAX because a lot of people are asking for it. So that works for us too.
I think Tom Dante is a DAX trader.
Is he?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, cool. Then you'll have it. The other thing is we will have a fix. I don't know how fast follow this one is, so don't quote me on any dates because I'm not going to give you a date. Is the micro and mini will be fixed. That micro and mini that everybody's like, whoa, you guys are just trying to trip me up. Micro and mini scaling, that will be fixed only. Thank you. Only in TopStep X.
I think that's been one of the biggest community requests for people out there that they're looking for that micro to mini conversion. So that's going to be very well received amongst the community, I think.
I'm working on them, Rips. I'm working on them right now to add an Easter egg in there.
Whoa, really?
You guys know what this is? So you guys ever listen to DMX? X gonna give it to you. X gonna give it to you. I want that to be when I enter a position, instead of saying order filled, I want to say X gonna give it to you. X gonna give it to you.
A soundboard in there now.
When you close a big position, we get the sack lunch, right?
Yeah.
Shake the lunch.
So good, dude.
All right, DMX. Awesome.
So yeah, just to confirm again, so micros to mini conversion is going to be in TopStep X. That's the official announcement.
Not out of the gate. This will be a fast follow, probably within.
It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah, it's coming. The other, that's kind of the. What else would we put in there? I think we're gonna have a bunch of how-to videos. Will eventually be in there. TopStep TV will be built in there. Tilt is going to be real time, guys. So what you're seeing on top of the screen is delayed. You'll have that initially for free. maybe forever free, maybe not, depending on we got to get some registration going. I don't know if I'm missing anything, Mac. If you're in chat, jump in, or anybody else. But new stuff will keep coming. New stuff will keep coming.
We're
Very,
10 seconds
slow.
from the top of the hour, really quick here, Michael. 10 seconds from the top of the hour. I just want to see if we blast through 18,000 here.
Come on. Push.
There's your liquidity injection. It's looking like it wants to hold. I'm flat here, by the way. I have no position. I'm just I get excited by this stuff. This is my this is what I look forward to.
Yeah, man. History.
Guys, if I can interrupt for just 1 second, I want to respond to somebody in the chat. Mason Morgan, a person I've known for quite a while. We worked together for quite a while. He's 4 ticks from finishing the trading combine. Mason, don't think about that. Don't take a trade just to try and get those 4 ticks. Stay in progress. Wait for a good opportunity, one that you would take if you had 45 more ticks to get to finish the trading combine.
Oh, I like that.
Stay cool. Don't do it just to try and get those 4 ticks. That has cost me oodles and oodles of money in the past. I know you know this. Just take your time, Mason, and let me know when you are successful. Looking forward to it, and it's great to see you, Mason. All right, sorry guys, I just wanted to talk in there and talk.
There's no
spot on, man. Spot on.
Yeah, that's the kind of support you're going to get at TopStep. Just to always put it out there. We're coaching, we're helping, so that's what we're doing here. You guys are bat, ball, and glove out on the playing field, showcasing your talent, and then getting pulled up, and then producing your talent every day in your own account with us. So that's Hogue helping or knowing one of his traders and being proud of him.
I want to echo on John's point there. I mean, he's spot on with that. I mentor a lot of people throughout the day, and that's a common thread that I see amongst traders, whether they're even veteran traders out there that fall into that trap where you're so focused on how close you are to passing. By the way, knocking on the door of 18,000 here. You're so close to passing, and all you think about is that I just need to make X amount of money. Like John said, just focus on a trade by trade basis and let those trades come to you. Look at this. We are coming up here, knocking on the door of 18,000. There it is. 18,000, everybody. That's amazing.
Now let's see how this trade would work.
There we go.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Oh,
Michael.
I didn't get into it.
I don't know where that horseshoe is, man, but it's that horseshoe's been treating you right today, man.
Yeah, that would have been 5 handles of instant heat right there. Yikes.
Look at that smile.
You would have been 3 ticks into that trade at positive, and the rest. No, what? Here we go again. Here we are again.
He's looking for 720s here. My gosh.
What a bull run. That
is a beautiful market.
Yes, it is.
I know.
All right, we're back at 18,000 again, and comfortably so. So I don't know if we're actually going to fade these 18,000s here. There's a lot of liquidity up here. There's definitely a lot of folks who are shorting and covering longs, but we're driving here, folks. We are driving. No position here for me.
Wow!
Liquidity above.
Wow, yep. Michael, this is
starting to squeeze. Did you get in on the retest there, MP?
Yeah, I did, but nothing. I'm still right where I was when I did. I had a 5. I jumped in on a 5 lot. I had like 2 points into 3 points.
Did you cover?
I got 18. Yeah. I just got out.
Okay, good, great. Yeah, this is tricky up here. We're not seeing for this to be connecting would be 18,000 in the NAS and 50.35 in the S&Ps. If we have those 2 points firing off at the same time, this thing has gas up to the upside here. Right now, it's really kind of being carried by Amazon and Nvidia here. If Microsoft and Google as well. Those are the 3 of the Magnificent 7 that are really tooling this up to the top side here. I mean, golly, if we got that entry down at those 870s, we were talking about that at the top of the fast markets here. That would have been one heck of an entry, Michael.
Right, I know.
Hey, Rips, I got a question for you. Why did you connect those 2 prices, 50.35 in the S&Ps and 18,000 in NASDAQ? Why did you connect those 2 prices?
So 18,000, obviously you're going to have a lot of traffic at that area. You're going to have people who are looking at that as a nice short area. The NASDAQ and the S&P like big hole numbers, right? 50-35 is where we had that original resistance. If we're looking at thick candle bodies in the 15-minute on the S&Ps, you're talking about 50-35 being that point of resistance. We want to ignore that topping tail on that because that was just off the newsprint. So we want to see where liquidity was actually being contracted. 50-35 is the topper of that. And if that coincided with that 18,000, we see 50-35 getting out, then we're going to see a burst of volume to the top side. Would you agree with that, Hope?
I see.
Yeah. Here's what I'm kind of looking at. If you can see my charts here, we left the initial balance in the NASDAQ and we're spending time up there. We left single ticks above the initial balance. So that is positive potentially for continuation to the upside. The S&Ps, we opened leaving single ticks. We only took out the single ticks by 1 tick. So that is, this in a continuation move, a move back to the high of the initial balance, which is 29.75, which is right where it went to, we still remains supportive to price. So I'm looking for this market to continue to move higher as long as we don't end up with some sort of a failed auction higher and then come back into range and back into value. So right now, I'm thinking the same thing Rips is there's liquidity above in the NASDAQ. As long as we keep those single TPOs above the initial balance in the NASDAQ, the high of the initial balance, by the way, is 17,969. So as long as we keep price above that, I would be looking for opportunities to look for longs. But
Which
I've
is
been wrong
insane
before.
for a lot of people to hear that, right? Because we're at all-time highs, and it just feels so counterintuitive. But yeah, you're spot on with that analysis, and I love that you bring this to the table here.
It's just market profile kind of nuance and rules that we're following on that, and so far so good.
Yeah, we're not rejecting 18,000s hard at all. We're coming off that level and then retesting it. Now we're back through 18,000s again. S&Ps again, looking for that to push up through 50-35 here. It's going to be difficult for me to take a trade at this point. Just touching on what John said there, it is good to be looking for longs, but remember it is a Friday here, and unless we have that big buying support going through, this is something that can fail rather quickly. Stairs up, elevator down. If we have a rejection at this point, this can be a very big snap to the downside here.
You got to break structure before you can respond to that, because every break for the last 3 months has been bought.
Correct.
You got to break structure on that.
Crazy.
On that first pullback, though, while you guys are talking, I got long a 3-lot at 94.
Whoa,
just to see
nice.
Because there's a 10-handle pullback from the high, and if it's a 20-handle pullback, it seems like that's a little bit more conviction for breaking structure. So it held up at like 10 handles back from the 03s, which was the high. So if this is a pullback with a slingshot, then we got something nice going.
You're
scooting.
This the level that I have to the top side is 18,018. That's the level that I think that we can tap in this run here.
One caveat to this whole thing is Dakota's short. He's short the NASDAQ at 18,001.5. I saw that in the chat.
That's my teammate right there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Dakota?
Does that make you nervous if you're long?
It makes me nervous. I'm bullish on this move here.
Yeah,
I'm long one. So you should read your scouting report on the new kid on the block, huh, Rich?
MP.
I don't think I have the budget to pull in the 50-lot king of Chicago to my team. I can't afford that type of player salary.
Look at this
Abe
rally.
Froman, the 50-lot king of Chicago.
Yeah, exactly right. See, you got it.
Look at this.
Oh man.
Look at this Friday rally.
This is insane. I mean, we're holding 5s now, looking for 10s. My gosh.
Yeah. Those 50s never look back, Hug. Weekly kickoff level. They hit it, boom. And then never even pulled back.
Tested back to it, and then off it went.
Just power rally, man.
All right, I'm out.
Nice, Michael.
Would you grab a couple points on that one?
I was down 600. I'm up $75 now. So I
Boss man. Dude. Ever since last Friday. Got your swagger back, dude.
Can you quit saying that? You'll be like, dude, you keep hitting the ball well. Dude, you keep hitting the ball. Every time I get up to the bat, if you keep saying that, dude, don't worry, you hit the ball really well. You're crushing it.
Little Johnny, you're making great contact.
Yeah. I'm looking in the dugout and be like, dude, shut up.
Shut up,
like,
Dad.
Let me talk. Shut up, Dad.
Well, MP had fun, and that's what matters. If he keeps this up, we might find MP on the top 10 list. Here we go.
Good job, Jack.
John G, Michael B, Farouz, Ion, and George. Who's new? Alex, those are numbers 6 through 10. And then what we've all been waiting for.
These are live guys, right?
See. This is because people have sometimes live NXFAs. These are people who are in an active funded account. Most of them are in live, but I can break that down for you. Here are numbers 1 through 5. Isaac, still there at number 2. The anonymous trader at number 1. Ronald, Jalen, and Karis. Great job, everybody.
Like the college rankings that come out, and you're like, Purdue's 2. Like Purdue got up to 2. Like something like that. And you see these traders come in here that you never heard of. Yeah, I'm talking about schools you never heard of or whatever. And I'm not saying Isaac forever. Sorry, Isaac, not about you. But like, then they hit the leaderboard. And who's Jalen C? Like you start to learn about these people, and you're like, who is this person? It's awesome. Didn't hear about them. Now they're holding top 10. It's cool to see.
Yeah, Jalen C got mentioned on Shoulder Tap a while back. Yesterday, actually, made 7K across 2 XFAs. Stop me if the market rips right now, but I have been instructed again to repeat because there was some questions about this Topstep X release giveaway. So remember, next week, everybody that had early access to Topstep X is getting the chance to purchase up to 5 Topstep X 50K combines for $4.50 each. That is less than the price of a dozen eggs in most jurisdictions. In the Topstep X trading combine, each month you will pay what we pay. We're wholesaling like Costco. We're just passing along the cost of the CME market data from the exchange. This offer is being emailed to everybody who has tried Topstep X, whether you still have your Topstep X account or not. We suggest starting with 1 account, but you can get up to 5, and you'll have a week to lock in those accounts. So you can start with 1 and, do more later if that's your thing. If you were not early access, we have a Valentine's Day fire drill next week. Or as we say, I've got something for you.
This is Eagle Man.
This is for my Chicago people out there. Much love to Eagle Man. So we're gonna have a form on Valentine's Day on Wednesday next week. Enter that, and we're giving away 1,000 combine codes to unlock up to 5 Topstep X 50K combines for just $4.50. We're gonna have more stuff along the way. James is showing some stuff there. Yep. Those are the fees. So
it's just the cost.
Remember,
Look
Wednesday.
At those low rates.
Yep, John, you know it.
Low rates.
Dude, production on fire this week. Dude. Mick, you know it.
Hey, Jack, I know you just brought up the top 10, but if you could indulge, if you're near Mick, I was 25 yesterday, and with the XFA the gains that I made this morning, did that bump me up at all? Or am I back down? What are we looking at here?
Yeah, guys.
Let me reach deep into my stats bag.
Hopefully not too deep.
Just the deepest part. And I'll be back shortly.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
What a day.
Hey, we got Daniel Inskeep in the house. What's up, Daniel? Josh Jones said it earlier when we were talking about the board and people popping up. Josh Jones goes, who's this Jordan Love guy? Packers. It's just like guy comes out of the blue and just crushes it. Purdy for 49ers. Like, you're like, and then they start crushing it in the league. That's why this league is going to be so cool, because you're going to see people pop up. And you're going to see people be like, oh, where are they? Now they pop back up. Ocho Cinco, like stuff like that. Like it could be really, really cool. Because trading is about the people get on these little things, and then some people completely blow up and get out of the game.
blow out their Achilles type thing. I can't do this anymore. Other people stay there consistently and rip it like rips. So that's the exciting part about TTL, and that's the exciting part when you share this leaderboard, Jack, is like, oh, who's this? Who's this new person?
Always somebody coming up the pipe.
Coming for that spot.
Yep.
Yeah, we're looking for you, Rips.
S&P is knocking on the door of that 50-35, by the way. And the Mag 7 is just, again, I will reiterate, things are being carried right now. Microsoft, NVIDIA, Amazon, Google. Apple just woke up here. Apple just had a huge green candle here looking for 189.5 now.
Incredible.
Yeah, that 189.5 is that dive to the upside in Apple after the 730 numbers, the surprise 730 numbers. Rips, I've been meaning to ask you that those revisions from the CPI, those weren't expected to come out today, were they?
No, they were scheduled. They were scheduled since last week. So there was a lot of news sources that didn't have it. I know that Trading Economics didn't have it on the schedule. Financial Juice, I believe, had it, but it caught a lot of folks by surprise because there was not a lot of news services that featured that. But I had it in my schedule since before last week.
Huh.
It was one of those kind of like surprise prints for a lot of folks.
I agree, John. I'd never really seen that one before. It caught me by surprise as well.
Usually, like revisions happen on the release day, but
exactly.
Usually right.
CPI.
I think they did it too because today was such a loose news day, and they wanted a reason to kind of rally things. He said, "Oh, we only have Canadian data today. Let's do a revision today. Forget it."
Look at those low rates. Oh well, whatever.
Good. Yes. No more numbers.
Yeah, there goes Apple now trading up above 189.75 here. My goodness.
Unbelievable. Hey, Rips, real quick, you have a scouting report on Logan at all? The Fed speaker coming out at 12:30 Central, 1:30 Eastern.
Yeah, I do. She is going to be speaking here. Let me see the details on this. She's going to be speaking at the annual Tarrant County Transportation Summit. So she might just come out and say, I will not comment on economic policy, which is what we'll see generally. I mean, it's a Friday afternoon. It's more likely than not she'll come out and say that, or she might have limited commentary. She might have a pre-written statement where, she has like 5 or 10 bullet points where she just goes through what her feelings are on the economic policy currently. But it's there's a good chance that she won't. There's a moderated Q&A. There's no live stream. There's no text about it. So it's going to be kind of slow to get the news out of that. But I don't expect very much commentary on economic policy.
Awesome. Good stuff.
Dakota's trade, by the way, he was short from 801s. He's up 11 handles right now. Very, very nice. This is why he's number 2 on the list or number 1, whatever he is.
Right.
Okay. Rips, question.
I got an answer.
Nice.
If you guys can go to my screen for a second here. Now, this is the NASDAQ, right? There's a situation that I have seen before, and just wondering what Rip's a take on this. The market has been one time framing and higher. In other words, every 30-minute bar has put in a higher low, and a higher high. All of this activity up here, right up around 18,000, has brought the volume point of control to the extreme of the profile. This is a lot of liquidity that's being absorbed up here.
What's your current VPOC on NQ right now, by the way?
Pardon me?
What's your current VPOC? The volume point of
17,993.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt. Carry on.
No, not at all. Please. Just so we're clear on everything, that's a good thing to put out those numbers. So with that volume point of control, that high at the extreme of a pretty strong upside move, I would call this a strong upside move. It's one time framing. Every 30-minute bar has had a higher high and a higher low. I have seen turnarounds come when we have the volume point of control as high as it is, even after a one-timing situation like the market is today, to where we get a whole bunch of liquidity up here. That liquidity dries up, buyers back off, and sellers begin to take over. I mean, there's this movement down here. So 17,969 is the is the kind of go no go for continuation to the upside. If we start to go back into the initial balance and reaccept, that may take us back lower. But the one thing that I was asking Rip specifically about was, have you seen a lot of liquidity at the extreme early in the session and then the market turn the other direction?
Yeah, and in this case, I think it's more of a psychological thing than anything. The reason why I think we've formed such a strong VPOC up there is because we have that tug of war. We have the disagreement between buyers and sellers in that area. And I'm not quick to call it yet. I think Dakota had the right idea on a short, but I'm not ready to call that this is going to start to fade for the rest of the day here. I still think that we have transactions and business to take up at that area right now. And I think that the reason why we're getting up there with not a lot of volume is because they were thin on the offer side, because I think people are anticipating to go heavy on the offer once we get up to those 18,000s, which kind of coincides with the theory of why the VPOC's so strong up there.
Yeah, still a whole bunch of liquidity up here, right?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I think that we're not done contracting up here. We're not done with transactions in this area for now.
Got gobbled up in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I mean, we had a pretty healthy dip there from 18,007 all the way down to 984s. And then, I mean, this is what I'm talking about with thin offers. This doesn't happen on thicker offers. We're walking this up on very light prints here. And this is indicative that people are basically saying, when we get closer to that VPOC, that's where I'm interested in starting to introduce heavier, thicker transactions. So on the offer, we're getting thicker offers up there. And then also buyers are kind of running into that and saying, okay, well, let's bring it higher. And it's that even tug of war. And that's why it's sticking out.
Whoever
so much
wins.
That VPOC. Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't even think about shorting this until we break back into the initial balance. Again, that level is 17,000, 17,000. I can't see. 969 is that level.
I have 963 quarters, so we're about the same there.
Okay, yeah, and the initial balance high in the S&Ps is 5,029.75, 50,29.75. So, as long as we continue to hold above there, I like the longs. But if we start to show signs of re-entering the initial balance from earlier in the session, then the long idea might be off for me. But as long as we hold, we're all right.
Yeah, and the other thing is that in less than 8 minutes here, about 8.5 minutes, we do have Euro close that's coming up. So that is another injection of volatility event. And so we're going to have a big amount of volatility, some liquidity possibly coming off. And this is interesting because it's Friday, right? So if you have a lot of people who are running a book where they're trying to short this, and their whole thing is like, let's just hold on till the bitter end, until Euro close, those folks can come in and start hitting the offer to get out of their positions. And they can do that hot and heavy. And if the algorithm starts seeing that across the book, if they see that hitting the tape, they'll just go lean back on the offer and say, just go ahead and we'll let this thing run up and we'll get a better price to short into.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
So
right, makes sense.
Another thing that we're looking for here.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
That pull back to 84 got me. I thought we were going to keep stair stepping up. That put my day in the red.
No.
And it was like 84s. I got stopped at. Yeah. I bought O2s too on the pullback. I'm like, okay, we're pulling off however many handles, points. That's where they shake out these weak longs, and then they take it. I fell into that trap.
Yeah, I think Euro close here is going to be pretty telling, and we'll find out who had the heavier weight. And again, so I talked about one side of the coin. So if you have folks that were heavy short into this move, and they're, these folks who are operating these books are basically saying, hey, we're going to give it till Euro close until we want to come out. Same thing goes for longs. If they're saying, hey, we want to be out of the position, we want to kick off for the weekend here, they can sell that heavily. And if there's no bids to support that, they'll go right into that, and that starts bringing a flush to the downside. So a lot of momentum can come from this Euro close move. We are bouncing around a level that I have 994 quarters right here, which is basically where the VPOC is. And yeah, it's going to be interesting here. I think I'm seeing less and less liquidity being provided to both sides right here. And I think that's indicative that we're coming up on Euro close here.
Then you get another bunch of liquidity at 2 p.m. Central when the bonds close.
Exactly right. Yeah. Yeah, it's good to for traders out there. Maybe that's something TopStep could put out, would be a calendar of these types of events so that you can kind of be on guard in your positions, knowing that this stuff is coming around the bend.
Agree. We got 3 minutes left here in fast markets, guys. Before we shut this thing down, Rips, as always, one hell of a week from you, dude. Can't wait to see you next week. Thanks for joining us, whether it's fast markets or power hour. And see you in the chat, dude. People love you. You've been on point this week. Hell of a trade week as well. So, yeah, man, keep rocking and watching these new prints, these 5,000s and 18,000s and the NASDAQ print with you guys here, man. It's been awesome, dude. So, yeah, thanks for joining us and thanks for trading with us. You're the man, man.
Thank you so much for having me. I always appreciate it. I always look forward to fast markets. It's always a blast trading alongside you, Andre, and of course, Hogue and MP. It's always so much fun. And of course, everybody in chat, it's always the best. I love seeing everybody show up here in chat. And it's always a good time. I always look forward to this. Genuinely, I love it.
Yes, Michael. Michael, we got 2 more minutes left in fast markets here, dude. Awesome trading this week. Mr. CEO himself. What do you got? Leave us with some words of wisdom.
No, keep jabbing and watch your size. Can't trade small, you can't trade big. Size down, size account down, one account. Get yourself into trading 101 if you're spinning your wheels. That's what I put on my screen right here, patience. I put that on there in February, so I'm doing a much better job with that. I'm actually enjoying trading rather than January where I was impatient, trying to catch every move and not enjoying trading. So you want to find that groove. So thanks for helping me find that, everybody here. And good stuff this week.
Good stuff. John, we got more John coming up. We got Hogue and Mick coming up next at Shoulder Tap. We got myself, Hogue, and Coach Dakota, Power Players. Ooh, it'd be good to hear from him. Top Quiz, we got Jack and Bonnie. After that, we got Group Coaching with Robert and JD. Get those questions in. I think we had the form up earlier. We'll probably plug that again, get those questions in. Then we've got Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie, which we got Hogue, Robert, and Anne-Marie. And then close it out, Power Hour on Friday. You never know what's going to happen with Andre Dolby and Isaac Rivera. Awesome. Great stuff. We'll throw that schedule up. John, we'll see you here soon. It's good to have you back this week, buddy.
Yeah,
and,
it's great to be here. It was a rough beginning of the week, but much better now. Michael, Rips, great month this week. Nice trading. Good job, Andre. We'll be still hanging around here for the rest of the day, but good job today. Good job yesterday. You got some good things going on. So looking forward to the Shoulder Tap segment, which is coming up next.
And real quick, a little fun we want to have for all the Chicago folks and all football fans out there. We know it's Super Bowl coming up this weekend. And us Chicago Bears fans are super, super pumped because one of the most exciting players in the history of the franchise is finally inducted into the NFL Hall of Fame. He's going to be wearing that gold jacket here this summer. The one and only Devin Hester. There he is.
Now watch me. That was my best soldier.
Oh, yeah.
Not very good.
He was incredible.
He was incredible. So we're super.
Remember, you were at the bar. You were at the bar with me when opening kickoff of the Super Bowl. He returned it. Everybody in the bar took their beers, were throwing it all over, and then we lost. Then we lost the game.
Then we lost. But, that's just
it was terrible. Oh my goodness,
that was incredible. Yeah. But shout out to Devin Hester, man.
One last parting thing, Rips. You're number 27. Stats bag,
let's go.
Blows, and also Top Quiz today. There might be a few questions about the spring Lunar New Year.
Ooh,
Get
very
ready.
Good. Awesome.
You,
Great
Andre.
stuff, job. Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to cut out now. We got Shoulder Tap coming up. Hell of a week, guys. Production, you guys been crushing it. You'll see more of John and myself later today. But yeah, on the Shoulder Tap.
hope everybody's ready for shoulder tap. It's a special Friday session of shoulder tap. I got my good friend Mick. Mick, you look like you're ready to go out partying tonight. How are you?
Thanks, John. No partying tonight. Wife's out of town, so it's me and the 1-year-old this weekend. We're gonna have some fun though, but no partying.
Well, that sounds like one of the best parties ever.
Yeah, we'll be partying with like stuffed animals and like little obstacles in the nursery and whatnot. I just felt like throwing something on other than a hoodie coming out the door this morning. Kind of feel like a normal person. Happy Friday, everybody. Good to be on. Today, we're going to do something different than what we normally do with the regular shoulder tap segment. We're kind of calling it rapid tap. Some of you that have been watching for a while might remember last month we sent out a form for people to submit their name and accounts where we could analyze your trades. And today's going to be dedicated to doing just that. So we're not talking about any live traders today. We're not talking about people we called up. We're not talking about winning streaks. We're talking about traders, trading combine, express funded account, even live accounts. So all traders, if you wanted your accounts to be looked at and analyzed and given suggestions on things to continue doing or things to change, because we all have subtle changes at least that we need to make. We're going to be talking about that. We're going to go down the line. I think I have about 9 people that John and I are going to be talking about. So we're going to cruise quickly, keep this at a good pace, and give you some insight into what some traders should start looking at with their trading, as well as ideas for you, even if you're not the one being featured today. Things for you to consider in your own trading, because we always learn from other people. I'm sitting here with a guy I've learned a lot from. Hoag's, got a lot of knowledge to share. So he and I are going to go through and kind of dissect some of the things that we see. We'll talk about good. We'll talk about negative. But because it's about improvement, we're going to lean heavily on some of the areas to improve. Before we get into it, I have a shout out to Jack. Jack brought up that Eagle Man stuff earlier, and man, I always love those commercials. If you, I'm dating myself here, but back in the day, those were the best commercials. One of the memorable commercials that I have in the back of my mind. So, Jack, nice pulling that out. I also have a shout out to my brother-in-law, Michael. It's his birthday today, so happy birthday, big guy. And then some shout out to some of our traders. We have Ronald up 6,000 in his live account. Got to give a shout out to Andre up 575. Cole, who is someone we recently called up, he's up 2,500 today. It's only day 2. He made 2,500 yesterday, so he's on a 5,000 2-day win streak. Good start, Cole. That trading in the XFA was impeccable. So happy to see you're carrying it over to the live account. And Rips, I heard him asking about himself climbing up on the leaderboard. Yeah, Rips, nice trading. You're climbing. Keep up the good work. So with that, John, let's dive into these rapid trades, the rapid shoulder tap. First person I want to call up is call up on the screen, not call up to live, is Munya. Munya submitted about a month ago. And we're going to kind of just go through this list after I exhaust the people that have already submitted, because I've got about 100 names on this spreadsheet. We'll then send out another invitation to submit yourself again. So a lot of these people we're talking about today, Hoag, are relatively newer members. Munya being one of them. She's trading the NASDAQ and the crude oil. And when we show comments here and statistics, it could be about one account, whether it's a combine or an express funded or a live, or it could be about a number of accounts. A lot of times there's not too much information, like some of these accounts today that I'm talking about. So I'm going to look at multiple accounts to kind of, generalize some things that you're doing well or things that we could work on. There is a little bit of a common theme here. But with Munya, she lost her most recent XFA after only 4 trading days. The only winning day here was day 1, where she put up $124. The average losing day was 1,000. So 100K account, basically one winner, a few losers. And then on day 2, she risked $2,000 on an account that's got a $3,000 cushion, we're talking, 2/3 of your account cushion. And nobody's going to find any longevity trading if you're risking 66% of your account in a single trading day. We talk about starting slow in these accounts, and you can't risk that. So this is really clear cut. There's a lot of clear cut stuff in here. If you know me, you know I'm very direct. I'm going to be blunt because I call it like I see it, and I'm not going to really sugarcoat anything. We're trying to make traders better, and we want to guide people but not hold hands. So I'm going to be very real with what I'm talking about here. So a few areas to improve for Munya. What I want her to continue doing, she traded really well in the trading combine prior to this XFA. She had only 50% winning trades, but 83% winning days. I attribute that to a 1.5 to 1 risk reward ratio. So, had she been able to give herself more time in the XFA and not risk 66% of the cushion on day 2, there's a really good chance that she would have given herself, many more swings at the plate to kind of, put up similar metrics that in the XFA that she did in the trading combine. So I think for the sake of, yeah, go ahead, John.
Go ahead, Mick.
I was going to say, for the sake of time, we could kind of move on because there's a lot. But if you have anything in particular that you want to talk about on Munya, let's do it before we move over to Baiynd.
Yeah, just quickly, the performance in the XFA looks a lot different than it does in the trading combine. Now, I'm just looking at the trading combine. She did very well. She started off on the right foot. She made $2,000 the first day. Accepted $400 the second day. The third day in this trading combine, she was down $134. Just took one trade and walked away. I think where she maybe ran into trouble, and this is maybe what did her in the XFA, was on her fourth trading day in the combine, she was down $1,500 and dug herself out of it. It's okay if you want to do that, but you've got to have the space to be able to stay in the account if you're going to do that. You get down $1,500. If you ask me, most of the time I'm probably going to go to the daily loss limit when that happens. So when you get in trouble, be okay with walking away. There's a $134 losing day here in the trading combine. Maybe she just said, you know what, I don't have time. Maybe this is not my trading day. She walked away. I would have rather seen her walk away with a small loss on that fourth day than dig out of it, because that, I think, maybe had something to do with the difficulty she ended up having in the XFA.
100%. And we talk about common themes. That is definitely something that, we come across a lot with these traders. They're down and they don't call a bad day, whether they're stringing together, many, many small losing trades, or they're taking a few larger losing trades. It's like that daily loss limit's a nice speed bump, but, you don't want to try and trade to get back to zero or break even every single day. Usually, and in my own personal experience, I dug the hole deeper. I've shared some examples about doing that. If anybody remembers me talking about my, when I started dropping F-bombs and I was getting frustrated with my trading and any losing trading day, it always got worse from that point into the close. So yeah, something to consider. Let's move on to Baiynd.
Baiynd. I think that's right. I think that's nice job on that pronunciation.
Maybe have a 4-leaf clover in my pocket. That's a unique one. All right, so we've got another trader here. 50Ks typically. They're trading strictly the NASDAQ. What I've seen on this most recent trade report is, they need to stop, before they hit the DLL. Every single losing day is them going up against the DLL, or daily loss limit. We just talked about that a little bit, so I'm not going to harp on it. Very clear cut. They also need to keep their average losing days smaller than their average winning days. We know the 50K's got $1,000 daily loss limit. I just said they're hitting it every day, but on average, their winning days, they're only putting up $649 there. So, that is a rule of thumb. Nobody's got any business risking more in a single trading day than they'd make on average on a winning day. So, my advice to him would be, stop at minus 650 on the day. That way, because they are putting up, where's this? Let me expand this a little bit. They're putting up 57% winning days, and their winning trade percentages is actually higher. There, it's like 58% winning trades. So as long as your losing trades aren't bigger than your winning trades, the math is on your side right there, and you'll be profitable over time.
Yeah.
Next thing I've got to comment on for him is spend less time in losing trades. They're spending twice as much time in the losing trades as they are the winning trades. And, losing an XFA in 7 days, we know trading's tough, but, if you're risking your daily loss limit of $1,000, it's going to be hard when you're not putting up the big winners, which they had not done in this most recent Express funded account. So I will say one thing for them to leverage that's working in their favor or could continue to work in their favor is they're not overly active. They're making less than 10 trades per day. And for someone whose, hold times are less than 10 minutes, that's pretty good. If you're looking at a short time frame, you're going to find more trade opportunities during the day as opposed to someone who's looking at a higher time frame. So that's an area to, think, hey, I'm doing something right here. How can I maximize this going forward in order to, help my performance a little bit?
Yeah, Mick, a couple of things. I mean, I don't know what his trading combine looked like, but there's a few things. The durations you mentioned. Well, his average losing trade is $656. His average win was $92. He's only right 58% of the time. That math is not going to work. Think about getting closer to your points of invalidation. Trade closer to your stop levels to reduce that average losing trade, as well as the time you're probably going to have to stay in it to find out you're wrong. And that might expand your average winning trade a little bit. These every time you have a start out with a losing day, you basically hit the daily loss limit. Think about this. If your best day in recent trading history is $684, do you really have any business losing more than that in a day? And once you get to more information, maybe your best day is now $2,000, but your average winning day is $500. Work your average winning day as your daily loss limit. It's going to give you more swings at the bat, and with more swings at the bat, the better chances you're going to have of hitting a single, double, triple, or even a home run. Home runs happen in spite of ourselves, but just a couple of thoughts for on Udry. That's it. On Udry.
Yeah, you pegged it there. Yeah, well said. Well said indeed. All right, let's talk about Nicholas next. There's some really good things to talk about with Nicholas. I like some of the things that he's doing. Specifically, this is someone, and I don't see this all too often. There's a lot of traders out there that go for the singles, but Nicholas is going for the singles. If you look at his trade report, John, there's not a lot of big winning days, not a lot of big losing days. It's all in the small three-figure range. So they're not taking too much risk. And I always like that because when you're doing that, you're preserving your capital because those losses are not as big. And you're giving yourself more swings at the plate. You can refine your strategy. It's easier to tweak things when you don't put your back against the wall. And they're not putting their back up against the wall. So I want to see them continue not taking too much risk. Most recently, their average winning day was smaller than their average losing day. But, in order to, bust out this account, it's going to be, you're going to bust by having, a lot of cuts. So this is good. Keep doing that. I've seen that, they're trading the crude oil on a very short time frame. Their winners and losers are almost like, they're looking for 6 cents or 6 ticks in profit on the crude oil, which is a really short time frame. But I like that with the NASDAQ, they're actually trading the micros. If things aren't working, micros are always a good opportunity to, stay in tune, have a little skin in the game with the market, and, just keep your risk small. Certainly your profits are going to be smaller, but depending on your situation or how you're feeling or how your trading's been going, micros are always a smart option. So I do like when I see traders trading those. So Nicholas, shout out to you. And another thing about the micros, I talk a lot about catching a piece for the trend for the day and moving away from scalping to getting on a higher time frame.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very uncomfortable thing to move from short time frame trading to higher time frame trading. Micros are an excellent way to do that. You know, with 1/10 the risk on a micro versus a mini, it's a lot easier to stomach that, and it can help people sit more comfortably in a trade when it might be a lot more difficult when you've got 10 times the leverage from a mini contract.
Right.
So I like that. And, you know, things to work on. Scalping the crude oil is going to be a very difficult thing. I would call that ice skating uphill. So crude moves around quickly, just like the NASDAQ does. But to be trying to profit 6 ticks in the crude oil, you know, your risk could automatically be 20 ticks on there. So I don't like that risk reward trading crude on a short time frame like I'm seeing out of Nicholas. Nicholas could also consider being a little bit more impatient with the losers. And I find it hard to say be more patient with the winners, because 6 ticks in crude comes like that. But they're spending 10 times as much. He's spending 10 times as much time in his losing trades there as he is in his winning. Very patient, sitting in the losing trades for 20 minutes and only in the winning trades for 2 minutes. That is way backwards. So
Wow.
Be more impatient if you're scalping crude oil. And I would even volunteer to say, and I don't know his strategy intimately, but, you know, try and do something different where you're risking 10 ticks to make 20 ticks or something like that.
Yeah.
So those are my several cents on this. That's my quarter on Nicholas.
Yeah, I love the fact that he's already trading the micros. And if you are trying to expand your time frame and stay in trades longer, micros are a great training ground to do so. You know, work on those reward over risk ratios. You know, if you're going to be trading crude oil, you know, try and expand that time frame just a little bit. I mean, staying in losing trades in crude oil for 20 minutes and still having an average losing trade at $77, $78. I mean, basically 7 ticks in crude oil for 20 minutes. I don't know how he's managing that risk like that. Maybe it's coming back for him or something like that. That just kind of freaks me out. But but you know, if you are trying to expand your time frame, I love the fact that you're trading the micros. Keep working on that. You're going to have a lot, like we said, a lot more swings at the plate. And you know, if you can build this account using micros when you move to minis, as long as you can maintain your same kind of market, your same kind of mental state and decision making process, you're going to do very well. Keep it up. Good job, Nicholas, and we're looking forward to your success.
Yeah. If anybody is, you know, getting featured here, you know, drop something in the chat, leave a comment, let us know what you think, and let us know what you're going to do to work on those areas. You know, we want to be prepping, trading, and reflecting. So I'm reflecting on your trading right now. I would hope that, you know, maybe take the feedback here and do a little preparation with it and see what kind of adjustments you can make. Let's move on to Saeed. Saeed, I'm going to be very quick here. Saeed submitted for us to analyze his trades, and it's glaringly obvious what he needs to do. He's in a big account, the 150K. His most recent step one, he hit his daily loss limit of 3,000 on day one. So that's 66% of the account right there. Day two, he lost the other 33%. I don't think we need to spend much time here, John. You know, it was 2 days in the account before it got closed for being ineligible for hitting the max loss limit. Saeed, just don't risk such a large amount in your account on day one or day two. You're risking too much, and you know, you're not going to get anywhere risking that much in your account. Give yourself
trading 15 lots on every trade.
Yeah, give yourself a fighting chance.
You can't trade one. You can't trade 15.
Yeah, I think this is someone who might just be looking to, you know, hit the profit target. With that, they're taking too much risk. They're probably trading their account balance or their P&L, looking for that shiny express funded account. Over time, it's not going to serve you well. So that needs to be completely weeded out of what you're doing. That's as clear cut as day. Not a lot to say there. And with that, I think John, I mean, you probably just
see, Ed, you got to give us a chance to look at more information. Try and stay in an account a lot longer, and maybe we'll be able to help you. But size down. Don't trade 15 lots every time. We don't know your experience level or anything like that. I get that. But you're not doing yourself any favor just by putting on 15 lots and YOLOing it, and you're not going to learn anything from that. We're not going to be able to help you. So let's move on.
Yeah, let's do it. In a similar boat to Saeed, though, is Mark. Mark's coming from a 50K, though, so he doesn't have quite the long leash or the cushion, but similar stuff here. Most recent XFA, 2 days. You can't give yourself two shots, with these XFAs. You get to the XFA, you're a funded trader of ours, you have the ability to take payouts from this account. And, losing half or 50% of your account cushion on day one and then day two is, it's unwise. So this is another clear-cut, easy one. You're not going to find success if you're not managing your money. This is probably one of the, uglier examples of managing money or lack thereof. So can't do that. And then also, John, you probably see on the trade report that there's a lot of trading activity. They're over trading and they're only right a fifth of the time. They have 22% winning trades, at least on those 2 trading days. So, try and give yourself a fewer number of trades allowed for the day. Find better trade locations. Definitely, frame out where you're getting out if you're wrong and where you're getting out if you're right. But managing that downside risk on a per trade basis, on a per day basis, these are really some areas that need to be focused on, because if you can't make adjustments to that, we're going to find ourselves, in the same situation over and over and over. So, Mark, let's make some changes.
Yeah. Mark, your first day in the Express funded account, you were up $880. That wasn't good enough. You had to get that one more push to make $1,000, and that first one was a loss, and you freaked out. I know, I've done it, but when you're up $800, $900, and you lose it in a day, it eats up so much of your mental capital, not to mention your real capital, and then taking it even further and hitting the daily loss limit on something like that. It just, I don't know what we could expect the following day when something like that happens, because, you're probably feeling bad. You're feeling like, oh my God, I'm the worst trader in the world. I know, I've done it. And that's what it makes me feel like. And then the following day you come in with that same kind of feeling, and you just end up, you kind of burying the account and saying, okay, well, I guess I'll just go back to the combine, stuff like that. Give yourself a chance, Mark. Give yourself a chance. And by the way, you're not the worst trader in the world. I am.
Yeah, definitely give yourself a chance. And, like John mentioned, the ability to reset your account is, it's something we all need, because we all, we're trying to grow here. All of our traders at TopStep are trying to grow and profit, become better traders. But, I think for a lot of these people that are risking such large sums of money, they're trying to hit their profit target. They're trying to pass the trading combine. They're trying to get a big win for a payout. Guys and gals that are listening, knowing that you can bail yourself out with a reset is not what you want to fall back on. You want to focus on what you have and work on it. You are so much more likely to become a better trader if you work with what you've got, overcome some struggles, grind things out. It's very easy to say, oh, I can get lax and I can, be loose. And if I blow this account, I'll just start another one. That is not going to make you a better trader. Those are there to use sparingly. We don't want you to use those as a crutch whenever you have a bad day or a bad couple losing days. They're not to be meant as a crutch. But I see traders use them as a crutch. Buckle down, get serious. Because if you're not going to get serious, you're going to struggle and you're going to spin your wheels. You might find short-term success. But overall, it's going to be very hard to find long-term success if you aren't taking the one account in front of you seriously. Live in the present, make what you have in the present work. And if you can't, because you're struggling, only then, fall back on the reset. But do make what you have in front of you work. And I think that has us at time, John. So this was fun. I'm looking forward to peppering. I think so. Yeah. High energy. So if you liked this new format, let us know. We're going to try and do it on Fridays going forward. And we'll open up the forum to more people coming up here after we get through the people that did submit themselves.
Awesome. Well, Mick, thank you very much. And thank you all for joining us. I know that all of you, all or most of you find this segment, very, very informative. And thank you very much, Mick, for that and for your experience and knowledge. We've got power players coming up here in just a couple of minutes. And I'm actually going to be on power players today. It's Andre, me, and Coach Dakota. I'm looking forward to having Coach Dakota on and talk about what he is doing. And he's been doing very, very well. So, Mick, thanks again. We'll see you on Monday. Have a great weekend hanging out with your little girl. And we'll look forward to seeing you on Monday.
All right. Thanks, John. Have a great weekend. Enjoy with the chat with those guys. Coach Dakota's been on fire lately.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has. I'm looking forward to it. All right. Stick around, folks. We'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes.
Hey, welcome back to Power Players. The man in the middle is Coach Dakota. Coach Dakota, without any further ado, I believe you're in a trade right now. We saw you in the chat there. If you'd like to update us on your position real quick and give us a brief introduction to those who may not know you or just getting to see you for the first time. You are a frequent visitor here on Topstep TV, but yeah, how you doing, man? Tell us about your trade, and we'll allow you to get back and focus on that trade.
Yeah, so everybody knows in the chat on YouTube when you guys were talking during fast markets, I was getting into a short right around 18,000 level. Since then, I've built it up. I was just in one contract into the 3 accounts you guys could see behind me. Since then, I've added into it, of course, building into a winning position. This is, what do you call it, Hogue? A cheap trade where I can manage risk. And right before stream, you asked me, Hogue, it's like, we just want to know your secrets. And what I tell everybody I talk to, the secret sauce, the golden goose, whatever you want to call it, amongst anything, me, you, and everybody else, it's not any indicator, it's not any strategy, it's risk management. So regardless of what you're trading, whether you're trading, some specific strategy, we have like ICT, we have volume, we have momentum, we have technical analysis, the list goes on and on and on. The secret sauce amongst all of them is risk management.
So Dakota, obviously you've got good risk management on this current position. And I'm sure you're really seeking for those levels that offer those cheap opportunities. And so you've got the risk management side down, which of course is number one. I mean, the only thing we can control in trading is our risk. What I'm thinking here is, what I want to know is, how are you holding on to these positions for hours and hours and hours and hours all night long and putting up these huge numbers? Man, you're an assassin. I'm really happy and for you and proud of you. How are you doing it?
I mean, you see here, right? I got into this short position and the trade's valid for me. I'm still in it. And it's been almost an hour since I got into this position. There was a trade the other day. Correct me if I'm wrong. RIPS, you're in the chat. You might remember this trade. I got in long Nikkei. It's a Japanese market. And, had my stop loss. I know what my risk is. So I know what's the worst case scenario when I wake up. The max I'm going to lose. Just like this one. If this market just rallies 100 points, I know what my max risk is. And knowing what my risk is for the trade and what the worst case scenario could be, which I accept, I understand. I'm managing what, when I'm trading, I place that trade, I have my stop loss. Then I just go to bed. For me, it's for my slow markets class, of course. I also trade the New York session, as you guys could see. But for my slow markets class on that Nikkei trade, I would put my contracts in, put my stop loss, put a take profit. I'll go to bed. When I wake up in the morning, only 3 things could happen, right? It goes up, it hits my take profit. It goes down, it hits my stop loss. Or it goes sideways and I wake up and I'm still in my position and I just manage it from there.
So I wish I could do that. I can't. I have trouble sleeping if I have a position on, especially something big, but the risk. And you say you put in a profit target. How are you measuring profit targets for? Nobody can predict anything. We can hypothesize where a price might go. If this happens, then this might happen. Are there positions that you just put on your stop and you just let run because you think that there's a bigger opportunity and then you go to sleep?
Yeah, 100%. I'm a big fan for scaling in and scaling out. You can see I have 3 contracts right now where if we do get a good push down, let's say to some support area, I might close out 1 or 2 contracts and leave 1 contract on with a stop loss. And then, if this was a slow markets class, I'll just let it run all night. And it's either going to stop me out or I'm going to wake up. And sometimes I will catch where I wake up and the market just has some news that happens to be favorable in my position. And I'm up 200 or 300 points. It doesn't happen all the time, right? I'm just looking for average, but trying to put myself in a position where I'm locking in profit. I'm controlling my risk. And if there is a big move, I'm able to take advantage of that opportunity, which otherwise we couldn't if I'm sleeping, right, and not trading. And I had to trade earlier. I think it was in December. Everybody in YouTube, you probably might remember that, where I had 100-point winner.
Oh yeah,
live during Topstep.
Power Hour.
Same situation. Yeah, you were on there, right, Andre?
Yes,
where
sir.
I built a position. It was short. I closed out for take profit. I was happy with 15, 20 points. I left a runner and I just trailed it. No way I would have ever been able to predict that the market's going to crash like that. But I was just trailing it. I let the market just do what it wanted to do. And the next thing we know, I was up 100 points.
I think, John, you caught that move to the downside in that Power Hour too, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't remember what I did yesterday.
I'm pretty sure you made over a G on that trade. Dakota made a couple grand on that trade.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That was
Yep. It was Power.
It was point, click, and pray.
Point, click, and pray. Boy, did God hear our prayers that day, man. We just took off to the downside. Yeah, that was an awesome power. That was one of the first Power Hours we did where people started putting up some really big numbers. So Dakota, yeah, I guess to that point, tell us you like to scale into these trades, or do you scale out of these trades? I think you said, on your short right here, you're gonna look for a support area to probably perhaps shave off a couple.
Yeah, 100%. I'm 3 contracts short per account. If we get a nice push down, just for example, maybe there's a support level right around here in the 70s, 70,970s. Maybe I take off 1 or 2 contracts and then I'll trail that. And then maybe while we're talking, if some dramatic news happens and it tanks the market 200 or 300 points, I'm going to be sitting in a short, right? I like to do that because I am not putting a cap on my winners a lot of the time, because it seems as just thinking about logic, right? Where we like to cut our winners short, and a take profit can be looked at that sometimes if you have multiple positions on and you're always hitting a take profit for 10 points. And traders like to do the exact opposite, where they either move their stop loss or they let their losers run, waiting for it to come back. And they're capping their winners off with a take profit, and they're letting their losers run, and they're taking these big losses or just waiting for the daily loss limit to stop them out. Well, it's kind of the inverse, right? Where I'm okay taking a lot of losses. I tell traders all the time, with the way and that my trading style is looking for 3-to-1 or 4-to-1 risk rewards, I will lose 70 to 75% of my trades. So every single trade I place, I know and I understand that I'm going to lose 7 out of 10 of them, but I will be having that trade every once in a while that I will have a nice winner. It will make up for all those losses. So I think that explains it. Maybe there's a better way to go into more detail. If you have questions, everybody in here, if you guys do have questions, you can join me on Slow Markets. I'm on, pretty much Monday through Thursday at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time in the Topstep Discord. I go over it in detail. Everything's recorded. We have a coach's library, and I explain this. It's the same concept: price action, technical analysis. I'm trading that exact same style right now as I do my overnight trades. It's just a different time frame. Overnight, I trade based off the daily, the 1 hour and 5 minute. During the New York session, primarily the 5 minute and 100 tick chart. So it's just time frame. Everything else is the same. And going back to what I was saying earlier, Hogue, it's risk management. It doesn't matter what time of day. It doesn't matter what time frame. It doesn't matter what strategy. Risk management is exactly the same.
All right. So you've kind of touched on something that I've talked to thousands of traders about, and that is the fact that nobody likes to take a loss. So we usually end up defaulting to, well, I'll just wait. We end up creating bigger losses because we don't want to take losses. The other side of that coin is we get so wrapped up in the losses we've had. When we finally have a winner, we end up cutting the winners. So we end up with small wins and big losses. You've obviously been able to rewire your brain to think the other way. I want to cut the losses and I want to let the winners run. You mentioned trailing, and I'm thinking you're talking about trailing stops. These have always been more of an art form to me than anything that I can define. And I've never been very good at it. I can put a position on I can leave a runner on, but trailing stops always seems to get me taken out of good trades long before there is a real turnaround on those. Do you have some sort of strategy, magic that you're able to kind of tell us about how you're able to stay in trades, even following stops, making sure that those stops, and there's nothing finite in futures trading. I know that there are going to be times when you're going to move your stop a little bit too close. It's going to get stopped out. It's still going to be a winning trade, but you end up kind of missing out on more of the move. Is there a technique, some sort of technical thing that you're looking at that you're able to kind of trail your stops to keep you in until there's a real reversal in the trade?
Yeah, that's the golden question, right? How would you trail a stop? Because a lot of traders tend to trail stops too tight, and it's very hard to know, right? There's no perfect answer. There's no exact way to do it that says this is the exact way. This is how you trail your stop, A, B, C, D, and there's no detailed instructions on how to do so, because the market's not perfect in terms of, we talk about support and resistance. They're more of zones. They're not exact numbers. We're always going to run into a situation where, when we place the trade, it's a good stop. However, it comes up, it hits your stop loss and it turns around. It's very hard, and that's probably one of the hardest things to do as traders is, trade location. Where do we put our stop loss? Where do we put our take profit? How do we get into the trade? For me, the best thing I will say is develop a system for yourself. And I talk to traders all the time, and you probably have your system as well. Make sure it's simple, make sure it's repeatable, and then after a period of time, you can review your statistics and then decide for yourself, am I trailing my stop too close? You could analyze, maybe you need to adjust something. For me, you guys could see my charts. My charts are up. Over here on the left-hand side, I have a 5-minute chart. This is where I based a lot of my trades. You can see we rallied up all day. This morning, we started to run into the resistance around a huge psychological level, 18,000. We started to get a little bit of a reversal here. I got into a short. We sold off, went right back up. We made technically a lower high right now. And so I added to the position. So I'm looking for another push down. And since I'm in this, over here on the right-hand side, I have a 100-tick chart. It gives a lot of traders heart attacks. I don't watch it all the time. If I would sit here and watch it, it would make me a heart attack. I'll overanalyze, I'll overtrade or whatever. The only reason I watch this is so I can granulize the market and I could start seeing on a more detailed scale maybe these pivot points. And the way I would trail my stop and the way I like to do it is over here on the 5-minute chart, it's really hard to see these pivot points. But over here on the 100-tick chart, I could see these pivot points a lot better. So if I'm going to start trailing my stop, I would trail it below or above these last pivot points.
The most recent swing high on that very short-term trade, on that very short-term chart.
It's not rocket science. I don't look at the candle by candle price action. It just helps me zoom in. It's a personal preference. That's the only way. And of course, it's not perfect. I mean, exactly right here, there's an example. If I was trailing it here, this would have stopped me out, and then it went in my direction. So nothing's perfect. If there's any suggestion I do have, if you get into a good trade,
nothing's perfect.
Actually, there is one thing that's perfect. Just so you guys know, I bought a baby goat. I did.
Goat.
Yep. I bought a baby goat. Do you guys want to see a picture?
The goat's got a goat.
The goat's got a goat. That's what you do with your profits, huh? You buy goat. I like it. Let's see.
I'll show you guys the baby goat if we could get to over 1,000 likes.
I think we're there. Let's keep it going.
Where are we at? We're close to 1,000 likes.
We're at 1,000 likes already.
1K. We must have just ticked it.
Okay. Here's the baby goat. Ready? We're gonna show this on camera. We're gonna.
Oh, dude! I'm always with you, man. It's always something with you, bro. Always the Packers. Get out of here.
There's the baby goat. Keep him on my feet.
Dakota, well played. Well played. Whether it's the Packers or LeBron James, he really knows how to stick it to the Chicago guys. Well played.
Man.
We got a question. We got a John. Yeah, John. Show me.
Here's my baby goat.
gonna get that
1966
Oh, there we
Pontiac
go.
GTO.
We're gonna get that Pontiac.
There we go.
My
That's
baby goat.
Hey, Dakota, while we got a quick break here, question from the viewers here. Why Ninja Trader?
a while ago I got a lifetime license, and that's why. I mean to me,
Answered.
as long as I have a chart, that's good enough. Sometimes I will trade not even using charts. I'll just watch the price on Rhythmic. Sometimes there's no charts. I mean, to be honest, as a trader, and I've been doing this for quite a while, I'm okay with a bare minimum. I don't need a lot of advanced stuff. So if I have a chart, basic time frames, that's good enough for me. So no specific reason other than I had a lifetime license and I'm used to it. And I know the hotkeys. So when I'm teaching a class, I could draw these pretty charts and explain it in a decent amount of detail.
Also, while I think we have a very special person watching right now, shout out to Danielle's mom. This is Oliver. Good. I'm so happy you're watching. Your daughter is absolutely crushing it. She's the boss of all of us. Everyone say hi to Danielle's mom in the chat, please. Hi, Danielle's mom. Yes, hi. Thank you.
Did I see
love
a
your
comment
daughter.
from Danielle? Where did she say she invited me to the house and I bring this trash?
And you're bringing the LeBron stuff. Hi, yes. Hello, Danielle's mom. Thank you for watching. Your daughter's crushing it. All right, so back to the markets here, Dakota. You are into a short. You built into a short position. Would you mind talking us through what the thought process was going into this trade and thinking about stops and targets and all that? Please, replay the trade for us.
Yeah, I guess I could. Let's replay it. Let me make it look a little bit better for you guys. Everything I do is off the 5-minute when it comes to the trade setup. So I didn't wake up. I like to trade late at night, guys. I'm a late night type of person. So essentially, when I woke up, we were rallying. We know 18,000 is a huge psychological level, and this is a 5-minute chart, and it's been a rally since market open pretty much. And as soon as we started to get at this 18,000 level, we started to see a lot of resistance, right? We call this an apex candle or a doji candle. Very next one, we've got something similar. And this is right around the psychological level. So for me, I'm just, this is a great opportunity where I could get into a short. I could put my stop loss somewhere above that psychological level, the daily or all-time high. I don't want to say I'm trying to short an all-time high. It's just a technical pattern. And sure enough, we got some type of resistance. And that gave me a great cheap trade to have good trade location around the psychological level. I have a nice location for a stop loss, and it gave me a lot of room to the downside because maybe the market does want to sell off all the way down maybe to 950 or to where we opened up during the New York session or during the New York Open. And then when we came down, we started to have another bounce back up. This is over here on the 5-minute. We failed to make a new high. And so this was a lower high, and we all know what that is. That means that this could be some of the first signs that we start to reverse trend and maybe look to make a new lower low. That's just a very first sign. It's really early. The probabilities are not that great, but the risk reward is. So we're kind of right there. We're down. We are making this might end up being a higher low. So we're going to try and form some type of pattern here, most likely on the NASDAQ. We're going into, lunch hour, maybe see reduced volatility, maybe see some chop. I'm not sure. I like to leave a little bit of a wider stop loss, let this trade work out. If I run up and get stopped out, that's fine. But maybe we just chop around during lunch. I like to leave a lot of room for my trades to work out. I've learned the hard way to not trail it so tight because, like you said, Hogue, sometimes we just think that when we start trailing it, you just get stopped out. How tight do we trail it? So I am perfectly fine taking this risk and leaving this trade with some room because it is a cheaper trade, and I do have a really good risk reward on this. Plus, I was up. I was up for the day. I was up from my slow markets class. My realized P&L was right around $4,500 from last night. So I do have some room to play with for the New York session.
Don't say that. Don't say that. That's your money. You don't play with your own money.
That's Topstep's money. I finally got my live account today. Risk management just sent me, hey, here's your live account. So these are the 3 express funded accounts I'm doing. I do like to trade during my slow markets class, and if I do make a buffer or make some money, I'm not going to plan on giving it all back, but that gives me a little bit more room to play with. For example, if I like to risk, say, $300 to $400 per contract. If I'm up $5,000, maybe I might increase that to maybe $500 to $600. Not dramatic, but you don't want to give away the money you already made, right? I mean, I woke up, have a nice profit. It's what is today? Today's Friday already, so we don't want to give the market back in too much of the money. But I'm definitely going to be ending today in a profit.
Excellent. Now, can I bring us back into the weeds a little bit, Dakota?
Yes.
One of the things you mentioned is keeping note of your performance. Seeing when we were kind of talking, I think mostly about trailing stops. You said, you gotta keep track. How close are you putting your stops? Are they getting taken out? Are they getting taken out for good reason? All of that accountability is something that takes effort in the moment. We can always look at the charts and say, yeah, I was short here and I moved my stop down here, but that stop ended up being too tight and took me out of a position that ended up continuing in that direction. While you're on screen, or anytime you're sitting there, do you have a system of accountability? Are you journaling? Do you have some sort of a outline that you kind of look at and say, okay, I'm going to, in a very specific way, account for everything I do in this trade, not only the activities and the outcome of the trade, but what goes on in your head during the trade? You seem to be pretty calm, like, I'm taking this trade, and if it's a loss, okay, and if it's a win, okay. You're really kind of calm about that, where a lot of folks are freaking out because I think one of the things is, when we have a winning trade on, everybody's afraid it's going to get taken away. That's why we cut winners. Do you have any kind of accountability or something that you can suggest for our traders about how you handle that accountability and that review of your performance at the end of the day? And after that, how the hell do you ever sleep?
Yeah. So I have to say that most of it is because of experience, and I've hit my head against the wall too many times. Point being, not physically, but theoretically, where I've taken plenty of bad losses. I've taken plenty of losses. I don't want to say I'm used to losing, right? I'm not used to losing money in terms of it's just I guess a muscle that the more we practice, the more you get used to it. It's almost like muscle memory, where we know the outcome of the trade, right? When we place a trade, we know the risk. Whenever I place a trade, we have to assume anything could happen, right? Regardless of how confident you are in a trade, anything can happen. That's why we have stop losses. And, for example, this one, if news came out and we just shot up another 50 points, this one might just go up and stop me out. That's too bad. I know the risk. I know how much I'm risking on this trade. That's part of trading. And for me, because I get it a lot, right? Like, how can you sleep with a trade on? And I just sleep knowing what my risk is. And I've done it so many different times, over the period of 14 years. It gets boring. Like, real trading is boring. I don't get excited about the markets anymore. In terms of making money, I get more excited, to be honest, when I get a trader who sends me a message on Discord saying that they've passed a combine and I've helped them. That gets me more excited than making $10,000. And that might sound weird, because you guys seen my trader's card with
John.
Mick.
I'm with you. I've been helping traders for years now, and it's the best thing when somebody's like, oh my God, I couldn't do this. And we work together and now I'm doing it. It's a wonderful feeling. I get that, Dakota.
Yeah, that's why I'm here, Hogue and Andre. It's not because of money. It's not because of anything. You've seen my trader's card with Mick, where I'm like averaging like $6,900 a day. I would trade that in to help traders. I really would, because it's, as of right now, it really is more fulfilling. So I've done this enough for long enough that it's boring to me. It doesn't get me too excited. I don't want to say it feels like a job, but that's what it is, right? You do this long enough, forever. It's the same thing over and over again. Place a trade, put your stop loss in, market goes up or down. You either make money or lose money. It's not as exciting. I don't want to discourage anybody. It's still amazing, right? Because you have that freedom of being your own boss. But that's the reality of it. And when it go back to your question, Hogue, we're talking about journaling my trades and reviewing your statistics. Here at TopStep, the dashboard does it all for me, right? I can go back and review my statistics. Most brokerage platforms will show you your statistics. I have a bunch of different trading styles in terms of, I have my slow markets, I do a London Open, and I also trade the New York session, obviously. I've got past the point of just writing about every single one of my trades. I typically do not review any of my trades until after maybe every other week on the weekend, because then I start to overanalyze. I start to overthink. I see it a lot in newer traders where they trade for 2 days, then they view their statistics and they're like, oh, I need to adjust this. And then they trade for 2 more days, they see their statistics, then they adjust it again. And then they get caught in this rapid ugly spiral of over adjusting and fine tuning.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know whether it was just the markets acting differently. They don't know if it's them being emotional. Right. They don't know if it's the strategy or what it is. You really do need to have a longer amount of statistics, like maybe a month, maybe 2 months, 3 months, because this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. I say that all the time, where you can't base your strategy, whether it's winning or losing, off of 1 week or 2 weeks.
One day.
I like to say a quarter. For me and my own personal trading, it's a little bit longer here at TopStep. In a 3-month period, I will review my statistics and say, how was this month? And then I'll go through and say, was it because of news? Was it because of the market? Was it because of what? Or was it because of my strategy? And do I need to adjust something? So many good traders that I know, they have bad months. They have bad quarters. Heck, they might even have a bad year. It doesn't mean they're a bad trader.
Right. Right. All right. Thank you. Yeah. One of the things that I really want to point out to everybody that you said there is, you can't adjust a strategy after every trading day. That's whack-a-mole trading. That's like, okay, this didn't work, let's try that. This didn't work, let's try that. This didn't work, let's try that. You've got to have a lot more data than that, for sure. And however you choose to review your performance, whether it's every day, every other day, or on the weekends, or every other weekend, it's just something that's important to do. And, just because you may review every day doesn't mean it's time to change everything. That's a great thing that you said there. Dakota, what's your favorite state, North or South Dakota?
So good. So good.
I get that so much. Okay, come on.
Do you really?
I like to say I'm West Dakota because I'm over here in Utah, but I have been to South Dakota pheasant hunting. It's a beautiful country. It's beautiful.
Yes,
state there.
Yeah, the Black Hills, Rapid City, Deadwood. I mean, it is beautiful country, and
I did just get stopped out. Looks like we made another all-time high here.
We sure did. Look at this, catching a bid. Unbelievable. All we do. All right. Well, you managed your risk. You knew what the risk was going into the trade, so no big deal.
Yeah.
I think. Real quick, we got a coaching group coaching form pinned to the top of the chat right now. Get those questions in for group coaching with Robert and JD here in about 30 minutes. They're going to try to get to all the questions that you guys ask. Speaking of questions asked, your demeanor, Dakota, in the chat, they're wondering how you stay so calm. Is it because you've seen so many trades, you've seen all these outcomes, that you essentially nothing really surprises you? How do you remain? Like, you just got stopped out, took a little bit of a loser. doesn't seem to phase you at all. Water off a duck's back. How do you get to this point where you are so calm and you are so, for lack of a better phrase, emotionless when it comes to trading?
Well, don't get me wrong. I didn't like taking a loss.
No one does.
Like I said, I've done it so many times. It's just I'm used to it, right? Like there's plenty of times where I'll take trades over and over again if it's still valid. Maybe this is one of them. If I see this setup happen again, which I might, we're seeing a little bit of resistance, I will place this exact same trade and say, okay, that's still valid for me. Rinse and repeat. I love rinse and repeat trades. That's just how it is. Like if the trade's valid for me and it follows my strategy and it's a good setup, I will place it. And it's either going to be a winner or a loser. However, in the long run, I know the overall outcome, right? In 3 months, if I take this exact same trade, 100 times out of 100, typically it's profitable. It's been profitable. It doesn't mean it could be profitable in the future, but it has been profitable in my trading up until today.
I like that. All right, so we're starting to see here an uptick, all-time highs again. What has been your take? I'd like to hear from both of you guys. What is your guys' take on? Well, first of all, John, can I get a Delta update from you real quick? I was someone in the chat wanted we'll get a Delta real quick. Then after that, I'd like to get your guys' take on where the markets are going, where they've been going, and where do you think the markets, the current market state. I know we're talking strictly equities. I know we have oil traders out there, we got gold traders out there, but we got some equity traders here. You got some pros with John and Dakota in here, talking shop, cutting it up, only here on TopstepTV. So I hope you guys appreciate this. We only got a few more minutes, so this is gold that we got here. We're bringing to you. I'd like to hear from you guys.
I'm sorry, Andre.
No, go ahead. What is it? What we got?
Delta's positive 5,000 in the S&Ps, positive 2,300 in the NASDAQ. It is congruent.
It is congruent. Awesome stuff.
There was a question earlier. The opening range in the S&Ps remains the low of the session. And they were asking if I took it. I did not. I'm benched for a little bit. I got a thing going on outside of trading, and I just don't think that I would be really making very good trading decisions because of that. So that's why I did not take it. And of course, the day I don't take it is the day that it works.
That's awesome.
So yeah, Delta's congruent. I mean, the NASDAQ traded all the way back to the initial balance high, and it has not returned back there. That's one of the things that we would look for a continuation move to the upside. Sorry, Dakota, that trade didn't work. I do want to ask you, Dakota, are you sure you want to be on RIPS team?
I was just going there, dude.
Oh, he's a great trader. Don't be sorry that someone takes a losing trade, right? Maybe if I didn't follow my strategy, then you could be sorry. But yeah, this is a great team. What do we have? Isaac coming on a little bit later. I am going to bang my head against the wall again. This trade set up, pretty much right at that same spot. I might take another loser here.
Let's go.
That's just one of the things. Sometimes it could be a little bit frustrating. But if it follows my strategy, you guys and everyone who's joined my slow markets have probably seen this time and time again, where I'll take a loser. Sometimes I've taken 4 or 5 losers in a row, and then 3-to-1, 4-to-1 risk reward will set up. As long as the statistics are still there, I'm okay with placing this trade. It's a little on edge sometimes when we're near like an all-time high, or when you have a couple losers back to back. I mean, especially where we're at here, we're still near that big psychological level. We just poked up, made a quick all-time high, and I'm sitting in here short near all-time highs. Typically, that's not where a trader likes to be, but the trade setup, if I'm going to be getting a 3-to-1, 4-to-1 risk reward on this, then yeah, I don't want to say I'm like a robot or I'm okay with taking losses, because yeah, sometimes nobody likes to take losses and it can be frustrating taking a loss. But this trade set up again, and who am I to pass up on a trade? Typically, I only get maybe at most 5 trades a day, and if I'm too selective sometimes in terms of like, well, I don't want to take this trade, but then the trade sets up again, like, okay, well, now I will take it. Then I'm entering maybe more human emotions or more like human error that could happen. Whereas it doesn't really matter which one's which. If it sets up, then theoretically in my statistics, I should take it again. Because then if I get too choosy, then I get to the point to where it's like, well, I should have taken that one. I should have taken this one. If
Right.
it sets up, I'll take it. If I take the loss again, then so be it. If I do take a loss on this one, I'll probably just call it a day. Maybe end up scratch and then call it a great week. I just started these combines this week, so essentially I'd be up 18,000 for the week while I've been waiting for my live account.
Just a quick 18 grand.
Well, it wasn't quick. It was a overnight trades, New York session. It was a grind. I've spent a lot of time and focused trading this week mainly. I've had a point to prove. I don't want to say a chip on my shoulder or a point.
Explain.
Maybe that's the wrong way. I try to convince Mick. Mick, if you're listening, I try to convince him during the shoulder tap to say it was a hold my beer moment where I'm a coach. I want to help out traders. And I just want to prove to all of the traders here at Topstep that just because I'm a coach, I'm a coach for a reason. I want to help you traders out. I want to lead by example. And, we all know that popular phrase. It's been around for a very long time that people do say where, those who can do and those who can't teach, right?
Right.
I am a coach. I'm a teacher. I'm also a doer as well. And so are a lot of all the coaches here at Topstep. They're great. I've learned a lot. Some of our greatest coaches in the world have been doers, right? Some of the greatest doers have been great coaches. We have, could you imagine being coached by a Michael Jordan or a LeBron James? Or here's a good example recently. I heard you guys talking about Love on the Green Bay Packers. He spent a lot of times behind Aaron Rodgers, and I guarantee you he was coached a lot by Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, we don't care about the Packers.
100%.
Then the quarterback's right behind that. Guess what? Aaron Rodgers was one of the greatest. And guess who was right in front of them, who he had as the greatest coach or a great coach? Brett Favre. And he was an amazing doer. And he also turned out to be an amazing coach. And, quarterback after quarterback, knock on wood, we have Brett Favre. And he passed that information and knowledge down to Aaron Rodgers. And then he passed that knowledge and information down to Love. And, same way with trading. Hopefully I'm able to show everybody here, I could also do this. I'm also on the top charts, and I want to pass that information down to all of the traders here at Topstep. And then hopefully maybe you guys are able to pass that information on down to someone else and back and have that as a nice snowball effect where we have
Dakota, that's one of the things that great people do is when you find a level of success, you turn around and you help the next person behind you up. One of the best things. And, as far as the Packers are concerned, they're long-term quarterback traders. The Bears have been scalpers because we've had like 100 quarterbacks in the time that you guys have had 3.
We keep getting stopped out.
How many quarterbacks have you guys went through?
A lot of losing trades, Dakota. We're getting stopped out a lot of times.
Bears are over trading. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, 100%. To that point,
trade locations.
In international soccer, all the best coaches on the planet had played at one point in their lives. You see it all the time. It's just antiquated saying that. I get why. I see you in the chat a lot saying that and you kind of feel like you need to defend yourself. I don't think you do. I think your numbers speak for themselves. And the fact you're willing to share the knowledge, same with John, you guys are willing to share this knowledge here on a public free platform like this. I think it speaks volumes, the type of people you are. There's always going to be haters in there. Hey, we got the 300 lot sitting on the bid here in 50.32.5 in the S&P. So something to keep an eye on. We got one more minute, guys, before we wrap this segment up. You guys share some words of wisdom. Dakota, go ahead. Thanks for joining us,
and
man.
To that, I take losses just like everyone else. I show it. We're all for transparency. You see my accounts behind me. You see the trades, the execution.
Love it.
I just took an ugly loss. I might take another one. That's just part of trading. Where if we're not taking losses, then we're not putting ourselves in positions to take advantage of the market. We're just I don't know. I've never met a good successful trader who's more than happy to share his losses and maybe losses are a good teaching moment. I might take another loss. back-to-back losses in front of a big audience here. We have almost 3,000 traders. Here we go. I just lost. That was a big losing trade. This one might be another losing trade. That's what it is. That's the ugly part of trading. But sometimes, like the other day, like every single time I've been on Top Step TV before, it's been what, 5K, then the 100-point winner, then winner with a winner. This is reality. I mean, more often than not, I am losing my trades. I said 75% of my time, because I'm going through those longer risk rewards. So if someone's not showing losses, then it's hard to teach, because I learn more from my losses than I do my winners.
Oh, for sure.
Amen. Well, fellas, I always want to thank you guys for your time. That was an incredible little mini roundtable we had there between two pros in this game, man. Hope you guys all respected and appreciated that, because that was some real gold that we just shared there. John, you the man. We're going to see you, I think, later today, I believe. Yes, we got Strategy Lab with Anne Marie. Dakota, love you, man. I'll see you in the chat, and probably seeing you a little bit down the road to talk trading league here and get that team together. But up next, we got TopQuiz, and we'll see you guys very shortly. Thank you.
All right, see you guys.
Dakota,
thanks, and take care.
We got to hang out, man. We got to hang out.
Maybe I'll fly over there to Chicago. I heard you guys are coming to Vegas. I'm in Vegas very often, so maybe I'll catch you down there.
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right. See you guys.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Top Quiz Lunar New Year edition, or Chinese New Year. I'm Jack, joined by Bonnie today. Bonnie, how are you doing?
Good. I'm so glad it's Friday. Almost the weekend.
I am thrilled too. I was saying I am not feeling 100%, but I will. This is like my Jordan flu game right now for Top Quiz. I'm going to do this right. But luckily, you get to carry some of it today as well, because you're going to tell us a little about, I think your mom's in town and you guys are celebrating Lunar New Year.
Yes. My mom's visiting from Taiwan. But I think we're going to make some dumplings tomorrow. And tonight we're going to make sure everything is clean in the house. I feel like Lunar New Year is really similar to just regular New Year in the U.S., where you just want to make sure everything is clean and wear red, wear your new clothes for good luck.
I did indeed. I found my red shirt. This is the one. So, all
it's
right.
A very nice red shirt.
It is. I don't get dressed up a lot sitting in this little room talking into a computer, but I should more. Anyway, if this is your first time for Top Quiz, join by clicking that link that is pinned to the top of the chat. You will enter your username, which is whatever you want shown here. For instance, Berry, Cutie Pie, Lunar New Year, Turnip Truck. That's a good one. And your email so we can contact you if you win. How do you win? If you get 3 or 4 of these multiple choice questions right, you enter a raffle for one of 40 free resets. 3 of those will go to the top 3 finishers. If you want to be one of them, you better be quick. Answer the questions on your device. I think that about covers it. I think most of you have been here before. So, Bonnie, are you ready for the Lunar New Year edition Top Quiz?
Yes, I'm ready. Maybe I'll get more than 3 right today.
I think there's a chance. Okay, we're going to start right about now. This is today's date, and here we go. Question number 1. How long does the Spring Festival for the Lunar New Year last? Is that 3 days, 7 days, 15 days, or 30 days? And Bonnie, if you know the answer, wait until there's about 6 seconds left. And now you can go ahead.
It will be 15 days.
Let's see if Bonnie's right. Of course, Bonnie is right. It is indeed 15 days. Bonnie, you were telling me that different families kind of celebrate different lengths of that. How long are you guys doing it?
My family usually do 7 days. A lot of food, lots of eating, and being with family.
Nice. I have my in-laws coming in this evening for 10 days. It's like its own sort of festival. Just kidding. I love them. It's great. All right. Let's see who's at the top of the board. We got Man Meat MP, Solistimo. I don't know how all these Drake people keep on getting in the top 5. OK Go, I guess the whole band is answering, and Jonas, presumably born in 1993. All right. Question number 2. These are not all Chinese New Year questions. Some of them are about other things. For instance, the National Commodities Futures Examination is better known by what name? And MP is going to take it. Is it the GMAT, the Series 7 exam, the Series 3 exam, or the Series Bar exam?
It's Series... Is it 3 or 7? I think 3. Right?
It is indeed the Series 3. Bonnie is 2 for 2. We're trying to find MP a book with pictures. He was complaining about this morning. And I just want to pat myself on the back for the Series Bar exam. That's good wordplay. Okay, let's see who knew it. Drake has joined us. Hoop himself. Hi, Hoop. T. Rosal. Oh, no, not again. And this is like a gamer tab. Shanhacks MC1. Are we being hacked right now? Okay. 2 for 2, Bonnie. You ready for third?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, here we go. The date of the Lunar New Year is determined by A, the lunar calendar, B, always the second Friday in February, C, the tides, or D, Bonnie, do you choose the date?
It's definitely Bonnie.
And what do you base that on? Is it
Whenever I want to eat a lot of food and see my family.
yes? Sometimes the obvious question or the obvious answer is the right answer, and it may shock some of you to learn that the Lunar New Year is determined by the lunar calendar. Hydrate.
Jack, do you know your Chinese zodiac sign?
I think it's the rabbit, but let me check that year real quick.
I was like, it's the year of the dragon. Usually, if it's the year of your Chinese zodiac sign, my family will go to the temple.
Okay,
and ask for blessings.
Well, I am clear this year. You'll have to let me know or look it up. 1987 was the year of the rabbit. So that's what I got going for me, which is nice.
Nice.
All right.
I'm the dog.
Nice.
The best one, of course.
What are the worst ones? There's like a year of the rat, right? That seems kind of lame. Drake remains on top. T. Razzle. My old friend Jack's Cornhole is here. Whoop it up, boys. It's Friday. Hoop and baked potatoes. All right, we got one question left. Oh, someone tells me 2023 was just the year of the rabbit, Bonnie. So I'm going to have to wait a while for the blessing. Darn. All right, last question. In the futures market, the difference between the cash price of the commodity and the futures price is known as the A, the basis, B, the backwardation, C, contango, or D, the juice.
Would it be the basis?
Bonnie?
Or...
You are still undefeated. We have just seen our second perfect score by a guess. It is called the basis for you futures nerds out there. The basis is related to backwardation and contango. If the futures price is higher than the price of the underlying, that's contango. If it's lower, that's backwardation. The juice is the juice. The juice is loose. All right, let's see who had perfect scores like Bonnie. In third, okay. Baked potatoes and Drake really needing that free reset there. Well, thanks everybody for playing. Bonnie, always a pleasure. Hope that you have a great Lunar New Year festival. Send your mom my regards. We've never met, but she seems very nice. So thanks for joining.
Thank you, Jack.
And I'm to get you. Do you want multiple Pitbull bobbleheads? This was more of an Alyssa thing, but I'm gonna get you some sort of trophy. We'll figure out something that you like.
Okay, that sounds good to me. Thank you.
All right. Happy Friday, everyone. Stick around.
Friday.
We got group coaching. We got Power Hour. We got a guest coming in. It's going to be fun. So stick around. We'll be back right after this. Bye-bye.
Good for everyone real quick. Robert's been trading and investing since 2002. Began day trading full-time in 2017. And he's been at TopStep since 2021, I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah, February 14th this year will be 2 years.
Ah, Valentine's Day anniversary. Excellent. I didn't realize it was that close. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, go ahead, Robert. You want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure, not too much. We've been through this before, but I'm just pretty much an NQ trader, work off the equities. I use a thing called Occam's razor. It's a philosophy that generally, when you're in a situation, the simplest explanation is usually the best. Not always, but that's just kind of the process that I follow. I don't have a lot on my chart. Don't take a whole bunch into the market. Just if the trade is there, it's there. Take it. If it's not, don't take it. And this is the CFTC disclaimer here, and risk disclaimer. Excuse me. While we're looking at that, I did want to give a huge shout out to Dakota. That was an awesome session that they just had. They just went through prior to TopQuiz. That was unbelievable. I was sitting here eating lunch, just like, wow. And the chat can probably guess what I had for lunch. So this is futures and forex trading contains substantial risk. You may lose more than your initial investment. What we say here is of our opinion only. It is not to be taken as any type of trading or investing advice whatsoever. Okay, moving on. I would just like to pull up a chart in the background. This is Quantower. Why don't I pull up? Why don't we pull up Topstep X, since that's hot off the plate? So let's use Topstep X as our background. And JD, what do we got for questions? Looks like we got some good ones in there, perusing through.
We sure do. Thanks to everyone for submitting your questions. We had the form pinned to the top of the chat for a couple hours. We let it marinate for a while, and we did get some good questions. So thank you. And again, of course, if we don't get to your questions today, we'll try our best to get to them possibly on Monday. And yeah, I was watching that Coach Dakota segment also. He has been just absolutely killing it here at TopStep. We've got some great coaches here. You can catch them all on Discord. Coach Dakota does his slow markets segment at 8 o'clock Central Time in the TopStep Discord. You could also find Coach Robert in Discord pretty much all night long also. He's up trading and talking with people all night long. But yeah, let's get into it. First question comes from Aziz. Aziz asks, how can you leverage your trading strategies and risk management techniques to consistently meet your profit targets and achieve success as a TopStep trader? You got that one?
Well, I got it. That is the name of the game, isn't it? We want to manage our risk, use a strategy or technique that works well for us and our personality, our makeup, our mindset, our own risk tolerance, and our character. That's the word I was looking for. And we want to make our profits to achieve success. Yeah, it's all the standard formula. You hear it all the time on TopstepTV. Although there are different ways of trading, and there are as many ways to trade as there are traders, but overall, the overwhelmingly is to keep your winners smaller than your losers. Pretty simple. Pretty simply stated, right? Occam's razor. Keep your winners bigger than your losers. And if you keep your win rate somewhere around 50%, you'll be ahead of the game. As far as risk management, definitely don't put on take as much risk as like all the what am I trying to say here? More risk than you can chew. Okay, so if you have the 50K account, your max loss limit is $2,000. You don't want to be losing $1,000 in a day and blowing half the account out, because that's pretty much half the account. You only get that $1,000 in your daily loss, and then next $1,000 is your max loss limit, and then your combine is out. So take it slow and steady, especially on the smaller side. You can take a page out of Dakota's book. He's going to enter his trade, and it's okay. Nope, didn't go my way. It's a little bit of a loss. Take another one. It's a little bit of a loss. But then when he gets that and it finally goes where he wants it, it wipes out all those small, tiny losses. I'm similar to that, just that the difference is the win rates are extremely different, but the wins themselves are different also. I need to win 75-80% of my trades. If I'm winning 70% of my trades, I'm actually losing money just because I'm an inverted P&L, but that's me. Others are doing it differently. Hogue is set on that 2-to-1 ratio. It works for him. The ES trades a little different than NQ, a little different styles. I have a trader that I know that has a one risk 7 reward ratio, and it's very, very similar. Where he'll get into a trade, nope, get out. Trade, nope. Trade, nope. and he has these little tiny losses. But then once it goes a direction, it just keeps right on going and just rides that thing for hours and hours and hours. It's a great way. It's something that I actually honestly am looking for. That was something for my goals of 2024 is to get into a little more of those runners and try to figure that out. Just takes a lot more market analysis, which honestly, I'm not hugely very good at it. I'm more the math person. If you see me around, it's if this, then that, and if it doesn't, do the other. That's kind of the approach I take. Because right now, I have no idea. Is it going to make another high? I don't know. But I know what I'm going to do if it does, if I'm long, if I doesn't, and I'm long. So yeah, that's leverage trading strategies, risk management. It's just repetitive. Go over and over the same thing. Make the little adjustments here and there. Don't do it every 2 days. Like that's another thing Dakota said. I hate going back there, but it was a great segment. I'm going to go watch it again later tonight. Don't just go in and say, hey, I'm going to try this strategy. 2 days later, go, that didn't work. And then change to something else. And 2 days later, that didn't work and change to something else. No, get into something. It might be a little boring, but it's repetitive. You have a practice account. Stick with that. And so you can dial it in. Take those small wins. Keep the losses bigger than the winners bigger than your losses. Trade's not going your way, get out. I know it's kind of let's say a vague answer, but that is the goal, right? That question there is how do you do that? That's the goal. That is trading. And check Discord. Did we cross 60? Was it 40,000? I forgot what it was. I think it was 40,000.
Yeah, I believe we hit 40,000 early.
Yeah,
was that earlier this week or late last week? Yeah, a lot of people in there watching.
A lot of advice, a lot of great channels, a lot of buddies, and it looks like I'm just watching the Nasdaq now. It looks like we're going to go up again and make another all-time high. Wow.
Yep. And just following up on what you said, I was listening to Coach Dakota pretty closely, very closely also in that last segment. He claimed that the special ingredient to his special sauce is risk management. He's only winning on 25% of his trades. But he's scaling into positions, never has more than a 3 lot on. He knows his risk, and he can take those small hits because he knows when that winner comes, it's going to wipe everything out, just like you said. It's going to wipe out all those losers and put some money in his pocket for sure. All right. Thanks for the question, Aziz. Moving on to Alex. Alex wants to know, how do you determine your daily bias? When you sit down at your screen in the morning, what are you looking at to determine an initial bias in the market? Or are you even looking at an initial bias? Your trades are very mechanical.
Yeah, they're very mechanical. It's a good question. I'm only going to answer my personal thing because it's really simple. I simply don't. I just look at how the market's moving, and like you mentioned there, JD, I just look at certain areas. Okay, here's a low, here's a high. I think it's going to go here, and it does or it doesn't. So I'm going to put my personal thing aside and go with the general term, like how do you determine daily biases? Well, the opening range is a really good one. If you have that opening range, Hogue uses the 1 minute. When I was trading the opening range, I used the 5 minute. Some people use 10, 15, whatever works for you. So you take that opening range. It's just the high and low of the first 1 minute candle if you're using a 1 minute. And if that opening range is the high of the day, well, then you probably would have a short bias that day. Other traders like to use VWAP. It's the average price weighted by volume, right? Volume weighted average price. So we're seeing the price is going a certain direction, and that's the average because we're just down and up, down and up, down and up. But you're making lower lows, lower highs, lower closes, and that price just keeps running going down. You can possibly use that as a daily bias as well to think it's going to the downside. You can use the rotations, a point of control rotations and market profile rotations, volume profile. Take a look at those areas. See, they don't like to leave those markets don't like to leave those naked POCs out there. They also don't like to leave the overnight highs out there. So if there's a high that was made overnight, you might have a long bias to go back up and reach that high. It's good for more trender traders, but if you're just going into a trade, the market, and your trades are, let's say, 5 minutes or less, it's kind of hard to pick a bias on that because even though you have a down day, you may have 5 winning trades that were all longs. It's just depending if you pulled a bounce off of a moving average or a bounce off of some other level that you were interested in. So it's a little tough on the shorter time frames to have a bias, but those are some things that you can use. Thanks, Alex. That was good.
Definitely. Thanks, Alex. Thank you, Robert. And yeah, try not to get stuck on a single time frame on your chart too. We like to talk about taking a top-down approach. Maybe start with, I believe Anne-Marie starts with like a weekly chart every morning. She goes from a weekly to a daily to a 4 hour, 1 hour, 30 minute, 15 minute, 5 minute. So yeah, if you're looking at 100 candles on a 5 minute chart, you're going to get a completely different picture than you are 100 candles on a daily chart. So don't get stuck on a single time frame. Top down approach. Give it a shot. Thank you, Alex. All right, next question comes from Burkus. Burkus says, hello. We're at all-time highs, and I can't seem to get in. Sounds like Burkus is keeping his risk maybe a little too tight, trying to catch a piece of the move up today.
Possibly, but it's also going to depend on their risk management. Like, let's say they're using one contract or one lot on a 150K combine. You can give it a little bit more room. You have a little more wiggle room in there to play along with it. And I think the last line of that was the key there. It's just you don't have to trade. I hate these days, to be quite honest. Like these all-time highs, like day after day. This bit me the last time we had all-time highs, not just a little while ago, but like last year. It just I'm not very good at it. It's hard. Why is it hard? Because we don't have any information. We're looking for information. We don't have any areas or like say, okay, well, what are there buyers up here? What happened here last time? If you want to use that top-down approach JD was just talking about, what are we looking at the monthly, weekly? We don't know. It's just simply up. And the thing is, it's like ballistic. It's just gone through the roof again. So we don't have much information to go on. So in my opinion, it's just kind of a crapshoot up here. I would suggest, again, not advice, my opinion, is not trying to pick the high. Not looking at, that's high enough and it looks like it's slowing down. Let me try to short it and pick the highs. I think that makes less sense now that it's an all-time high. Is it going to turn around eventually? Of course it is. Do we know when? I certainly don't. And if you do, with any certainty, let me know. I'd be happy to go short with you. But the last line is what did it. You don't have to trade. If you are having trouble getting in and out like that, walk. That's keeping your risk managed. Not trading is a position. There's longs, there's shorts, and there's none. That is a position. And no harm, no foul on that one. There's no shame in not taking a trade if you're not comfortable with it.
Absolutely. No position is a position, right? And Linda in the chat wants to know, Coach Robert, do you share your trading systems in your the TopStep Discord channel? Do you talk about
Linda.
your strategies?
Yeah. Hi, I would say hi, Linda. Hi, Ponzi Fonzie. That just shoved me out. I see you two in here all the time, so I appreciate it. Linda, thanks for the kind words always. Answer the question. Yeah, in Discord, we don't hold anything back. We're here to teach. That's what we're here for. I do some trading. I'm working with Topstep. We're on TopstepTV, putting all this stuff together. We want you to do good. I specifically want you to do good. I kind of it's bad because I'm a little emotional like that. I take it a little personally if I show a trader something and it's not working the way that they anticipate or something. I do take a little personal because I showed you. I presented some information. So yeah, in Discord, absolutely. All the coaches have channels in there, and I don't believe there's any coach, and I'll put 100% on this, that you're going to ask a coach, hey, how do you do this? And they're going to say, I'm not going to tell you because that's my thing. They're not going to do that. All of the coaches here are awesome. They're very, very welcoming. They're very, very helpful. And we'll do everything we can to give you the best.
100% true. Thank you, Robert. And thank you for the question, Burgess. Hope that helped you out. Next up, Alan wants to know, what source does Hogue use when he speaks about open interest during the opening call every morning? Well, open interest is published by the exchange, in this case, the CME group, every morning for the previous day. So the number you see on the website today will be for yesterday's trading session. It takes a while to put these numbers together accurately, so beware of anybody that tells you they are getting live open interest data because it is just too difficult to track, and it would be absolutely inaccurate. If it takes the exchange more than 12 hours to get an accurate number, there isn't a platform out there that's going to give you an accurate number in real time. So keep that in mind. Go to cmegroup.com. I believe we have a link.
Putting it in right now. Yeah.
Coach Robert's putting the link for CME Group open interest in the chat right now. You can use that for reference. Anything else you want to add to that, Robert?
Nope, that was it right there. We all look at the same thing when I have the wonderful opportunity to fill in for Hogue now and then. That's what we use. That's the sheet right there. You have to go through it. There's several areas. We have to look at the equities and look at the commodities, look at the metals and stuff to pull it out. But you'll see it on that chart on that screen.
Perfect. Thank you, Robert. Thank you for the question, Alan. All right, next we are on to Alexander. Alexander says, after 4 months, I finally passed my 50K trading combine. Now, moving forward, what are some good recommendations to not overtrade?
So, first of
Well,
all,
first thing,
congratulations for passing. Yeah.
took the words right out of my mouth there. Congratulations, Alexander.
We're on your side. We love it when we hear that, and we'd love to have you take it easy, make those 5 days of $200 or more, and start taking some payouts in your XFA. That was wonderful. So first of all, yeah, congratulations on that. Secondly, as far as moving forward and what good recommendations are, it's pretty straightforward. Do the same thing you've been doing. Just what's that thing? Dance with the one you brought or something that they use. I'm not too familiar with that cliche, but it sounds about right. If what you've been doing is working and has worked and got you this far, continue to do that. Just still keep an eye on it because the markets are ever changing. So what worked 2 weeks ago might not work this week. Just take it easy, take it slow and steady. There's no reason to hurry up. There's no reason to rush. You saw that it took you 4 months. Congratulations, 4 months. It took me a hell of a lot longer than that to become profitable. I'll tell you that much. More than twice as long as that. So congratulations again. Do the same thing. If you have your journaling, we're always touting the journaling. Look back at it, look at your notes, and see what worked for you and see what didn't. Repeat the process. Welcome to the funded side.
Exactly. And like we say, funding is just the beginning. Now that you're in, you get to start profiting from that trading, so this is not the time to start making any drastic changes to your trading plan. And you nailed it. What Hoke said, dance with the one who brung you. That's it. Congratulations, Alexander, and good luck in the funded level. All right, next up is Tizian. Tizian says, when trading, I encounter being in profit and not taking profits because, for one, I want to let my trade run, and at the same time, I'm afraid to move up my stop up above. Thanks. Any advice for Tizian? Oh, he's afraid to move his take profit level up above. Yeah. I know we did talk about this. This is a common question. We get this all the time. Yeah, it's just about moving stops or letting trades breathe. But go ahead. Fire away,
that's exactly it. If you're there and you're letting a trade breathe, if you're counting, you said you're being in profit and not taking those profits. It's really just a matter of your style. I am not one to let trades run. I'm not saying it's right nor wrong. It just matches me. When I see that on there, I see those few $100s. That's what I'm looking for. That's really all I'm looking for. These traders here that we have that are putting up these 5-figure days, 4-figure days, or even $900 days. That kudos to them. That's amazing. Personally, I'm just not that type. So if you're looking to hold on to those a little longer, I would strongly suggest and encourage you to jump in with Coach Dakota. He's fabulous like that. I don't know. I know Jay Cook does that too, and I know Coach Paul holds his things longer as well. Jump in that coaching section in Discord. We are all there to help. You'll find someone. Like if you went into my channel, my room, and asked that question, I'd be like, I'm not the right person for you, and you should probably work over here. But holding them longer, they're gonna have a hell of a lot better advice for you or suggestions for you on that. So I will kind of slightly defer that one off to a more familiar coach. We want to make sure you're getting the right information.
For sure. I would definitely recommend maybe adding another contract to your position also. If you're trading 2 as opposed to 1, it's a lot easier to lock in some profits and hold that runner because you're basically taking a risk-free shot at a long-term trade. So maybe consider that also, Tizian. And you could start small too. Start in the micros, go into your practice account, see how it works out. I know adding risk is not for everybody. One-lot traders like being one-lot traders. But if you are looking for those bigger moves, if you're looking to take a bigger piece out of the trend, it's always wiser to lock in some profits first, then let a runner run risk-free. There you go. All right. Nice. We have another Noah. Noah from IT is back. This looks like a similar question from earlier in the week. Maybe Noah wasn't here to hear your answer, but let's give Noah another shot at it. Noah wants to know, how has your background in IT played a role in your trading, Coach Robert?
Thanks for that, Noah. I did go through that a couple days ago when I was on here, but let me give you the abbreviated version. Based on my personality and my structure, my mindset, my logical, the way I think, it really helped because it's just it's just yeses and nos, logicals. Did it do this? Then do that. If it didn't, do something else. So my IT brain helps. Background helps with that IT brain of just being logical, and just I don't have those huge emotionals on it, and I don't do a lot with economics and do a lot of studies on there and trying to figure out the market. Like I said the other day, there's tons of traders that have double PhDs and their statistics and economics and computer science degrees and all the like on Wall Street and all the hedge funds and firms, and they don't get it right. So when I look at myself, I'm like, so what do I think? And that was a big problem that I had. I let that somebody asked me about what a big problem that I had to get over, and that was one of them, was thinking I was going to outsmart the market, and yeah, that didn't happen. There's no way that happened. So my IT background, it gave me the ability to just disconnect from what is going on around me, look at things logically, unemotionally, mechanically, robotically, and also learning, the coding and programming, just doing a lot of the mathematics stuff behind the scenes. So yeah, it did really. I was 17 years in IT prior to trading.
Yep. If you didn't know it, for 17 years, Robert was were you an owner operator of your own IT company before coming to Topstep?
Yeah, a small IT company. Before that, I sold out in 2009, and I actually became a sports therapist, believe it or not. I started working on a bunch of Olympic athletes and sports therapy world for almost 10 years before I get into trading. So dating myself here, but yeah, I was 17 years. Yeah.
What kind of sports therapy? Like physical therapy?
More so for performance. So physical therapy would pretty much, if you came in and you had an injury, you're a baseball player, you hurt your shoulder or whatnot, that would be more of a physical therapy. Mine was more performance based. So I wouldn't have somebody wouldn't come in to me, let's say they're a weightlifter, and they wouldn't say, my knees hurt, and what can I have for therapy? They would come to me and say, hey, I need to add 20 more pounds to my deadlift in the next 4 weeks, stuff like that. So I would help them with the performance side of things, but it was all through body mechanics. So I looked at the body. That's a whole other story I'll jump on at some point. But yeah, it was just, it didn't take long. I was in business. I started it, and within like a year and a half, I literally had Olympic athletes. In 2016, I had 8 track runners in the 2016 Olympics, which was amazing. But NFL players would fly in and get some treatment, some performance stuff. It was a really fun time. I did that for almost 10 years. That's when on my bio there in 2017, when Bitcoin went through the roof, I'm like, wow, I am busting my butt here 8, 9, 10, 12 hours a day running these businesses. I could be sitting behind a computer for a couple hours a day, and here we are.
How did it take us so long to get to this? How has this been kept a secret for so long, Robert? Learn something new every day, right? Your history in sports therapy. This is all new to me. I've never heard this stuff before.
Really?
We're gonna have to definitely get some more background. We'll go deeper into this in another episode, maybe.
For sure, I'd be happy to. I mean, that's what literally people. I was just really, really weird about things. I'll give you one little quick example. I had a marathon runner come in, and they want to increase their marathon time. So they're always training what they should do for runs, long runs, getting injuries, doing ice baths, and eating and nutrition and all that type of stuff. I focused on the breathing on this particular person. They were a little smaller. It was a lady, a little bit smaller, and I noticed that she just had this really. I'm trying to do this with my hands, just really small breaths. So my thought was, if I could take in between each of those ribs and the entire rib cage all the way around and work all those areas to break up the fascial stuff that's in there and loosen up those muscles and get the activation of those better when you have cross synchronization from, your right arm goes forward, your left leg goes forward, and help that X pattern crossing. I thought, if you can take a breath and that breath is easier to take, you get more air in at every single breath. How many breaths would you take over a marathon, and would that help you? And it was incredible. She was looking to take just I think it was 8 or 10 minutes off her time, and she took about 40 off her time. So, and I want to say this due to me, it's just the way her body was. Just like, if you have those restrictions, it's just going to hold you back. Think of laying under sheets, and the sheet is pulled really tight. You really can't turn around that much under that sheet. But untuck those sides of the sheets from your bed a little bit, and you have some nice free flowing in there. Back to the market, another all-time high on NQ. I just saw it popped up.
What a
have
move.
the
What a
high
move.
on this? It's incredible. It's just not going to stop, and it's somewhere.
Yep. S&P's closing in on an overnight high.
41. Wow.
S&P's closing on the overnight high at 50.43. NASDAQ finding range extension higher. New all-time high just printed a second ago. We do have a follow-up question in the chat from Rogue Trader. You mentioned you're spending 17, 18 hours a day running businesses when you could just be sitting in front of your screen for a little bit and making money. But Rogue Trader wants to know, how many hours a day now do you find yourself in front of the screen?
Well, you caught me about the same, but that did not happen prior to Topstep. When I became in 2017, I got bitten by the Bitcoin bug. I didn't trade Bitcoin; it was just penny stocks there and low cap stock, and got destroyed. I switched to futures at the beginning of 2018. It took a couple months to get that going, and then I was a full-time trader for the next 4.5 years or so. And I started Topstep. February 14th will be 2 years. So, yeah, there's not a lot. Although when your role kind of changed a little bit, we had some time past summer before the release of One Step, One Rule. It was a little bit more flexible. I was able to do a little bit more trading. TopstepTV, we are just pushing this. Every single person on this production team and the hosts are just doing everything we can day and night, literally 7 days a week, to make sure we're putting a good show together for you. So I haven't done probably the days now are between they're generally between no less than 12, but around 14 to 16.
That's a long day for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on. Kyriakos wants to know, Kyriakos like a little insight into how you can come back from a series of losses from trading. Sounds like Kyriakos might have hit a little cold streak and is having some trouble getting back into the market, possibly.
I think so. Kyriakos, it's a common problem also, and myself included, where you get those losses and it just weighs on you. We get that fight or flight thing going on, that mammalian brain that we have, and the lizard brain, all that deep, the amygdala, all that fear and stuff. What am I supposed to do? I can only share what really worked for me is I took away these streaks. Like, you had a series of losses. If you try this, just try it. Look at every trade as an individual. Okay, so do you have a winning streak or a losing streak? Personally, my winning streak or losing streak is always a factor of 1. It was hard to do and hard to get past that mentality and the mindset and the thought process that I just lost 4 or 5 trades in a row. I'm horrible. I can't do this. And you start talking down on yourself. It's like, nope. So imagine if you are taking 20 trades a day, you consistently lose 4 or 5 trades, and then you lose 3 off the bat. Flip it to a positive. Just be like, all right, well, I guess I only have like 2 or 3 left to lose, and get those out of the way. Try not to take it to heart. It's part of the game. It's what, every team, we use the baseball analogy that every team that wins the World Series lost games, and every batter that hits home runs has struck out. It's just part of striking out. Dust yourself off, pick up the next bat, and that pitch has gone by you. There's always going to be another chance, always going to be another opportunity. It's totally easier said than done. Take a break and just think, all right, it's part of the game. It's what happens.
Yeah, we had a similar question yesterday with when Hogue was on. A trader was asking, what is the single most important lesson you could teach to a beginning trader? And Hogue just flat out said, zero hesitation. The first thing that every new trader needs to learn is how to take and accept losses and move on from them. And that's as simple as he put it. Learn how to take a loss and then move forward. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right. Next we have Paula. Paula wants to know, what are your thoughts on using a trade copier? Do you know which one is permitted to use with NinjaTrader in the program? What is your experience with trade copiers? Do you trade multiple accounts, Robert? When you were going through evaluations?
Yeah, I did not trade multiple accounts. I do trade multiple instruments, and I'm not saying just hedging, but I might say like, oh, this is going to stay for a little while. I'm going to use a couple micros on this, but then scalp some minis on NQ, which is kind of my baby. That's what I like to do there. So yeah, I don't do any type of trade copying whatsoever. And if you're talking about, was it NinjaTrader? I don't know if we can say the name. We're not sponsored or anything like that. It starts with an R. You can probably hit it up in the group. I don't know if we can say it, so I don't want to put a name out there, but it does start with an R. That is very, very common amongst traders who like to trade copy. It is a third-party product. It is not built into it. So I'm sure the chat can help you out with that stuff. I'm not a fan, to be quite honest. I'm not a fan. It's a reason, like even MP said this morning that we don't like that. We don't want you to just take, if you can't trade one account, you can't trade 20, you can't trade 3, right? For the most part. I get the idea where you think that risk section is spread around, but copy and trade, if you're just losing, you're going to lose on 3 accounts and you have 3 activation fees. And it's just, I don't understand the lure behind it. I know we talk about some like risk management stuff, but you're still losing. You're just losing 3 times the rate. Just trade one. If you have 3 accounts, fine, do trade. All right, I'm going to trade NQ on this one. I'll trade ES on this one. I'll trade gold on that one. Or you trade different times a day. Oh, I'm going to use this account for my overnights and see what happens, how good I am at it, and how what I can work on. And one is during the day, and maybe one for power hour. So you can kind of see it may be educational, right? And you may learn something out of that to say, wow, you know what? I really do like that overnight session. Or it just hits you and says, I like power hour, or I'm not good at power hour. Try that. It's well worth it. Plus, you have your practice account. The question being around trade copying, it's there, it's available. I personally don't use it. The traders that I work with don't generally use it because we want to take control of our trades. And I've heard of things where, hey, we're going to put a trade on, we're going to close that out, but it didn't close out the 4th account, and that just kept running. So just be real careful with that. I'm just not. It's a personal opinion. I'm just not a fan. Trade one before you try to trade multiple.
Great answer. And yeah, MP is super passionate about his thoughts on trading multiple accounts. I think we have a clip of it somewhere on our YouTube channel. I'll go digging for it. But he is not a proponent of trading multiple accounts. If you can't be profitable on one account, you're not going to be profitable in 2 or 3 accounts or 20 accounts even. But thank you for the answer. Rips, we see you chime in the chat. Don't change a thing. We love you just the way you are, brother. All right, moving on. Keith W. Keith wants to know, how do I get over the fear of entering a trade even though I know that it's a good trade setup?
The fear of entering a trade. That there's 2. There's fear of entering, fear of exiting. Fear of entering is I'm going to go on a limb on here. Not say that's a good thing, but from experience, we get too anxious to try to get in, and sometimes that little pause may be beneficial. You do need to program your brain to say, hey, this is my setup. This is what I'm looking for. Here it is, and punch it in. One of the reasons I like using automation, that's a really cool segue there. It's one of the reasons I enjoy that. It's not that I'm going to sit there and turn it on and let the thing run 24 hours a day and just, the longer it runs, the more money you make. No, that's not the case. But I could be doing something and watching, it's like, oh, all of a sudden it goes, boom, guess what? It entered. I know my process. I know my strategy. It just showed up. My setup is there. It stops that hesitation. And now once you're in it, if you don't like it, close it. If you like it really good, add another contract to it. So that's just one thing that I use. It's like automated assist, so to speak. But yeah, how do you get it? It may not be a bad thing. If you're just hesitating a little bit, that's one thing that I learned is whenever I'm wrong on a trade, and it still holds true. This just happened to me 3 days ago. I was on here, entered a couple of trades, and I was wrong 3 times because I was early and I was anxious and got into the trade. But fortunately, you just get out really quick. It's like, oh, it's going down. Nope. Oh, it's going down. Nope. So usually if I'm wrong on trades, the majority of the time, it's because I'm jumping the gun. I'm seeing what I want to see instead of waiting for it to actually show up. It's a problem that I have. I still have that problem. I literally did it earlier this week, 3 times in one trade. So I'm with you. Put it on. Just your setup comes in. It's easier said than done, but just slap it on there. What's going to happen? You're going to lose it or win it.
Yeah, you did the work putting the system together. If you're sticking to your plan, then you shouldn't be nervous about getting in the market. If you're seeing a setup and you're not confident in it, then don't take it and just watch how it plays out. Jot it down in your journal. Didn't take a trade, see what happens. But yeah, I think the worst thing to do is jump into the market when you're not really that confident about the trade setup. So take that for what it's worth. Thank you for the question, Keith. All right, next up, CFP99 wants to know, why do I trade well in my 50K combines, but then when I try a 150K combine, I get reckless and increase size for my positions? How can you scale efficiently? Sounds like CFP is having a little trouble with the expanded risk parameters in the larger accounts. What kind of advice would we offer to CFP for scaling
For that,
into bigger positions?
Well, if you're having trouble with it, my first question would be why. Like, if you're doing good, I trade well in my 50K combine. When I go to 150, I don't do well. The Occam's razor, my approach, then don't trade it. Just stick with the 50. Get 250s, get 350s, and just trade them if that's what you're most comfortable with. If you're really, really, really trying to say, no, I am hell bent on trading a larger amount, they do go up almost exponentially, meaning that like the loss limits in there. But I wouldn't say go 50K account, 1 contract, 100K account, 2 contracts, 150K account, 3 contracts. Why don't you start with 2? Every time we go from 1 contract to 2, you are doubling everything. You're doubling your position size. You're doubling at the rate that you win, but you're doubling the rate that you lose also. Seeing those bigger numbers, maybe your eyes aren't just used to it. I can't get used to them myself. I'm not that type of a trader. I see these guys, traders, guys and gals, I see these traders putting up huge numbers, and it's like, wow, if I'm there and I'm looking at a chart and I see it going up $1,800, I'm like, dang, I'm gonna close that. And they're like, nah, I'll let it pull back. And they will literally let it pull back 1,800, go against them 2,000, and then close out for a positive 19,000. Don't know how they do it. Kudos to them. That would be someone to talk to about that. But going from 50 to 150, baby steps. Baby steps. Try the 1 lot anyway. If you have 150K, I'm going to go back to the why. Like, why would you go that route? If you're doing well on the 50K, I'm going to go back to that route and ask yourself. Don't answer me, but ask yourself why. Okay. If you want to go to the 150K because you have more room, then don't increase your size. If that gives you, if you're one that needs to take a little bit more of a drawdown on it, or if you find that your losses, you're losing a little bit more than you really want to, well, you're making it in the 50K and your loss limits are closer and tighter. Yes, you have to have a little more profit making in the 150K. So are you greedy? Are you in a hurry? Are you just trying to show off something? I don't know. I'm not being bad about this. Just ask yourself why. Look in the mirror and say, well, hey, I'm doing wonderful at this 50K. Okay, well, can you increase the size on the 50K? Maybe your position size, rather than going that route and getting all bent. Like, are you going from 50K to 150 doing 3 contracts, or are you going from the 50K to 150K and doing 12 contracts? That's disproportionate. So those are all questions you can go and ask yourself. I would just maintain if you're doing something well, stick with it. Ask yourself why.
Awesome. Thanks, Robert. Checking in on the chat, Shannon's asking, where can we get Robert's barcoding bots? You want to talk a little about what time you're in Discord in the evening and what you talk about with traders in there?
Yeah, where did this come from? I didn't see it.
In the chat. Shannon Godwin in the chat.
Okay,
so Robert did make a video on the... and I believe there is a video available on our YouTube channel. Is it published? Or do you have a link to it maybe? Robert did a group coaching session in Discord where he built a bot. He spent the entire hour building a trading bot. And possible that's what Shannon's looking for. Maybe can you provide a little more insight into that for us, Robert?
Yeah, that's what we did. It was a coaching session. It's a coaching session that it was actually 2 hours, JD. We started from scratch. We started literally, it's NinjaTrader. There's a strategy builder for automation built into NinjaTrader. And we had a blank slate. We said, okay, what do we want to do? And we made it super, super, super simple just to show what's going on. It was 3 candles. We had a candle, a green candle going up. The next candle made a higher high. The next candle made a higher high, but then closed lower. And we went short. Put the stop above that candle. And then the opposite, one down a little bit lower. The next one went lower, but came up and closed positive. Went closed green. We went long, and the stop was below it. That is literally all we did on this bot. And it worked super, super well. Traders are using it. There's no rocket science. There's no math thing behind it. Just that. We just had a 3-candle reversal with a risk limit. It's just that height of it, okay? And then we started adding things to it, and the more we added to it, it got worse. It's just someone said, hey, all right, let's only go long over VWAP and short under it and over moving averages. And, what if it only moves so far? And then we take 2 in a row and like that type. The more we added, the whole video it's a 2-hour session recorded in the coaching area that you'll see. And it looks like Jay just posted it there. It's a pretty common one. And they'll get questions about it. Specifically, my coaching channel, if you want to talk code stuff, that's fine. we can go in there and show stuff. We can work through things. And there's a second one that was added recently. It's an algo channel. There's a bunch of coders in there. Just sharing knowledge. I mean, do you know C# or have to learn Python so you can use PineScript, or you doing JavaScript because you're working on TradeObate. There's just a bunch of information in there, a bunch of different traders in there. I'm not in that one as often because I like to let them, to do their thing. And I am certainly not the end all be all of coding by any means. I'll just share what I know and give some ideas. So yeah, whatever's in there, you're welcome to. Feel free to ask questions. I'd be happy to help you out. And so would anybody else that's in there. But take a look at that video. You'll get some ideas. And it's all built in. There's no coding whatsoever. You're just putting the conditions in. If candle 3 is lower than 2 and candle 2 is lower than 1, but close lower, open was higher than close, then go short. It really, really, really simple. And we put risk parameters in there. You can change how many contracts you're trading at a time. It works on any time frame because it's literally just looking at the candles. And it works great. It works great on range bars. Why? Because they're not going to plot until the market has moved a certain amount. Where if you have a 1 minute candle, for example, you might get a couple highs and lows before it goes up, but a range bar is not going to plot another candle until it actually breaks. So it works super good on that. Check it out.
Definitely check it out. And thank you, Jay Cook, for being on point and grabbing that link for us. If you weren't paying attention, just scroll back a little bit. You'll see Jay Cook posted the link for Robert's bot building video from Discord. Excellent. Moving on, Kanan wants to know, how do you deal with DD? You take it that's a drawdown or daily drawdown? Assuming that's what it means. Do you cut your risk per trade until you get back to break even, or what? Are we getting that? So
Okay,
it sounds like, yeah.
Go ahead, JD. What's your feedback on that one to start off with?
I think Kanan's really just curious about after taking a few losses early in the day, how do you get back to even and still, I guess you could say, or what's the best process for getting back to even and staying in the game without hitting your loss limit?
Scale down. Step 1. Scale down. That's really the only thing. Get in. Just you don't have to hold on to those losers. Get into it and claw your way back. Base hits win ball games. You may need to change your strategy a little bit just to get yourself back, because if you're hitting your daily drawdown or you're getting close to it, obviously something isn't working in that strategy, right? Or that strategy at that time. So you may need to make a small adjustment. Step 1, go to a time of the day of the market where it may not be moving as fast as far, and then scale your size down and hold on to those trades a little bit more. If it doesn't go your way, you don't have to hold those. You don't have to hold those trades. If you're trying to claw your way back, if you don't have a lot of wiggle room to that drawdown, yeah, that's a tough one, because the closer you get to it, the worse you feel.
Yeah, that's true. And when you feel yourself starting to second guess yourself, when you're sort of spiraling out of control. You could feel it every time you touch the mouse and you're about to click it. You're second guessing yourself. Should I do this? Should I not do this? When you get to that point and your palms are sweating, just step away from a little bit. Step away from the screen for a little bit. Reevaluate. The markets will always be there tomorrow. There'll be another trade set up, so don't force an issue if it's not there. All right. Next question comes from Caleb. Caleb wants to know, how do I get the best out of TopstepTV? Well, you come to group coaching every day. That's how you get the best out of TopstepTV. But what's your opinion?
My opinion is to stay as long as you possibly can. Each segment's a little bit different. Let's say you're not into the fast moving markets in the morning. You don't want all that stuff. Then don't go there. However, I would suggest just leaving it on, because there's so much good stuff that goes on. We had a lot of great talking today. Coaching sessions are wonderful if you can submit them, but the whole program, there's so many segments and so many different personalities, so many different traders, so many different coaches. It's just, there is a wealth of information out of here. I mean, I could, I'm trading 6.5, 7 years now, and then Hogue and Eddie and MP and Andre, these guys, JD, they've been trading for like these decades. There's so much knowledge. So to get the best out of TopstepTV is show up every day and follow the process. You may not like you're here. You must like the coaching session. Maybe you like something I'm saying, or you just like the group coaching session. But Hogue was on yesterday. He's an awesome job. Strategy Lab right after this. Actually, I'll be on with me, Hogue, and Anne Marie right after this with Strategy Lab. Anne Marie's great at what she does. It's amazing. We talk about stuff back and forth. She's very sort of cerebral like I am. So we have some great conversations. Adobe, the way he runs stuff and how he trades. Every session and every segment and all the traders have something a little different to offer. You know, just stick around. The bell to bell, woo, bell to bell. But yeah, how do you get the best out of it? Caleb, you're here. You're doing the right thing. It's number one YouTube trading on the planet.
For
Woohoo!
sure.
Yeah.
And I'll throw in, every segment that we offer here on Topstep TV is specifically tailored for you, the trader. Our goal is to educate you and turn you into a better trader. That's why we're here. That's our purpose. So take that for what it's worth and just keep coming back. We have great talent coming on Trading Live. You saw Rips this morning. He's going to be on later again this afternoon. We had Coach Dakota putting on a clinic earlier. I mean, these guys are all just fantastic traders, and they are here because they want to help you. So keep coming back. Thanks for the question, Caleb. All right, next, Jimmy's. Jimmy wants to know, when you do the smaller stops multiple times to get a larger trade, do you use the same size stop on all the trades? Thanks. Sounds like maybe Jimmy was trying to pick bottoms, getting into trying to find... Let's just take today as an example. NQ opened up, spike lower. Possibly Jimmy was trying to pick bottoms because he knew we were going to hit... He had an inkling we were going to make a run for the all-time highs today in the NASDAQ, so he kept picking bottoms on the way in. Do you tighten up the stops when you're doing that, or do you add size as you keep going lower and getting stopped out? What's a good strategy for that?
It's going to depend on how tight you are. It's a good question, Jimmy. Jimmy Z. When you do smaller stops multiple times to get a larger trade, to use the same size stop. Personally, I never use the same size stop, but I do have a maximum size stop. And it's pretty much on the chart. When I place that order and I place that trade on there, it automatically puts on the bracket order, the OCO order, a target and a stop. They're just far enough away. I use NQ and I use 80 ticks. So the 20 points away, profit and stop. It does not mean it stays there. I want to get them on the chart, make sure I lock in that OCO order, and then manage them from there. And they're always different. I could have 3 trades with a profit target of, let's say, 10 points because the calculations came in. I have 3 trades in a row, all 10-point profit targets. One stop might be 8 points, one might be 14, one might be 23. Well, it won't be 20 because I don't do any more than 20. So that's it might be hanging down there, but I'm not going to let it go past a 20-point stop. I don't like that. The reason I say this is if you're using the same stop, unless you have something very, very, very specific, you can do a calculated risk that way if you're focusing on risk-reward ratios. But my line is that I just don't want to use, personally, my opinion, a static stop in a dynamically moving market. If the market is flying around and I'm like, I have my setup here, but I know when I put this stop in, it's going to be really, really close. Well, move it. Just get it out of the way a little bit. I'm not saying like keep dragging your stop lower, but it may need a wider one for that particular situation. Okay, it may need a smaller one. It's just the way that the markets move. They're a living organism, right? Are you going to get wicked out of it now and then? Of course you are. Is it not going to go your way or come down and tick you and then keep going? Yeah, that's going to happen. It does all the time. I don't know how that happens so often, but they seem to get it right down like that. Speaking of down, we got NQ just tried to take a little bit of a dump here, see if it breaks down below. But yeah, those smaller trades, if you're taking too many of them, I don't do put a large amount of stock into commissions and fees because that's kind of part of trading. So the way I look at it is if I'm going to be going for a trade and the trades are generally around $200, and if it's a $5 trade, it's not. The fees for Topstep X are incredibly small. But if it's a $5 trade out of $200, that's that's nothing, right? What's that, 2.5%? So I don't really concern myself. It's like part of the game. One of the things, let me throw this out too. I'm using Quant Tower, and with the version that we have here, the free version here at Topstep, it doesn't have the range bars built into them. You actually have to get them from Quant Tower, but it's $25. So I look at that as part of my craft. Okay. If you're a carpenter, go get a hammer. You can get a $2 one or $200 one. Maybe yours is somewhere in between, but you want to get the right tool for the trade. So I look at fees and commissions for taking these smaller trades and smaller stops as just part of it. That's just the way it goes. Now it'd be pretty crazy if you're taking 200 trades and you're targeting 2-3 points a piece. That's a little ridiculous. You're gonna kind of get out of that mentality right there. But if you're just looking to get in, like Dakota did, he said it. He's like, hey, I may lose 7-8 trades in a row before it goes my way. Awesome. He knows it. He's got it. But then his trades go for hours and hours and hours, and he completely kills it. So that's a good way to look at it too. Keeping it small, nope, didn't go. Another one, nope. Another one, a little bit more. Maybe you'll gain a little bit here and there too. So I wouldn't be too concerned about using that. And the second half was the same size stop. Personally, I don't, and those are the reasons why. It's a dynamically moving market, and if the market's flying around, I may not be able to put a really tight stop on there. I may need to give a little more room. And if that little more room goes beyond my maximum that I'm willing to risk, don't trade it. Just wait. There'll be another trade. It's okay.
Awesome. Yeah. Just a note on commissions and fees. Those kinds of things shouldn't be at the front of your mind when you're trading. It's really just the cost of doing business. What you want to do is focus on the process. Profits are a byproduct of good trading. So focus on the process over profits. Don't worry about commissions and fees. Everybody has to pay them. Just try and block them out. We got some good praise for Coach Robert in the chat. Bob R says, range bars have changed my life and trading. So thankful to Robert Cooney for introducing him to that. And then there was another one. Oh, Roy Jenkins wants to know, what's up, Roy? Wants to know, what's your monthly stake bill and how many trades you have to put on in order to cover that nut?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, my monthly stake bill is up there, but believe it or not, because I pretty much eat ribeyes and the animal products, milk, cheese, butter, bacon. What's the other one? Eggs. How do I forget eggs? But that's mostly it. But I don't eat a lot. It's kind of funny that the style of eating is so different. When I was bodybuilding, it's similar, but it's just literally no carbs, no processed foods, no sugars, nothing like that. I haven't had vegetables, and I think it was May. I started May. My birthday's in April, and I started right at May last year. Just nothing. No breads, no pastas, no grains, no oats, no seeds, no fruits, no vegetables, like nothing. It's literally just been eating, steak, eggs, butter, cheese, that type of stuff. And it's really simple. This is not dietary advice either. So don't take this. I'm telling you what I do. It's not dietary advice. I just don't eat until I'm hungry. I just eat the steaks and animal products, and I only eat till I'm full. So that's it. I only had 6 eggs this morning. I usually have 10 to 12, but I also had ribeye for lunch, and it wasn't a full one because I ate a lot of it the night before when I got hungry. That's it. That's what it comes down to. So my steak bill, you would think it's a lot more, but it's really not. It's not. It's a little up there because that's how I used to eat anyway. I had sushi last night, to be completely honest. Sashimi, no rice. But yeah, it's not as bad as you would think because you're not eating a ton of food and you're getting a lot out of that food that you are eating. It's just not processing, going right out of your system. It stays with you for a while. So yeah, that's a little side note there, but
now you know everything about Coach Robert.
There you go. Now you know everything. Yeah,
very revealing episode. All right. Well, that is all the time we have for you, folks. Stick around. Coach Robert is going to be here in the next hour. He's joining Hogue and Anne-Marie for a strategy lab. And then later this afternoon for Power Hour, starting at 2 o'clock Central Time, we have Andre Dolby and Isaac Rivera. That should be a interesting episode. Isaac R is the, I believe, the number 2 on our list of funded traders and number 1 amongst all live funded traders. Also, before we part, if you like what we're doing here at Topstep TV, show us a little love. And I think Tim's going to throw a Trustpilot link in the chat for you. go ahead and give us a nice review if you like what we're doing here. We would very much appreciate it. All right, with that, we are going to call it a session. Stick around for Strategy Lab with Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Robert. Catch you in a little bit.
See you then.
Welcome, traders. It is time for Strategy Lab with one of our favorites, Anne Marie, and we've got another one of our favorites. You just spent an hour with Robert. You get to spend another hour with Robert. How is everybody? Happy Friday.
I'm just excited to see my whole name on the screen there just a minute ago. Because normally it's just Dan Marie, right? People say, oh, I get the same thing that D gets sometime. Oh, you mean like Cher? No, my last name's just unpronounceable to most people, so they just leave it off. But it's really easy. I'm excited to be here.
I misspoke it for a long time before you finally said, actually, it's Baiynd. Like being part of the band.
Yeah,
what do
rubber
we have
band.
going on? Are we seeing any opportunities? I think we've got a really cool and timely subject today, trading into space and at levels we've never seen before. Every trader in the world that trades these equities is currently in the same boat. We're going to have a good chat about what we think, what we look for, what we try and do. And this is going to be a really good one. I'm looking forward to it. Anne Marie, are you seeing any opportunities right here up against the high? How difficult is this to buy at this point?
So, I think it's psychologically difficult to buy because you're thinking to yourself, oh my goodness, it just keeps getting higher and higher. But I started reminiscing about what happened in the markets just before the GFC, the Great Financial Crisis. I was actually on holiday with all the kids, and I'm like, hey, I'm going to step in here and check out, see what the S&P is at. And it was at the all-time highs.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody was talking about, wow, this, that, and the other, and everybody's just happy as could be. And then the next day, the wheels started coming off the bus all over the place. Now, this isn't one of those places, but in times like this, we have two choices. We can minimize risk or throw caution to the wind. There really is no in-between space in this kind of market action. So if you look at my screens, can you see my screens?
I hope so.
We will momentarily.
All right. So if you can see my screens, what I have is a 5-minute chart up. No. Yeah. Yeah. Ta-da! Okay. All right. We're sufficiently moved out of the way. Great. So we can see a 5-minute over here, a 30-minute over here. We have the volatility bands from the VWAP, and we have these single prints here. And this is the NQ. And so what the chart is doing is telling us on the longer time frame of 30 minutes with this upward momentum is that the pullbacks are going to be buy zones. And so when you start looking at something like this and you go, okay, I have two candlesticks up here. I'm seeing it fade down one candlestick. I'm going to wait until there's a spot where 3 or more candlesticks touch each other, and I'm going to put an order out there. And so let's do that. And it's going to be a quick strike trade that's going to sit right around 18,026. Okay? And so the moral of the story there is look for congestion and then take the trade up. Now notice on the 5-minute, it's definitely telling me it's okay to wait for the dip. And that is this momentum indicator that is moving downward here while price is going up. It's saying, don't rush, wait for the dip. It might come back to exactly where you want it to be, and you'll be just fine. Just below it are the single prints. So if you wanted to add to the trade there, provided your risk was well defined, you can do that and then trade to the top of the band. That's what I'm seeing at this juncture. Could this roll over at any time? Yes. Could this continue for us to hit the round number of 18 and 50 or maybe even 18 100? Absolutely. You can just see it creeping higher with no opportunities for any major pullbacks. But if you always look at that 30-minute and you go, wait, can I see 3 or more candlesticks touching one price? I'm going to go for it here. So down here, this would have been the region, right? We have 4 candlesticks. This one breaks out, but we have 4 candlesticks that come in right around this price. And so you can go, you know what? I'm going to wait until it touches that 18,001 or 17,997 and take a long from there. So that's it. If it comes for me, great. If it doesn't, I'm okay. And if I get filled and it immediately runs through my single prints and doesn't hold for me, I'm simply going to get out.
Nice breakdown. Nice breakdown. Nice how you just laid everything right out in there. And now what the market has to do is listen to everything you just said and follow it to the T.
Yes. Let me get under my desk. I'll rub the crystal ball, make sure that it's all going fine. Yeah. Of course.
Have I been muted the whole time?
Have you been
Yes, sir. I didn't know you were talking. Yeah. But go ahead and jump in now, Hogue. What are your thoughts on that? 'Cause you're running the show this time. So there you go, my friend.
I know. Did you guys hear the intro? I did that, right? I don't know how I got muted.
I heard the intro. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So back to what you were talking about, the 4 bars that you can run a line through. That's right around that 18,000 level, right?
Yes. Yes.
And that kind of takes out your single TPOs or your single ticks, right?
Yes. Yes.
But that's where you would look for the market to hold.
Exactly. Now you might say, well, why don't you wait and try to fill it there? And my reason for thinking that it won't come back is because the bands are so steep.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking for higher tests than if the band was a lazy river as opposed to, a moonshot.
Right.
I do think sorry.
No, please go ahead.
I do think it's cool that everybody in the world trading is understanding that there's something that they've never seen before, prices they've never seen before, and we're all sitting in the same space. I think it's really, really neat, actually. So a little nerve-wracking, but still kind of cool.
Right. I mean, we're all in the same boat here. We don't have anything in the past to really lean on. I mean, if you're looking at a back adjusted daily chart, there's stuff to look at, but when there's nothing available in the current contract month, that always makes me a little bit uneasy. And and I'm probably feeling just like everybody. And Anne Marie, Robert, we were just talking about the psychology of doing this, of trying to trade during these periods of time when it's really directional and pushing into areas that it has never really checked into or traded into. It's really difficult to even trust things that we can usually lean on to try and get into this move to the upside. Now, anybody who's known me for any amount of time knows that I have a very difficult time getting into moves that are already in play in the day time frame. So this is particularly difficult for me. I don't want to be. We were talking about like your mind getting into yourself, getting into your own mind like a rat chewing into your. And I feel like if I'm going to buy it up here, I am going to be that last laggard that pays the high, and then I'm just going to get run over. But that's very difficult to get a grip on, because at times like this, that might be the right thing to do.
Exactly. It really is a head game right now. I mean, it is a major head game because, just like you said, this is a run that literally 30 points ago looked like it was full bore at the top of whatever it was going to do. And then, especially on Fast Markets this morning, I was sitting at the Firestone listening to you guys and laughing. and because it was very, very entertaining. And so when the 18,000 number started saying, everybody started saying, hey, okay, here it comes. And then Michael thought about, shorting it, and he didn't, thank goodness. No, going long, sorry. And he didn't, thank goodness. But the pullbacks, every single pullback has said, listen, just wait for it and take it. But our brains are just engineered to buy high and sell low. We're just totally, because our brains actually think that's the way we avoid risk. And it's the total opposite of what the market is doing. And it's so tough. But really, if you just say, listen, the market's in the middle of a head game, and what I'm going to do is just stare down those candles, and I'm going to draw a line, and I'm going to go, where is support? Where is resistance? If I'm fortunate, what would be my ideal entry? And then you just set it there and you wait. Now, sometimes, like for me this morning, I said, oh, resistance, support, and I set my buy for, I don't know, I think it was somewhere around the opening tick, and it just absolutely clobbered me. Just went straight out of there, and then it turned right around and moved back up. So 2 things we figure out there. 1, losses are going to happen. 2, we can think about what a trade should look like and obsess over every detail. And in the end, the market is the one who decides whether it's going to work or not. And so when you say, okay, this is what I suspect should happen, you can get thrown out of a trade and still be correct on direction.
Right.
But then your head game starts, and you go, well, I'm wrong. It's probably a short. And then, you step on the wrong side of the trade and you do it again. So listen, those things happen. What you have to do is you have to say, wait a second, what just happened? Did that invalidate my premise that we were headed higher? And you can go, well, it might have, because, if it was really strong, it would have held that wick. Yes, but where'd the candle close? And it's always about where'd that candle close. And even if we're looking at something like 5 minutes here, we're waiting around. These candlesticks are not closing higher. But what we do know is, because trend is up, if it heads lower, there are going to be people like you and me on the sidelines going, thank goodness I could buy somewhere that's not the high. Because that's what everybody's looking at. Can I find a place to buy that's not the high? And so that's what they're going to do. They're going to jump right on that space. And I suspect that if we're fortunate, we're going to get ourselves that pullback. The next thing would be, do you use a buy stop to go long over the top?
Over the highs, right?
Yeah, if it's giving us the last burst of X, Y, or Z. So that's also something to think about. I wouldn't, because momentum is down. But if momentum was up like it was here, then that's a possibility, right? If this is going straight up here, and then you're looking at this sideways motion earlier and it breaks out, then a buy stop would take you into a breakaway pattern, because you have trend and momentum on your side.
So I think, Robert, I want to get your touch on your thought on a few of these things here in just a minute, if that's okay. So, I mean,
absolutely, this is great.
We're really looking at a market that in a longer time frame has been moving higher for quite some time. We're all aware of that. What we're looking for and I think what Anne Marie is saying is, as day traders, as short time frame traders, even though we know that the market has been moving higher for a long time and we're in space that we really haven't been before, we're still using the same tools, the same information, the same things that we would be using on any other day to look for continuation, failure, reversal or anything like that. When or where does this market break? Where do we get to the signal in the day time frame today where we can say, all right, this isn't good. I've got to get out of longs, maybe start to look to the short side. Where is that? Keep in mind, it is a Friday, and the general colloquial statement, according to the trading floor, is never sell a Friday rally. But where is that? How do we find that? It's not. I mean, of course, it's nothing's going to be perfect or absolute. But where do we come into that? Do we look for? Is it going to be a bearish engulfing pattern on a 30-minute chart? Is it going to be a series? Is it going to be a range that we fall into and then break down below? Robert, what are your thoughts on that? I know that you're more mechanical. What would put you into a short in a market that is continuing to move higher like this?
Thanks for sharing all that. This is definitely uncharted territory. I'm actually have 2 trades waiting right now. True to form, and this is going to, I don't know which way it's going to go, and that's my style, right? I'll make this a little bigger so everybody can see it.
None of us do.
Yeah, so I'm gonna make this bigger. So what I see here is we're at all-time highs, and that's the one wrench in my strategy, how I trade. That's the one wrench in this, is that we're at a damn all-time high. That is what's killing me right now, and that's my hesitation for actually doing any type of trading. But hey, we're in the combine here. I don't know, it's January. We just set this one up, so let's just do it. And because I now that I'm on here, I can show traders like in real time what I do, what I'm thinking, what I'm looking. It's math, right? So what I did is I just look at how this pattern, I shouldn't say pattern, but the highs and lows here, these are those range candles, right? Those range bars, which to me show it very, very clearly as to, you can just look, here's a peak right here, and what did it do later on? Bounce right off that, right? To me, it just shows it very, very clearly. Now, what I did was I saw this whole consolidation right here. Now, this whole consolidation pattern, it's 12:28 to our current time of 13:19, so we're coming almost an hour. So if I was looking at an hourly candle, I'd be looking at one candle all day right now, this last hour. At least this is showing me that we're going back and forth, back and forth. So I just entered long, okay? My thought is, again, this is all-time high, so it's going to totally take this off the rails, is that if it gets out of that consolidation area, if it breaks a certain level, I believe it's going to go to another level. And that level, I just made this little thing that actually calculates it for me. And you can see this little bit of green thing at the top right up here. Make it bigger, like this. So my assumption, speculation, hypothesis is if we break over this secondary level right here due to this run, we should target this level, my opinion. Okay. It was set for 80 ticks away because I actually have my take profit and stop loss on 80 ticks as an OCO on every order. Right. And my stop is going to be the other side of that mess. So if it pops out like it just did, and we just got filled, if it comes down back to the other side of that mess, well, it wasn't a real breakout and it's a stop out, and then you move on to the next one. So not knowing where it's going to go, what I do know is that it's not going to stay where it is. And that's the only thing I bet on. That's the only thing I hypothesize on, I speculate on. I know it's not going to stay there. I don't know where it's going to go, how far, but in the math that I use, I'm like, if it breaks, I think it's going to go here. It's pretty good. It's around 80% of the time it does that. However, if it goes lower, I'm going to make a small little caveat here. Typically, I would go right below the range that it's sitting in right now, this little mess, because I know it's not going to stay there. There's one little caveat. You can see it. With the big profile down here, the bright blue one is the that's volume profile, but this is the value area, right? I have it's mine set for 80%.
Sure.
So it highlights 80%. The outside of it is a little bit above this little blue right here. But see this little gap right in here? That's what I'll be taking, because I don't want to walk into an area where there's been a whole bunch of orders traded and it's been hanging around for the last nearly an hour now. Sure. I want to get the hell out of there. There's not a lot of volume in there. So my assumption and my speculation is that, if it does break below this, typically I would take that short right out of that consolidation area. But in this case, right out of that consolidation area, there's a little bit higher volume profile. There's a lot of orders here. So I want to get below that and take those few points. I don't know how many points it is. It looks like it's about 8 points between the difference. So we're going to have around an 8 or 10 point trade. Hopefully. So right now, I'm not going to do that because it's actually, I was still going to do that because my long will be stopped out before that short gets in. So my orders are set. They're forget. The only way I'll change this order is if it breaks through this thing, skyrockets up, doesn't reach my target, and just kind of hovers. I'm going to close the trade and take my money. That's it.
So in
Other
essence,
than that,
I mean,
we're sitting here.
In essence, you're kind of doing what Anne Marie was saying is you're looking to take a long at an all-time new high, looking to take advantage of all the shorts that probably have their stops there. And by the way, we're right at that 43 level, which was the jump from the 730 CPI numbers. It traded straight up to 43 in the S&Ps. We just took it out by 1 tick.
Wow.
There's a couple of comments that I wanted to kind of address in the chat here. Richard says that he thinks that as soon as he buys it, that's going to be the high. So if he does buy it, he's going to tell us and then we can sell it. It sometimes feels that way, right, Richard? It sometimes does. But and sometimes that has been a great signal for me too. By the time I get moved to buy something in that direction, I usually have a tendency to pick the high. Something I've dealt with quite a lot, so I know how you're feeling. ACR 009, he's looking for a divergence in RSI, higher highs, lower RSI. If the RSI can't put up a higher high with a higher high, that divergence can sometimes indicate a potential change in direction. Love the way you're thinking. And Vegemite says you don't have to look for it; it will tell you. And I love that. I love that answer. It will tell you. Because, as you said, the market chooses which way to go, which Anne Marie reminded me of Toy Story with the little green men. The claw chooses who stays and who goes. Right now, the claw is bringing everybody up. I don't know when it's going to drop everybody, though. But great thoughts, Robert. Thank you very much. Are you in that trade right now?
It is in a long position. I don't care about the P&L, but it's like $30, $40 now in P&L. But I'm going to hold this long, and I have my area at that top. It's just a target zone area, and I'm going to watch it. If it just barely taps and just starts to get in there, I'm going to close it and take whatever's on the docket. It'll probably be $160 or so. I leave it a little further on the other end of that zone that I have plotted out, because if it just happens to fire up and skyrocket up like we've seen the NQ do a million times, it'll just come up, and I'll be like, hey, good, I got a good trade out of that. And if not, it's just going to come down and hit my stop, and I'll be out of that trade. If it keeps going down, I'll be entering that short to take it through that low volume area. That's it. Hands off.
The claw chooses.
It's pretty interesting that it stopped there on the tick, though.
Yeah. I mean, it went 1 tick above it. I mean, it's hanging there. It's not, falling off by any sense.
Yeah. So explain to us what we would need to look at from the TPO perspective, from the market auction perspective, when we've been, can we say one time framing up? And it mean what we've been, right? Which is essentially what we've been doing over the last bits. What would we do from a market profile perspective?
Okay. So in basic profile rules, if you'll come to my screen, I'm on the sidelines right now. I put myself on the sidelines. I had an event that happened earlier this week that I'm digesting, and I feel like it's going to affect my decision-making process. So, of course, today is the day that the opening range remains the absolute low in the S&Ps. It's a pretty substantial opening range. But when this happens, especially when it's congruent with longer time frame direction, I am going to be looking for longs pretty much until something proves wrong. So at the opening range, the low of the session, we took out the high of the initial balance. Initially, we started to leave some single ticks there. Those got taken out. Market moved back to near the low of value at the time. Wasn't probably that close, but then we started moving higher again. Now we left single TPOs here. This becomes a support level. If we keep single TPOs here, this also becomes a support level. You can call them what you want. You can call them low volume nodes, whatever the ICT, the word for it is. It's rejection. Anne Marie, you and I have spoken at length about excess and rejection. Well, right now, these single TPOs down here are exhibiting excess below price. So that gives us opportunity to look for longs against those levels. Did it jump up from there? No, not really. I mean, it's still continuing to push higher, So these single TPOs they're kind of weak structure over time, but they're also indicating that price moved quickly through that area, seeking new business. That's what these markets do. They seek business. They seek the opportunity to facilitate trade. Price hasn't been facilitating trade down here. It's going to go look for it higher. That's one of the things I talked about this morning on the opening call is yesterday was a really even bell curve. It was a normal variation trading day. There was no true late spike. We had a weak high from the day before. The highs were exact. That's typically not going to be something that's going to last for long because there's no excess here. So the market opens, seeks new levels to facilitate trade. It is continuing to seek new levels to facilitate trade. Has it found it up here? If it doesn't find it, that's when we're going to run into trouble. We'll end up with excess on the high, and this thing could turn around and head the other direction. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow. Definitely not tomorrow. It's Saturday, but maybe not Monday. Now, look at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ has given lots of nice opportunities. Here's the open. It did not leave the open range at the low of the day. We started moving higher. Single TPOs, support area. Single TPOs, support area. It came and took out those stops, as it sometimes does. The E period took out the stops in the low volume node, but it also traded right to the initial balance high, which we left in C period. We came back to it in E period, could not reaccept below that level. The continuation, it continues to move to the upside. Now we have single ticks here, which is right in the area that I think one of the areas that I think you're looking at, Anne Marie, is kind of looking for this low volume node, these single TPOs, to provide a degree of support for continuation to the upside. If we don't get it, now we're still continuing to say, well, if I buy it now, I'm probably buying the dead ass high, and I don't want to do that. So we wait and we watch.
Yeah.
That's great, Hoga. Just real quick, I closed that trade. It did what one of the two scenarios that I anticipated. The better of the two would have been it was shot up and went right through that target area. I did change the highlighting on it so you can see the green a little bit better.
Okay.
It did fire up right up there. Now, the first scenario was I had my target on the other end. If it pushed really hard, really fast, like NQ does, and it nailed it by those 10 points, we win a bigger trade. But it didn't. It came up within 2 ticks of my target area, and it started hanging around and hanging around. So I just closed out the trade. I'm going to take my money. I'm looking at my performance. Here we are. This is today. That was the one trade that we took right here. The profit of, what is it showing? $115. So one contract, one trade, one entry, and it hit one of my 2 scenarios. Obviously the worst, not the worst of the 2, but the less of the 2. The first one, blow right through and give me a good profit. The second one, get close, hover around, start showing some, we are at all-time highs, and just get the hell out. So instead of targeting $160 or so, it was 110, 115. So I'll take it.
You could buy a couple of steaks for that.
Oh, baby, it didn't quite pay for my sushi last night, but yeah. But that was the thought process. I wanted to share it. I did close that trade. It shows it on the chart there. So, yeah, we'll take it. What did I say? It was 115. But
it's a great trade. I mean, and that's the automation that you do so well. That's that voodoo automation that you do so well.
Speaking of songs.
Yes. I know. I've been stuck. Everything everybody says, I'm relating to a song lately, and it makes me want to sing. But no, we're not doing that. It is Friday.
I didn't know you had a banjo.
I am sober. Pardon me?
I didn't know you had a banjo.
Yeah, I've got a lot of lot of instruments. I got a full like Neil Peart drum set downstairs. I've got several guitars. I've got banjos. I've got trumpets. I've got trombones. I've got flutes. I even have a French horn. I have no idea how to play most of them, but I just like having.
You like collecting instruments. You do.
Yeah.
Did you see that special where Neil Peart drove his motorcycle across the country?
Yeah, he wrote a book about it. I have not read the book. I've got such a long stack of books that I need to read, but it seems like an apropos thing to do now that he's gone is to finally get that book read.
Yeah.
Because
interesting fella.
I can relate to him. I rode my motorcycle across the country too.
Yeah, it's cool, but getting bugs in my teeth several times a day. I don't know.
That's how I ate.
Hey, it's protein, animal product.
So I hear.
I called it krill.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah, I do intend to read that book. But all right, so Robert, you got a good trade-off in your strategy. Nicely done. We still just keep on pushing to the upside, and this is so much what that colloquialism from the trading floor says. You really have to think twice before you sell into a late Friday rally. Is this a late Friday rally or is this an all-day Friday rally? One of the two.
Well, what's interesting is the dome. And of course, I like to look at pictures. Like this morning when Michael was talking about, having the Series 3 book, there are no pictures. Listen, I think pop-up finance books would be fantastic, frankly, because I love pictures.
I thought that would be great.
But here's what I've seen here. When we start crowding and getting a lot of selling orders up here, just for a flash, it'll push price down, but then the buyers have just been coming up and so that's really all. For me, I can see when it starts really piling up on this side, and I'll go, all right, does that match the top of my volatility band? I'm going to take some profit off and I'm going to wait into congestion, and because that's sloping up, that buy stop that would have put me long would have been a great trade. And it actually triggered at the same time that Robert's trade triggered. And the same time that he stopped out, it was hitting the top of the volatility band. And although he was trading the ES and I was trading the NQ, it was exactly the same thing. You were in the NQ?
I'm on NQ. Yeah, it's NQ trade. Yes.
Yeah. So I just thought it was fascinating that we're looking at things in totally different ways and the same levels are coming up, because I love the pictures of going right into the top of my vol band. I'll always go, you know what? I got to take some profit there, because I'm literally as nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs trying to go long in here, because I'm like, okay, all right, I'll go long, but I'm just going long small, because what if X, Y, or Z? And, it would be so great to be able to throw caution to the wind, but I can't. And so it holds those profits away from me. And I would like to strike that balance between learning to trust the price action as best you can and lever up when things are going. But, that story always ends the same. You just get super, unless you're Paul Tudor Jones. And then you get super confident, and then all of a sudden there's a rug pull. And so, having seen so many rug pulls in times past, although I watch it moving up and go, wow, I could have kept hanging on. I could have had, 3 contracts instead of 2. I could have X, Y, or Z, but then, it's the shoulda, coulda, woulda thing. And it's really a fair head game. Something else that people use is a Fibonacci expansion. Forgive me, allergies.
Right.
So let me show you something super interesting. Yeah,
that's something that I look at for like weekly kickoff levels in at new highs is fib extensions. Just want to touch base. I'm sorry, Amory.
Look
a couple
at that.
of things.
Did you see that?
Yeah, there's some liquidity in the S&Ps up at 50, 52. There's also liquidity up at 50, 59 half. Delta is congruent with direction. It is now piling on. We're at 12,500 in the S&Ps and 3,400 in the NASDAQ. No divergence, but we're seeing all time frames acting in concert on this move to the upside. So I'm sorry to interrupt you again, Anne-Marie.
That's
Please
amazing.
continue.
It's amazing. So a couple of ways you can use the hang on. So here is a 30-minute chart and a couple of ways that you can use. I'm going to remove all my studies. Hang on, there's a divergence ticker there.
Don't delete them.
I'm going to delete all my studies. So I'm going to say edit, select all, edit, delete all. And so it's going to rip everything off the charts. Nothing but price, which sometimes I love looking at in general. So here we are. You can do a Fibonacci from high to low. Tools, fib. Right, and oh my goodness.
Just cleared our zone on that green NQ zone.
Oh, for the top one?
Yep.
That is
so remember I said,
very cool.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Instead of, that was unfortunately, I shouldn't say unfortunately, but I guess unfortunately, that big jump push up that I was looking for to blow right through that zone happened 6 minutes after I closed the trade, right? But that was my hypothesis. It's either going to push up, blow right through it. I said it before I put the trade on, or it's going to come close to it, hover around. I'm going to say, I'm going to get the hell out. That's what happened. I got out and it went through, and somebody said, you should have held it. Nope. I follow my plan. It's a winning trade in my book. I'm not getting upset. I took 110 out of 160 out. There's no way I'm upset about that. I did exactly what my plan wanted to do. Now, if it pushed up really quick, like it just did a minute ago, we would have had a little bit more of a profit. But I followed the plan. So thank you for jumping over. I just wanted to share that. Thanks for James for changing the screen real quick to show that. And Anne-Marie, please continue.
All right. So, there's something really important about what you just said there. Very often we get into this notion of hindsight telling us what the future should have been, but anticipating that we knew everything in the past. If you knew that price action was stable enough to move forward, you would have held it, but you have specific rules that you follow. And that's so important for traders to realize, listen, it's okay to leave money on the table. We have this notion that somehow we shouldn't be leaving any money on the table. There's a balance to be struck by that. Exactly. And you cannot look at You cannot look at the market in terms of perfection. You simply cannot. So here's this lovely thing I use. For my Fibonacci, I actually use Gann numbers. And so what is a Gann number? It's just the quarters, 25, 50, 75, 100. People tell me I'm crazy because, Fibonacci's are da-da-da, and You know, all the Elliott wave people go absolutely bonkers if I start saying,
Anne Marie, are
hey,
you a
listen,
trader?
I am a trader.
Are you a trader?
I am.
Then you are crazy. All right, go ahead.
Yes. Clarification. Yes. No need for that. So, yeah. But here's the very interesting thing. The best waves to measure are completed waves. We don't have any idea where this wave is going to complete up here, but this high to this low is complete. So here is the retest of it. It rejected, closed just below it. Trend says keep buying it. The next target up here would be the 125% fib. I put the 112 there in case somebody said, hey, if I buy the breakout, I can cover half my position. And the next space I'm going to is 50.49.50, which, 50.50 is going to be a nice round number that traders are going to try to go after anyway. But what these measurements do really are simply giving you measured move formations that allow you to track from one space to the other. So you can go, okay, I have 3 candlesticks sitting right here. That's my last major support zone. This is a clear breakout area. So right now, for me to even consider taking this trade, it would be crazy because I have all this risk here and only this profit anticipated up here at this edge, right? So it's only going to give me 2.5 points versus 8 points of risk. And so you just sit and wait. But here's the magnificent thing about these fibs. If you use a 5-minute formation and you say, hey, I am going after these rotational moves to the north, and I'm going to use low, high, and low and use it to retrace. You can do exactly the same thing, and it's going to give you those measures. Yes, because it is simply measured motion, and because the market's fractal, right, copies of itself within itself, it's going to show you where the markers are. Now, take a look at this. This is only using 25, 50, 75, 100. And look, here's the 100 space. It goes up, pulls back, holds. So as you're going in, you go, all right, that's my next space. I can move my stop here. That's my next space. I can move my stop here. This is my next space. I can move my stop here. And so literally you're walking straight up through the formation. And if you're a nervous Nelly like me, you might go, I've gone 2 measured motions up since my last wave back. Maybe I take half of my position on that next move to the upside. So on these tiny, tiny frameworks, 5 minutes, you can really measure your way right up. And as soon as it loses the edge, you go, all right, well, I know if it loses this one, it's probably going to walk down to the next one. And if I'm moved up 2 or 3 of them, like we did off the 0 line here, it's a good place to take some profit. So that's a nice way to get very granular and still extremely logical about your motion and risk. And of course, that only works if things are moving straight up.
Right. Are you familiar with Andrew's pitchforks?
Yes, Andrew's pitchfork. I certainly am.
That's something that we kind of touched base on during Make Hogue Money, and something I think I'm going to have my good friend Matt Hoyt come in and tell us about. He's an old friend from the trading floor, still an active trader, and he's been trading using Andrew's pitchforks, which I know a lot of people don't know about.
My thing about the pitchfork is that it is such an interesting thing to use. So here is an Andrew's pitchfork. Yeah, it is.
Right.
It's a fascinating concept.
Well.
But here, I just drew one on the 5-minute candlestick formation, and it keeps us inside of that range. And I suppose that if you put a pitchfork and then superimposed a Fibonacci with those Gann numbers, you might actually get something super interesting.
Are we making a quilt?
Yeah, getting super noisy. Getting super noisy.
Knit one, purl two. Knit one, purl two.
Oh my gosh.
But the idea of that pitchfork is, if we take out that quartile line, the target is the upper line.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. All right. So, the big thing I feel like I'm compelled to say is a lot of us look at these things and go, man, I can't believe what I missed. You have to stay present and not sit in the past. If you sit in the past because you left too early, or you wish you had, or whatever it is, you're not going to be able to focus clearly on what is sitting in front of you. And this is something I see a lot, and I will be very transparent. In my days where I was really awful, I spent a lot of time doing that. Oh, I wish I'd done that. Why didn't I do that? I could have. It simply does not do any good unless you're saying, wait a second, here was my setup. My setup told me to buy, and I didn't. Why? That's constructive study. That study that says, why? You don't trust yourself, you're not XYZ. If you had taken the trade, it would be so on and so forth. And you can work on that. But if you're looking at something going, oh man, I just wish I'd have bought at XYZ. Like, listen, I'm in the Firestone and I'm at the checkout and the guy goes, what do you do? Because I'm laughing my head off in the room and I'm also got my laptop up and I'm whatever. And so I go, I'm a trader. And he goes, a stock trader? I said, well, futures.
Sort of.
I'm just trying to, I don't want any questions. I don't want any questions at all. So I'm always downplaying it. And he goes, don't you wish you'd been able to buy Apple for $25 or, Google for $50 at the IPO? And I think to myself, wow, if you sat around with a head full of thoughts like that, you just wouldn't be able to get up and go on, because all you'd see is a mountain of shoulda, woulda, couldas. And so it struck me, particularly on a day like today, because I thought to myself, wow, you should have conquered your fear and stayed in the trade long. And so that question comes to me as, all right, what would have invalidated the opportunity that said you should stay in this trade? And there was nothing that invalidated it all day on the 30-minute. Absolutely nothing. It just said, get long and stay long. Leave. Go do something. Right? One NQ. Yeah, one NQ would have made $5,000 today off the base of that. Right? Something like that. So it's just about trusting yourself enough, and maybe someone like Robert that spends a ton of time automating and orchestrating moves, he doesn't feel that as much as somebody like me that's looking for a monster to come out from behind the couch, because that's just what happens when you get in a trade sometime, and then you start piling on size, which I have an addiction to piling on size because I've been doing it for so long. And sometimes it's great, and sometimes, it's very bad. So it's just one of those
This is a
things.
great-
but really,
This is a great quote. M4U has a quote here. The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago.
I
The
know.
next best time to plant a tree is
It's
today.
today. Yes.
Is
I
today.
love that quote. I
Love
love
that.
quote. That's one of my
Love that.
favorites.
Well, we're getting short on time here. Robert, any last words, comments? Oh, I caught you having a drink of water.
That's okay. We're good. I'm just glad that actually worked out, and that was all-time high. So that was a hope and pray on that one. And I knew as soon as it started slowing down, I'm like, I'm getting the hell out of this trade because I don't know what's going to do. Fortunately, it worked out. People that were watching have seen me do stuff, but we really had the opportunity. So I was really thankful I didn't have to host sessions or behind the scenes and can actually show what I'm doing. And I'd love to go through all this stuff in Discord. Anne-Marie, it's been wonderful. Again, I always learn something. I'm glad you pulled some of those things out of the gig bag there with the pitchfork and just the fibs with the GAN ratios on there. I encourage anybody to go through their platform and go through every dang indicator that's there, any dang drawing tool that you have, and figure out what works for you. Sometimes you make a little adjustment on there. I shared in the chat that when I use fib levels, I don't use the rotation levels, the retracement stuff. I use the actual fib levels, 23, 55. Like there's no 50 in fib. The fib sequence, right? It goes 55 and 89. There's no 61 and a half in the real fib sequence. It's the division of it, right? So I like to use those, and I found them more accurate. But thank you for their Hoog. Always a pleasure to be on with you, sir. And
thank you.
Yeah, take it away, my friend.
Anne-Marie, any last thoughts?
No, but I am going to be studying over the weekend because I'm on cahoots with the group on Monday for the quiz. So
cool. Cool.
We'll see what happens.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, watch out for this afternoon. Don't put any money at risk that you don't mind evaporating into nothing.
Right. Well, just so for everybody in the chat, yes, I am a baleen whale. Yes, my beard does filter krill out of the water. As a matter of fact, right now, Nemo and Dory are trying to get out of my mouth through my beard. One last thing, we talked to the theme of the week is, learn from others, be part of a community, talk to other people. And that's what you're doing here. One last little quote. I have no idea who this is or who to accredit it to, but when someone helps you while they're struggling too, that's not help. That's love. And we hope you feel the love here. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Thank you, Robert. Thank you all for watching. Stick around for what is looking to be a very exciting end of the day with Power Hour today. Lots of power people, lots of Power Hour. Have a great weekend if I don't get the chance to say anything else. And be ready. The fun is coming. We'll see you in a minute.
Thanks, gentlemen. See you.
everybody. Welcome to Power Hour. We got Isaac are with us, looking fly as usual. Thankfully, I got a haircut before this, so I'm at least kind of on par with him. But it is tough work. Isaac, how are we doing today? And how did we trade?
I'm good. I'm good. Actually, not too hot today on the trades. On my funded account, I did take a loss early on. Pre-market, that spike right around 8:30 kind of wiped me out. Too close to the daily loss limit, and it's just not worth giving any of the week back or any additional equity. But I am sitting right now in my combines up about 700 times 3 accounts. But I got a live short going on right now in the S&P. Scaled in 3 contracts total between the 3 accounts for a total of 9.
Oh, nice, dude. That is awesome. You typically an ES trader, right?
Yes, 100%. Only ES.
All ES all the time. That is awesome. And in general, what's kind of like your system or methodology for getting into trades these days?
So I do have a system that my mentor and I developed a few years back, and then over the past few years, just constantly adapting and changing and adjusting that strategy as the markets change. I think in the chat just a few days ago, I was talking about how I remember trading when we were in the 2,800 area for ES, and obviously this week we broke 5,000 even on the cash asset now. So with that, the environment changes, economic states, globally and here in the States change. So you got to constantly be adapting and changing your system. If not, eventually you're just going to get, beat up in these markets.
Yeah. And what, taking a short in the ES, that's kind of counter trend. NASDAQ is absolutely ripping higher. So what kind of motivated you to take a short in the ES? I know Dakota tried one earlier today at 18,000, which I thought was a pretty ballsy trade, but I'm a huge fan of it. Huge fan.
Yeah, so there's basically 3 different trades that you can take with my strategy, right, or my system. They're both all 3 of them are pretty high probability. Obviously, the counter trend or the reversal trades are going to have a little bit more added risk. So naturally, whenever I take those trades in particular, it's usually sized down. So I entered that particular trade with 2 contracts. And then once it was a little moron trade again, just in case Nick or Ho, you're listening, put on a moron trade when I was in the red a couple points on that and added that 3rd. So usually I'll go in with 3. Occasionally I'll scale in with a 3rd, go in with 2, scale in with a 3rd contract, whether I'm scaling in the green or scaling in the red. But the max position size I'll ever hold on one of those reversal trades is 3 contracts. Yeah. So if we were going with the trend, I could be trading anywhere from 3 to 5, possibly even 6 contracts in that type of trade.
Cool. And so I've been experimenting recently with trying to average down into trades. So I'll add let's say I want to go long. So I'll buy a 1 lot every 5 ticks down for 5. So that's how I try to size in. How do you try to do it? I think it's something that a lot of traders are struggling with to kind of sink their teeth into, because that's where the big money is being able to size up effectively.
It has to be, or at least for me, obviously, you're a kick-ass trader, and everybody has a different strategy and a different system, right? And everybody has a different risk tolerance. For me, scaling in is based on levels. So, in this short, for example, I'm looking at, I know exactly where my stop is, right? I know where my stop was going to be before I even got into the trade. So if I know where my stop is, then I have to have a general idea of if we get to this level in negative, I'm willing to put another one on. Or if we see this level and then this level in the positive, I'm willing to add on another and another. So scaling into positions is something I've had to adapt to in recent weeks and months, just kind of going from trading 14 accounts total down to basically this one in my personal account, trying to get to the point where I'm kind of bringing the same P&L home every single day. It's adjusting, that new scale, but still kind of having, the same risk parameters on the live funded account. And I think that's part of the reason why I've seen the drawdown that I saw this week. It's minimal. I'm still massively up on the year. Absolutely destroyed January, which I'm very happy about. But I have the rest of February, right? And the rest of the quarter and the rest of the year. So I'm fortunate enough where I have a little bit of that cushion with equity in the account where I can take on some risks and try some new things, but I don't want to deviate too much, and I don't want to deviate too much from my actual trading plan.
Yeah, and when you take it, I think you said you were down like a little over 3,000 today. You've been trading for a long time. Is that still like impacting your psychology as much as it used to, or is it just like, let's get to Monday. I don't even care.
Yeah, no, that's it. I don't sweat it at all. So I'm the type of person that, like, if I have a bad day, P&L wise, I go and like treat myself to something like really nice. So like I'll go and have like a ridiculously expensive lunch, right? That's all relative, right? But like more than probably one should
Chipotle with
spend
guac
on
and
lunch.
chips. Nice.
Yeah, sure. I'll just do like a really nice lunch, or go get a massage, or like smoke a higher end cigar. Obviously, I do those things to reward myself too. But like if I just get really beat up in the markets, I tend to do that so that it kind of resets my psychology and my mental if it's off kilter a little bit. I'm pretty good at like honing those things on, like honing them in. But I'm human, right? And anybody else is just gonna kind of like have a little chip on their shoulder for a short period of time. Like especially, like that trade this morning, for example, stopped me out, ran maybe at most 3 points further against me, and then went right back to my entry and to profitable territory. So I know I could have walked away with no less than 1,500 today if I had a little bit more breathing room. But again, there's a couple things, my strategy doesn't really call for trading pre-market too much, right? And doing so, making new highs on a Friday, I probably shouldn't have put on such a heavy position. It was 5 contracts. So there was definitely some, I won't call them red flags, but at the very least, there were some orange flags that I probably could have looked at to just kind of adjust my entry and my approach just a little bit, but I'm not upset about it. Losses are part of the business. It's part of the game. So, and then fortunately, I have these new combines that I'm also trading as well. So, even with this one particular position against me right now at the moment, right in between my initial entry and where I scaled in, I still am up $250 for the day. So, for the day and in the position. So it's not too bad.
Yeah, that is awesome.
But
and it looks like
I was gonna say I didn't hear any doorbells, but it looks like we got
I don't know.
Coach Dakota in the house.
Yeah, maybe even a RIPS sighting in here. I think like the hair raised on like the back of my neck. I think they got the squad in the green room right now. A little bit intimidated. I think this might be almost your entire team here. This might be your entire team here. They're just waiting. I can see him in the background.
Is this where we decide on a team name?
I don't know. I think Rips was saying sack lunch, team sack lunch. I thought that was a good front runner. Maybe chat has some ideas that they can throw in there. I haven't even said hi to chat yet. So rude. Hello, chat. Hope everyone's doing well. Has a great Friday. I don't even know when they're getting in here, but if you have anything to say to them, they can't say anything back to you currently. So feel free to get your shots in before they're on air.
No, firstly, I just want to thank everybody for kind of their engagement and their support during the 100th episode for Power Players. That was a really, really fun time. Andre absolutely killed it. And I would say that's probably the closest thing, answering questions of yours, probably the closest thing that I'll ever get to being on Hot Ones on YouTube. We were crushing it with the questions, and it was a really, really fun experience. But all the love in the chat. I'm still a noob to all this live streaming, broadcast, social media stuff, if I'm being honest. So I just felt really bad when I got the chat transcript afterwards and looking through again, a lot of questions, a lot of comments. And, we had a lot going on around the 100th episode, and, the Topstep viewer market just reaching new highs, approaching 20,000, that we couldn't really pay too much attention to the chat. And I kind of felt bad about that because I was there was definitely a lot that, the viewers were wanting to get out of me and ask me. But here we are today, and I think I'm going to be on again midweek next week. So there's plenty of time to get to everybody's burning questions.
And we got you for another 45 minutes at least. And if chat has any questions, feel free to drop them in there. And was that a Balls energy drink I just saw you drink?
No. This is Saratoga Springs finest still water. So the only thing better than Sarasota Tap. So
I had a flashback to my gamer days. And that's exactly how that bottle looks.
If you were a real college party animal, you probably would have said, "Is that a Bud Light Platinum I see with the blue bottle?"
That was my second one. My second one.
It's wildly hot here in Florida today, so I'm just trying to stay hydrated. I got a little bit of a workout in earlier too, so the body temp is definitely spiked right now.
Oh, what's it in Florida? I'm in Aspen right now. What do we got in Florida?
I think it's close to 80 degrees, 76. It's just one of those things, right? You got the temp, but then when that scorching Florida sun is touching you, it feels 1,000 degrees. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at already.
Question from Miguel Pina. Isaac, what's your day job? What makes you look so fly? What's motivating you to look so good in the mornings?
So the name of my company is I have a parent company, and then I have some other small groups and LLCs. So it's effectively just finance as a whole, right? This is this is my main, not necessarily by like earnings, but this is like my main function of the company is just the trading aspect of it. And it's, again, I mentioned this during Power Players. It's what comes first. So I make sure that I handle this before anything and everything. And then, the rest of my day, it could be in-person meetings. It could be Zoom calls, phone calls, visiting real estate sites, smoking cigars with prospective, partners or customers or clients. But I do a couple different things, cost savings and recovery on the consulting side for small to medium-sized businesses, tax efficiency. We're working, partners and friends of mine, we're working on a real estate project down in South Miami. So looking for investors there, a couple different things. So, but it all is centered around funds.
Oh, I think we got some guests. Got some guests coming in here. Oh, I'm at the door. We can let the fine people in. Oh my goodness!
No way.
Look who we got.
No way.
Rips and Dakota.
We're back.
We're back, baby.
How are we doing?
I thought I was hot before. I'm gonna have to take this jacket off in a little bit.
We're getting started.
We got some burning stars in the room now.
We're getting ready.
This is awesome. So we are a team right now. We're not me including you. I'm not invited on your team, but you three are.
I'm not in charge of invites. So
That's okay. My feelings aren't hurt. Don't worry about it. It's fine. If you haven't seen my trades, they're not that good. But what do we think the team name's going to be? Have you guys decided
We're here.
on the team
We're
name?
back. Yep, that's what we're going to do. We're going to put it up to vote for you guys in the community. We have just over 2,000 traders watching behind the scenes, myself, Rips. Isaac, you haven't been a part of it. I've invited you to Discord. You're going to have to
I got
try
on
and
Discord
pick
yesterday.
Got it.
I
You're
got
going to
on
have to
yesterday, but we have busy day.
put your vote in then. What our plan is each of us is going to have one team name suggestion, and then we could put a poll in the chat and let you guys as traders pick. And I think that's going to be our official name.
Okay. All right. We're going to leave it to the people. I mean, I think in the chat over the last 2 days, I've been very vocal about big tick swingers. I like it. So the chat can get the chat wherever the chat is. I don't even know where the chat is on here. You guys can go crazy. I like big tick swingers. All my trades, I go for big ticks. If it's not 20 to 40 ticks, I'm not taking it. So what else are we working with though? What else are we working with?
So I think that's yours. What's yours, Rips?
Well, I have a couple from the list that you brought to the table, but I like SLG. That's Sack Lunch Gang.
That's what we call a sack lunch.
Okay, so there's name number 2. Mine's gonna be Go Fund Yourself.
Also known as Go and Yourself.
Yep, and then we had Anonymous. Anonymous is on our team. He's over here in our group chat. Let me see which one his pick was. Do you see that there, Rips? I'm just looking through it. Only bids.
He liked 1 and 2. So yeah, only bids. I think is what
only
his pick
bids.
is. Only
bids. That might be my choice. Huge fan. Clearly, I have my own.
See, that's a tough choice. Those are some good team names. So I think what we could do is we could have a vote of 4, and then we have another vote for the top 2, and then we make that decision.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with it.
Ooh, only ticks. Might have to say that as well. Myself.
Dolby, what's your favorite out of all of those?
Oh man, that is tough. That is really tough. I like big tick swingers and only bids. I think there's a lot of good innuendo in there. And I think if you're going to have a good team name, whether it's like for a softball team or for a trading team, you have to maximize innuendo as much as possible. So I think those are probably my go-to right now.
It looks like the poll just went live in YouTube chat here, and it is off to the races here. Big Tick Swingers is actually 50% already with 250 votes in the mix here. So Isaac's name is in the front-running lead right now.
There we go. We're going for the top two. Once we get it down to top two, we'll have
that is a little bit of
second poll.
that's a little carryover from like one of my trading groups. It's big tick energy, right? So it's like naturally we just do like big tick, big tick swingers, you know. So
yeah, well,
I already have that
swingers
one.
is a lot more.
We can't take that one for the team. Yeah, exactly. It's a we thing. It's a we thing.
That's right. But you're not going to be cheating on your markets, though, right? You're still going to trade like your go-to market. You're not going to go swing and trade crude oil, are you?
No.
Yeah, you're loyal. Yeah, you're a loyalist, aren't you?
Dance with the one you run, right?
Hey, that's what they say. That's what Hogue says. That is what Hogue says. So,
I
Dakota,
see
you probably talked
MP
about
is
this
in
a
the
lot
chat here.
today.
I hope that MP put in a vote as
MP's
well.
in chat?
Yeah, MP here in chat. How about that? Yeah, so Big Tick Swingers is in the lead right now with 54% of the vote. We have Sack Lunch Gang at 16%. Go Fund Yourself with 22% and Only Bids with 8%. Looks like the top two runners are going to be Big Tick Swingers and Go Fund Yourself.
Yeah, but we have 2,000 in the chat, 2,200 in the chat, but only 600 votes. So let's see if we can get everybody in there.
Yeah, I want to see these votes pumped up here.
This feels like an election, right? Where anything can happen. We only have 30% of the votes in.
You never know. You might get some votes at the end. Let's see, Dakota. You tried to short 18,000. I saw that trade. I saw you take it live, and I absolutely love the idea of taking that trade. Obviously, it's rallied quite a bit. You maybe even talked about it.
About that? Do we?
Oh, do we not? We can skip it. We can.
No. I took a loss. Then I took another one. Which is fine.
And
so,
okay. No, but I like the idea though. I mean, why'd you take it?
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying it was a ballsy trade. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, I actually just seen that MP was long, and so I'm just okay. I'm going short.
Yeah, you're a veteran.
I'm joking, MP. If you're watching this, no. So 18,000 is a really big psychological level. We rallied up there. We started to see some resistance, and we had a double top. So I went ahead and it gave me a great risk reward on that. So whenever I have a good risk reward trade, the statistics are in my favor. And sure enough, I took the trade. And you know, I don't mind banging my head against the wall multiple times. I just got my live funded account today, so
nice.
I'm in the
give it up.
I'm in a trade right now. In my live
What's
account.
your trade right now, Dakota?
I'm short.
Yeah,
can we see your screen? Can we flip it over?
Do you want to flip it over?
Right
okay.
That's my short. That's my short.
Oh, you're in a short too. Nice.
God, y'all are both short. Okay, wow.
We're team trading.
Wow, already. I'm all flat over here. I feel left out. My goodness.
Yeah, you're coaching, man. You're coaching. You're good.
I'm a perma bull, but
Nebraska's
there's
in the
nothing
chat.
wrong
I know I'm going to be on
with going against. What are you short from, Isaac?
My average price is 50.38. 50.38.25. That's my average price. I got some in right around 35.
Okay.
Yeah, I got some right around 35, and then another right around 45. So I'm kind of average right in the middle there.
Wow.
Okay, give me a second. I'm going to share my screen. It'll take a moment to get all that set up. But yep,
is this short in your live account, Dakota? Are you trading all live right now?
This is live.
Wow. And is this the inaugural trade on your live account? First one?
First trade on the live. I'm a perma bear and I'm going short.
Wow, I love that. Amazing.
Should we smash a champagne bottle against the bow of a ship?
Amazing.
The inaugural launch of your live account. This is pretty awesome. I'm going to try to stack some long bids in the NQ and see if we can get a flush to the downside and run through some 30-minute candles to the bottom and see if we can catch a bid. I did blow up out of my Topstep trading combine account this morning, trading crude oil. I did put on a 15 lot behind the scenes, and I feel like the market didn't like that. So I have to be more respectful of the market. And, of course, the chat. I feel bad because I was trading during fast markets, and I'm a power hour guy. Got to know your lane, right?
Market gods know when you're kind of disappointing chat like that. Chat wants to see that pulled pork, and if you're hiding it from them, nobody can see your pulled pork. They want to see that stuff, don't they?
I know, what's the point? Yeah, that's right. If a pig squeals and no one hears it, did it ever happen at all? It's like, I don't know.
They need to see that big tick energy coming out of you.
That's one thing what I love about our team. We are transparent. I love RIPS. Love Isaac. We tell it as it is. We show our trades, which is great. I mean, that's what we need to practice and get ready for, right? Because when we're trading in front of everybody on the big stage, guess what? There's no hiding. You can't hide behind a smoke and mirror when we're in front of everybody. Say down in Las Vegas in front of a big arena.
Yeah. What do you? It has to be hard for you guys trading live in front of people on stage.
I personally, I know I'm looking forward to it. I trade live every single day, Monday through Friday, and I trade live in front of an audience every single morning. There's always 1,000 people watching me trade. So I love that as a challenge. And it actually does, it was a unique thing for me when I first started doing it. I started streaming back in September. So for me personally, it was a little bit challenging to start. I love doing it now. And I look forward to the challenge trading in front of a bunch of people in person. And I think that's going to be exciting. That's my take on it personally, at least.
Yeah, what about you guys? Isaac, you're just new to this whole kind of online trading thing. How are you going to feel on a stage in front of a couple thousand people?
I think I'll be fine. I mean, I've presented and pitched in front of a lot of people. Never really traded in front of a group of people. Usually just like one of my mentees or maybe just like a small group of people. But I mean, the biggest challenge, I guess, that I would say, like coming off of power players and like even now, is kind of managing a trade, right? Or like looking for opportunities to trade when you're obviously being interviewed or you're interacting with an audience. But I won't imagine like with the trading league, it would be very much interaction. It will be something a little different in the form of like deliberation, right? Like coming together as a team and saying, okay, like where's your head at? Where's your head at? What are we thinking? This is what I got to say. So like, all right, what's the plan? And then ultimately all of us collectively, or the captain is just going to be like, okay, well then this is what we're doing, right? So we're all going to kind of be accountable for ourselves and one another. So that'll be a little bit of a different experience and environment, but I'm looking forward to it because only good can come out of it. It's one of those weird things that like, even if you were to fail or even if you were to lose an exuberant amount of money over that period of time, just what you would walk away with outside of, monies would be invaluable, right? You can't really put a price on it. So I'm definitely always up for a challenge, always up to try something new. And this sounds really exciting. I'm going to be doing it with a bunch of badasses. So it doesn't really get that much better than that.
Nice.
You going to bring a suit?
I sleep in suits actually, so kind of hard for me. Kind of hard for me not to. Yeah, no, it depends. No, if we're in Vegas, probably not. If we're in Vegas,
he has a whole selection of pajama suits in his closet. I don't know if you knew this.
I sleep in my birthday suit too.
Oh yeah, it's the way to do it. I don't know if they'll let you into HyperX Arena in your birthday suit though, Dakota. I think they got rules.
We'll see. I like my charts.
You can't tell me
no,
what to
actually,
do.
I'm not going to go there. I trade naked in terms of any indicators on my charts.
And physically speaking.
Welcome to
Nice
slow
segue.
market, guys. Once the sun goes down is when I do my best work.
That's right.
I believe you
He
were
has a shirt
trading
on,
without
that's it.
pants on when you were trading on Wednesday. You were trading without pants and just a sweatshirt, if I'm not mistaken about that.
I was half asleep, man. I was half asleep. Found that was a fun. I trade. Like, that's the thing, right? I love trading slow markets. We trade London Open, New York session. I mean, that's why this team is going to be so awesome, right? We could trade slow markets. You're waking up really early, right, Rips? And then
oh yeah, I'm up at 1
That's
o'clock
got
my
you,
time,
Isaac.
and I love it.
That's great.
1 o'clock.
Isaac, what time do you usually wake up?
I'm usually up by 6, so my strategy calls for trading between 9:30 and 12 for the most part. I usually give 30 minutes or so for the market to digest, orders and opening range and all that, and that's where I'll kind of start looking for confluence with some stuff that I was seeing during that pre-open analysis of the markets. So I try to be in and out, obviously as quickly as possible, but anytime really between 10 and 12. As of late, when you're seeing me kind of in there during, power hour or anything like that, it's mostly because I'm nursing a trade that's been on for a while. You guys have seen in the shoulder tap and during interviews and all that, I do have a tendency of holding on to some really long trades. So a lot of times it's me just kind of managing a position that I'm already in during the later times of the day. Unless of course there's, a Zoom I got to be on, a meeting I need to be at, a project I need to run to. Then I'll just go ahead and cut it short because I don't want to just kind of leave things floating around there, even with brackets set up. But yeah, 10 to 12 a.m. Eastern, that's my bread and butter time. So that's when I'm really cranking and getting in and out of positions.
And Chad is freaking out right now. Rips, they need clarification.
I
1
noticed that.
a.m. in
People
the
are asking when
morning?
I go to bed. I wake up at 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm on the West Coast, so I'm on Pacific time. I used to live in the East Coast, so I've always been an early riser. I go to bed at about 12:45 in the morning, so I get about 15 minutes. No, I'm kidding. I go to bed at around 7 o'clock at night, so I get plenty of sleep. But I'm up I shoot out of bed at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I start my routine usually around then. I just love it. I love having the energy in the mornings. I'm one of those folks who, I jump out of bed in the morning. I love the early mornings. I love when it's pitch black out. You can go outside and kind of be one with nature, look up at the stars. It's just beautiful out there. That's what I like to do. And everybody's different, but I've always been a huge morning person. My wife kind of probably a little bit sick of that, but she's kind of adapted over the years. She's a little bit of an early riser. She's usually up by like 3:45 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
I thought I got up early at like 6. And like if I go
But you're
to
East
bed
Coast,
early,
right?
I'll just naturally wake up a little bit earlier. Yeah, but I think that 6 a.m. is, I'm also like, I tend to be up pretty late too. So I only need like 4.5, 5 hours of sleep anyway. But I'm usually up by 6, even on the weekends, 7 at most. But, you and I, Rips, will be like messaging each other on Instagram or like responding to people's stories. And like, I know you're in California. So I'm like, this guy's burning the candle on both ends. Like, I'm like, he has like an assistant or something like in another continent that's like, handling social media content. Cause there's no way. I'm like, I'm going to start sending you like secret questions. Like, is this really you, Rips, or is this like someone else? Like someone's got
Yeah, you got me. I actually have about 20 people running my Instagram account in every single time zone. So it's a 24-hour coverage there.
You guys get a lot of
We live
sleep.
there in
I
Singapore.
usually sleep from 4 p.m. till 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. Just 1 hour. The rest I'm trading.
Nice.
Wow, that's a lot of trading time.
I struggle with my sleep, guys. MP sent me a message the other day asking me a question, and I replied back, I'm sorry, I haven't slept. I traded the Asian market, and I traded London, and I held Nikkei overnight. So let me get back to you.
Maybe our team name should be Team
as a member of the team. Yeah, I was gonna say, as a member of the team, I just want to thank you directly for your sacrifices with your sleep times, because it's gonna benefit us. It's gonna.
Hey, this short's working out. This short's beautiful. I didn't share my
Can we
screen.
go over to Dakota's screen? I mean, he's killing it over there, and so's Isaac. I mean, crushing the short right now.
First trade in my live account. We could share it. I'm gonna be looking to close out maybe 1 or 2 contracts. This is one I scaled into. Am I sharing my screen? I don't know.
Yeah,
you guys
got it.
are on mine. No, you guys are on my screen. There we go.
Here we go. I took my losses, guys. This morning, got into a position, getting this beautiful, 4-to-1 risk reward. First trade in a live account. I'll wait for you to share my screen. There we go.
No, it's
there
up
it is.
right now.
Almost risk free right here. In 5 contracts short in my live account.
Oh, nice.
You're on fire. I love it.
So I'm gonna watch this.
You're out of control, Dakota.
But yeah, we made a very similar to the setup I had earlier this morning, around 18,000. Everything set up on the 5-minute. I started scaling in out here. We had that nice pullback. You could see in short right around 52. I have my stop loss right here, risking 2.5 points.
So what was kind of like your theory going into that? I mean, it's pretty ballsy move to step into NASDAQ and take a short. So what's pushing you to see this weakness?
I mean, what's pushing you, Isaac? I mean, you're in short too, right?
Yeah, so I haven't really had a lot of opportunity, at least like with the Topstep community and obviously like, you guys on like my strategy. So, something that my mentor and I had like worked on and realized is that with the ES specifically, with all the instruments, right, there's certain standard deviations away from certain moving averages over certain periods of time. And like the best way that I can kind of explain it is like, if you were to just be dropped, right, like in the middle of like a pool, right, and only like your ankles are covered with water, and you can only move in one direction, right, either this way, or sorry, 2 directions, this way or that way, and you have to choose one. You don't know what the depth of that water is in either direction, right? So like as you're going out there, the water temperature is changing, right, water current's changing, and the depth's changing. And eventually, I don't care who you are, right? You're going to get to a point where you're no longer comfortable, and you're going to start kind of at least making your way back to that starting point. So that starting point really being that moving average, and then the depth of the water just being that distance from that moving average. So like Anne-Marie, I'm a big time mean reversion trader. And, mean reversion does not mean counter trend. It does not mean reversals only, right? When you're a mean reversion trader, whether it depends, obviously, if you're going long or if you're going short, but at one point, the value of that instrument is going to be above or below that moving average. And depending on what that, trend or that direction is and what direction the trade that you're taking on, it could be a trend trade, it could be a counter trend trade. So we've gotten to a point where on one of my time frames, we've hit that extreme distance, right? Where like the market's no longer comfortable at this depth. So naturally, and it's this pullback that you're seeing on my chart and even in the NASDAQ on Dakota's chart, where, it's starting, there's my chart there. You could see price deviated, and I don't have my indicator drawn out on this chart, obviously, because it's proprietary to me. But it's on another one of my charts, and, you see it. You have that run up. You can see kind of where I took profit, had the reversal there. We moved to that extreme on another time frame, and then naturally you could see how we just kind of lost some fumes there, right? We lost some gas and started rolling back. We made another attempt, couldn't retest that high or make a new high. Now we're rolling back to retest the bottom of that retracement. Now on this particular tick chart, we are approaching that moving average, and you can see right where my, where I'd be flat P&L wise, or where my average entry is. That and the moving average are actually kissing right now. So that's going to be a real pivotal level that right now it's naturally going to act as support, right? It's going to try to support that price or that value above it. But if that level fails, right, and, over this next half hour left the power hour, if the bears decide to come and take over or kind of like relinquish the bulls of their duty, that's where we can go ahead and start seeing a little bit of a flush. I wouldn't call it a sell-off. It would just be a large retracement. But naturally, areas of interest for me are going to be, with my proprietary indicator setup, that we're going to be looking at that extreme to the downside, right? So like price made its way close to the extremes on the upside, got uncomfortable, starting to revert back to the mean. If we can cross and close under that mean, then for a little bit of time, it's going to act as resistance. And then if it holds as resistance, it's going to start making its way or its journey to that lower side extreme from that moving average. So I hope that didn't go over a couple people's heads. I try to keep it as layman's as possible, but that's basically like the nuts and bolts, or like the meats and potatoes of like my particular strategy.
And that is why you are the number one live trader on Topstep right now. I know you're actually the number one in the live account. Number one right now on the board is in XFAs still. So you actually are the number one live trader out there. So, I mean, folks, if you missed that, go back and rewatch this at a later time. That was gold right there. And this is why Isaac is the number one trader on all of Topstep right now.
Wow. Yeah, that is incredible.
I don't know how you knew that, and I didn't. But yeah, it's I'm literally like, it's almost.
I'm looking out for my teammates right here.
That's true. You've been like a real good scout lately. So. Wow. All right.
RIPS has ears everywhere. He knows what's going on.
The makings of a good trader.
Congrats.
Always listening out.
Congrats.
So it looks like we have that final poll in the chat, guys. So everybody go ahead, vote. We have that final poll. It looks like it's between, what is it? GoFundMe or Go Fund Yourself and Big Tick Swingers. So
they're both great. I'm good with either one.
Wow, 69% for Big Tick Swingers. I just changed to 68.
I was going to say, cut it there. Cut the poll.
End it. That's a solid number.
No, keep it going. Right. Keep it going. We got time. We have 500 votes. Let's see if we get all 2,000 traders voting for it.
Yeah, I was going to say 500. That's a little weak.
We got to up those numbers.
You see, in chat right now, MP just said Isaac is technically the top live trader, aka the best trader right now at Topstep. So give it up again, folks. Can we drop some W's in chat right now for Isaac? I mean
seriously.
You folks have access right now to the number one best trader on all of Topstep. Give him some W's in chat. This is amazing.
Beautiful.
Man, best dressed and most profitable. Life is not fair.
That's only because Andre is not
XFA and live.
Right now. Even Andre is taking a little bit. He's not even on air right now. He's in chat though, so if anyone has a zinger for Andre, he can listen to you.
Look at all those W's in chat for you, Isaac. See, I love the Topstep community. This is amazing. You know, we all like to learn from one another. We all like to be supportive of one another. And it's all about, Topstep is very unique in this sense because it's real, recognized real. the real traders who are really transparent, talking you through. It's not like Isaac just woke up one day. He's like, oh yeah, I went long because I don't know, I wanted to go long here. He's talking you through these trades, and he's giving you very detailed examples of the why. He can explain exactly where he sees the trade playing out, where his stops are, what he expects his profits to be. That's what you're going to find with a real trader. And these other funded companies out there, I'm sorry, but they don't have the quality of traders like this. I'm sorry to say it.
Yeah, funded who? What other funded who's? I don't even know what you're talking about. But actually, I want to do a roundtable question here. You just said that, we're all learning so much from all these different traders. We're bringing so many different traders, different backgrounds, different perspectives. What's like one thing that you guys have picked up from someone else on Topstep TV that you've added to your tool chest? And we can start with Dakota if he's ready. If not, we can start with someone else.
Ooh, that's quite the question, right? Man, there's so much, to be honest.
If you want to think on it, I can talk.
Yeah, go ahead. I need some time to think.
Yeah,
that's a good question.
You want to think on it, because I have a bunch. I mean, it's all flowers for everybody I'm going to mention. Failed auctions, right? Downside auctions, whatever, just the auction process. Deanna, thank you so much. Hogue, leaning on large orders in the dome. That's really changed the way that I look at price action, because I think price action is real critical, especially like in an environment right now where we're making new highs. We're at the highest levels we've ever seen in the S&P, in the NASDAQ. And really, what data points do we have above value, right? Wherever price or value is at any given point in time, when you're making new highs, the only data points that you have above that, you don't have support levels, you don't have points to control, you don't have value highs. You can only rely on price action and order flow, right? So really honing in on that, I think, is really critical in the current environment that we're in. So huge shout out to that. And then the biggest one as of late, right? Because you asked specifically about Topstep TV. If it could be possible, I'd want her to be my Valentine. Anne Marie. Anne Marie is the GOAT, hands down. I can listen to her 5 days a week, every day of the week. She is just a wealth of information. Anybody who's not watching her segments and picking her brain and interacting with her in the chat is leaving loads and loads of opportunity just on the table. So massive shout out to Anne Marie. But we got some killer women on the team, got to say, like Deanna, Anne Marie, just absolutely crushing it. But those are just a few of the things that I've taken away from Hogue, Deanna, and from Anne Marie as it pertains to Topstep TV in the last 100 or so episodes. So I gave you plenty of time, Dakota, to drop whatever you're going to say.
I mean, if you still need more time, that was an incredible answer.
That was great stuff. For me, it was, I work closely with all the coaches here. Group coaching, we have Coach Jay, Coach Paul, Coach Ray, and all those coaches, and coordinating together, talking about how we can, teach and coach, not saying exactly how to get in, how to get out, but, helping guide traders to become, successful, consistent, pass combines, and reach their goals that they want. So working with them has really opened my eyes to different ways to view the market, different ways to view the psychology of trading. And so I've learned a lot. I mean, sure, I've been trading for a while, sure, but I think I've learned more just helping traders and working with the other coaches than I've ever have. And not just about markets. I mean, about myself, about the way that other traders view the markets. And it's really been a blessing for myself to be able to help others.
Agreed.
Rips, you're up, buddy.
I really want to echo everything that Isaac and Dakota both said. I agree with them wholeheartedly. I have a real soft spot when it comes to Hogue. I think Hogue is, he's been through so much and he has so much to offer. And it's a lot in tune with the same style that I love. It's a lot about auction theory and looking at the market profile. And that sort of reminds me a lot of my mentors that I had when I was coming up in the game. And for me, I really mesh well with that style. So if I was going to pick my number one, it would be Johnny Hoagland, because it's just very much in the same style that I read the markets. And he's also a huge fan of Dalton. He recommends Dalton's books as well. Anybody who asks me for the best two books to read, I always say Markets in Profile and Mind Over Markets. Those are two of Dalton's teachings. And it's funny, when the first time I ever came on Topstep TV, I was talking with MP, I was talking with Hogue, and I said, hey, have you ever heard of, this guy? And he said, yeah, of course. Those are the two books that I love the most. So right then and there, I knew that I had a real connection with Hogue. And so, like I said, I have a real soft spot for Hogue, and he's got to be my number one pick out of everybody. But like Isaac said, we have some amazing people here. And like what Dakota said, we have amazing coaches that are here. And you folks out here in the chat are so blessed to have this opportunity. You can go over to discord.gg/Topstep and you can get access to all of these coaches. And Dakota runs a session. Coach Jay runs a session. All of these amazing coaches for Topstep, they run sessions to help you out to become a better trader. And don't be one of those people who thinks that you can do this all on your own. I thought I was one of those people early on in my trading career, but I soon found out that if it wasn't for two of the amazing mentors that I came across in my trading journey, I would be completely lost without those folks. So do yourself a favor, head on over to the Topstep Discord, get in those coaching classes, get a trading buddy, find somebody that you mesh with. And, I'm so blessed that I have these two fine gentlemen. I have Isaac on my team potentially. I have Dakota on my team potentially. And Dakota is my trading buddy. We're interfacing a lot on Discord now. So find yourself a trading buddy. Take advantage of the free coaching that's available out there from people like Dakota, people like Jay, and tune into Topstep TV. We have amazing women like what Isaac was saying with Dee, with Anne-Marie. Tune in, and you'll get better by just watching these people. There's amazing talent that's here, accessible by everybody.
Oh, those are all just incredible answers, and I know none of you were faking it because you were able to list off each single person and how they impacted you in your trading. That's just absolutely incredible. And for me, I just love having like so many different traders on and getting so much like different perspective on the markets. Because everyone trades a little bit different. Everyone kind of vibes with something that's a little bit different. And so for me, it was Danny's trades. He came on and just said, "Hey, you gotta trust yourself and send it." And that's what I needed to hear at the time. So that's why it's nice bringing in all these different people, because some bit of advice that Rips might have might not be what someone else needs to hear, but maybe it works for someone else in that exact moment. So that's why we like bringing in other people and just, mixing it up. It's so nice to have. So nice to have. I'm still in this NQ long, by the way, 32 evens. Let's do it.
So you got filled down there in those 32s, yeah?
I got one. Yeah.
One contract.
I'm still stacked. I'm still stacked 4 down though.
Dakota, I see you're still in the trade, right? Isaac, are you still in the short? Yeah, I'm still
chilling here. We do need to get out here soon for the close. It's coming into the end. I might just be getting out at market. Going to see what we do right here. We're hovering around 80,000 40s. If we get it pushed down, I might just get out of 1 or 2. If not, I'll wait, see if we could break some of these little highs that we've made and just get out. So we'll see. I'm actually going to move my stop loss to break even just to be safe.
Do keep in mind, in about 2 minutes, we do have the final 10, and that's going to be a big imbalance trade. So that's going to create a lot of volatility.
Yeah. I did the same. We're kind of going over some things. I tightened up my stop. I actually tightened up my target and my stop, so I'm dealing with a much smaller range now. I'm going to be paying a lot more attention to it because of that final 10 minutes. We're going to have, some liquidity injections. So going to want to at least protect the downside some. I don't want to give back too much of what I made on that first trade. So, again, I'm sitting at positive 776 right now, down 250 on the trade. When we can get under 35, right, 50, 35, that's when you'll see the P&L swing a little bit more aggressively to the positive territory in my favor, because at that point I'll be in the green, both that single contract and then those 2 contracts. But you can see where my moving average is right here. Value came down right to it, and now it's just bouncing, just ever so slightly, just bouncing on it. Like I said, that's immediately support level. We fall under it, close under it, it becomes resistance. At that point, I need it to work out as resistance and then drive this price down, where we can kind of basically look at, if we look at a higher time frame, pretty much this spike up that we had off of this 5-minute chart when it really drove up from this moving average before we had this first decent pullback. I'd like to see that area retested. And then at that point, I'll just be trailing my stop a little bit more aggressively. So if I can walk away with no less than 500 on this trade, that'll put me on 1,500 on the day. And I'm perfectly fine, calling it a week with that daily P&L.
Beautiful. Yeah, I closed out a 1 contract right here in the 36. We're going to see. We're hanging out around the low. I might just get out of another one. Like I said, I don't want to hold into a lot of risk going into a lot of volatility, because anything can happen, right? I mean, especially the last 10 minutes of a Friday, bounce up 10 points for no particular reason or not. So
that's what burned me 2 out of 4 days this week, was the final 5 minutes of the trading day. And it's just one of those things where, again, trading during power hour isn't necessarily part of my trading plan or system. So why am I doing it? And then so it's kind of three things that's worked against me in this week. It's, not following my rules in that sense, right? Trading during times where I wouldn't be or shouldn't be.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
There's the final 10, everybody.
Just gotta have a second one.
Yeah, we just hit.
The printing press is turning
way
on.
scarier
Folks.
on your screen on mine. I thought I was gonna get filled on all four.
Yeah, not too crazy
Just
on
got out of
S&P
my
though.
third.
Getting a little bit of movement.
Oh, that's right. You're in the S&Ps there, right, Isaac?
Yeah, I'm the lonely
yes.
S&P trader over here. So yeah, it's been pretty lackluster the last few days. Yesterday was absolutely miserable. But going back to some of the things that were working against me, not following my whole trailing rule, right? Like not locking in my minimums, not locking in my maximums, and in every single trading day today, I was in the green. In some cases, an embarrassing amount, and have walked away with red days. So definitely bad on my part. But again. Yeah, but a lot of that has to do with, at one of those days, I want to say it was probably Wednesday, maybe even Monday. At one point, I had 10 contracts on, and that was something I wasn't doing a year ago, right? So really just acclimating to just trading that kind of size, that P&L, it swings to both sides pretty heavy. So, just more adjusting to that. The fact that these trades have been in very, very profitable territory at one point in the trade shows that I'm still choosing the right entries. I still have the same general market bias, right? But then, news comes out, right? Or, we get to the last 10 minutes of power hour and it just washes me out. So got to get back to next week, just trailing a little bit more. But again, I've been kind of giving myself a slightly longer leash, toying with some new approaches to my strategy while still keeping it the same overall.
And how important is it to you, Isaac, to keep the trade on into these final 10 minutes? Is there a chance that you would tune your style and maybe meander from the course a little bit and possibly think about, hey, maybe I'll just cut out the final 10? Or is there something where you could see some edge or some value in that?
At this point for the week, because again, it gets to one of those points where I don't really think there's too much fundamentals involved with the last, 10 minutes, especially as it pertains to like a Friday. At that point, it's just a lot of people either liquidating positions, right, or just taking advantage of like scalp moves. So for anybody to say like without a shadow of a doubt, like in the last 10 minutes, like this is the direction we're going to see. I mean, it's so easy to be right and wrong in that situation, right? Because if you're calling like a 10-point spread, you could be right in 5 seconds, and then 28 seconds later, you could be dead wrong, but you were right first, or vice versa. So it's really tough to say. But we did see some bounce off of this moving average I talked about on the tick chart. It is holding pretty well as support, but at the same time, too, we've yet to go above that second bounce. So we have that first bounce. So you have that high, first bounce. Now we have the second bounce, and we're not quite getting to it or above it. So I'm seeing weak bulls. But again, I could be proven wrong, as the market has done to me many, 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 many times.
Nice.
Love that. I'm getting some word in my ear that James Harden actually needs to step in real quick. He has a couple announcements that he needs to make. James, if you're there.
I am, and thank you. I'll try and make this quick. First of all, couldn't help but notice none of you said TopQuiz was your favorite thing about the show. Don't get that. You learn a lot on there, but apparently not enough. And here are the winners from today. So while you read those over, I do want to make a couple announcements. If you're just tuning in, you're hanging with some Power Hour, you missed some announcements this morning. Next week, everybody who had early access to Topstep X, you're going to get the chance to lock in up to 5 Topstep X 50K trading accounts for just $4.50 each. That is $4.50 each month, right? We're talking every month, $4.50. The wholesale cost of the CME market data, direct from the exchange. We've invested heavily to get your costs as low as possible. All right, this offer is being emailed to everyone who's had it before, whether you still have it or not. You can lock up to 5 accounts. We got a built-in trade copier, $0 commissions. You got a week to lock in your accounts. You can always start with 1. You can add up later, and we're putting the finishing touches on it. We'll soon have it out in everyone's hands. And hey, if you weren't part of the early access, no fret. We got a fire drill next Wednesday for Valentine's Day. All right, so show up during that fire drill. All right, we're going to drop a form, and if you enter your name on that form, you'll be entered a chance to win one of 1,000 codes. This code is going to let you lock in up to 5 Topstep X accounts for that sweet, sweet price of $4.50. And we got more cool stuff coming, but hang with us next week. Check out Topstep X, get your $4.50 combines, and pass it back to you guys.
There we go. I'm
That
flat.
is awesome.
I'm done
Nice.
today. Finished my
You're
live
flat,
account.
nice.
That one trade, about $1,500. So great way to
Finished up or down?
up. I mean, is it? Can you
Wow.
guys see it? It's back here.
This thing
So,
is whipping like crazy right now.
took some losses this morning, but yeah, got my live account activated today, and yeah, that was my first trade. Felt good, to be honest. End of Friday like that.
Wow, look at this. Market is really extending back up to the 50s now in the NQ here. S&Ps are tooling back up to 50, 45 almost here. So a lot of action coming in here for the final 5. This is a very dangerous time to trade. I know Isaac commented on it a little bit, and you folks should be aware that this happens pretty much every single day. It's pretty extreme on Fridays. It can be a lot of whipping volatility like this. So you want to be extra, extra careful if you're going to trade this type of stuff. I have the book map on the screen right now. So, I mean, this is a range where we ducked down to 34s and now we're trading all the way up to 50. This is a 16 handle whip to the top side. And that's something that can blow your account if you're trading full size. So just be careful in these final 10 minutes, 5 minutes. You want to be very, very careful for that. And Dolby, also, I did leave something out, and I forgot to say this when I was talking about who I really appreciate here on Topstep TV. I love James and the Top Quiz. I forgot I left that out. I just slipped my mind. I just remembered it just now. But Top Quiz, one of my favorite things in the world.
Oh, I knew it. I always knew it.
Unsung
Wait,
hero.
what was the
He's responsible for a lot. Oh,
did
the
we
results?
get a team name?
You did get a team name, and it is the Big Tick Swingers.
There we go. Big Tick.
Let's go.
Big Tick Swingers. So
yeah,
first team name or second, right? We have Shy City, and now us.
Shy City Locals or something? What are they called? Shy City Locals?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
They're kind of like
They have uniforms.
I think they should
there
just
they
change
are.
their
You
name
guys
to
are
second
first.
place because that's where they're going to end up. I mean, maybe that's just
the
me.
rest of the
Oh.
Chicago team, the Chicago Bears.
So what about
They were the
next
first ones to
week?
come up with a name, but they'll be the first ones to get eliminated.
Oh, got him.
Hey, now we're gonna
do a
have
quick
some
Good.
fun smack talking.
Yeah, I'm going to do a quick roundup of next week, and then we can sign off the boys here. So next week, MP will not be on for Fast Markets. It'll be Jack, Andre, myself, and Deanna for Fast Markets. Shoulder Tap with Robert and Mick. First time, we're going to get Peter Tuchman back on. So he's going to do a brief macro academic segment from the New York Stock Exchange floor. 15 minutes of macro from Peter Tuchman, and yeah, super cool stuff. And then we're gonna have Andre and Eddie, classic Top Quiz. Jack and Marie making her Top Quiz debut. Really looking forward to that. I hope we ask her some Series 3 questions. If we can get those in, that'd be awesome. And then we're gonna have Robert and Anne-Marie again. And then for Power Hour, Andre, who we miss dearly currently, myself and Danny's trades, the king of throwing around pulled pork. Pretty awesome. Guys, what are we doing into the weekend? What do we think?
Personally,
Nobody rush here.
What are we asking here?
What's I don't know. You wrap up your trades. You having a good time? Anything special going on?
Yeah, I got stopped out. I tightened up my stop, so I'm basically flat for the day. I'm walking away with a whopping $50 on the P&L. So that'll get me a nice drink and a cigar. Yeah, Friday night, just dinner. Tomorrow, probably gonna go to the range, do some shooting, and if it's warm enough, the beach, and then Sunday's Super Bowl. So I'll be going to a friend's house. He's throwing a big party, and then you know how it is. Sunday night going into Monday morning, just getting ready to trade these markets. I'll be back Wednesday at 9:30 for Fast Markets. So looking forward to that. It'll be Valentine's Day. So everybody that's in the stream right now in the chat, be my Valentine on Wednesday. Tune in at 9:30. It's gonna be a fun segment. So
Yeah, I think I'm on
That's awesome.
Valentine's Day as well. Valentine's Day is Wednesday, so yep, I'll be on Wednesday. I think it's afternoon. I don't know. I'll have to check my schedule. I have short-term memory. I rely on my schedule to tell me what I'm doing.
That's great. Rips, what about you? We've got like a minute left here.
Yep, Super Bowl party on Sunday at a buddy's house, and that's pretty much it for me. Take the wife over there and watch everybody get all drunk as a skunk while I'm sober as a judge there.
Nice. And I went ahead and flattened my NQ long, made $112.16. Looks like I might run to the upside some more. Who knows? Not worth taking the risk, though. What do we got for teams? Just quick. I'm going 49ers. What do you guys think?
I got the
I'm
refs.
going with the Swifties.
I got the zebras.
Swifty, God.
Black and white.
Zebras winning the game. Honestly, that's not a bad bet. That's honestly not a bad bet at all. I was
Like,
the 49ers
bet
to win.
into the house.
I'm tired. And
There
that
it
is
is. That was an
fastest
underwhelming
hour of my
close, Gene,
day.
on the S&P.
Yeah, it really was. It was pretty chill. Pretty chill.
Yeah, that was
But
kind of
gentlemen,
a-
thank you all so much. You're going to be a hell of a team. Looking forward to see you guys trade, chat. Thank you so much for sticking around and hanging out. We love you dearly. Thank you for supporting us, encouraging us to be the best traders that we can be. And that's all I got. If anyone has something super, super fast they want to say, I'm going to have James cut it, and we're going to go enjoy a weekend. Take that. It's nothing. We got nothing. We're done here. James, wrap us up. Wrap us up. Let's get us out of here. We got a weekend.
You guys all seen my baby go, right?
So your baby?
Yeah.
I'll see you guys later.
See you guys.